The bearded leader took a deep breath, momentarily forgetting about the mystifying spaceship in front of him. His mind raced, trying to process what it was made of, but before he could get too deep into his thoughts, a child's voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. ***, bad guys, you have been surrounded by the great, beautiful, unbelievably invincible Superman Lin Feng's most beloved daughter, Sister Susan's favorite cub, the best friend of the Mechanical Master, ruler of the Mechanical Army, and the one and only invincible emperor of the universe. Kneel before me, kiss my toes, and I might just spare you." For a brief moment, an eerie silence fell across the starfield. Then, laughter erupted from every bounty hunter's spaceship. What the hell was that? A kid? With a title so long it felt like a royal decree from a fantasy novel? And did she really just tell them to kiss her toes? Many bounty hunters nearly choked on their drinks as they processed the bizarre threat. Some wiped tears from their eyes from laughing too hard. Whose brat ran off in a spaceship? Isn't Blue Star supposed to be a backwater world? Are all their kids this cocky? While most continued mocking and laughing, a few sharper bounty hunters picked up on something crucial. Lin Feng's daughter. Their expressions changed instantly. Lin Feng, the target of their mission. And this voice, belonging to his daughter. Their laughter vanished in an instant. Those who were still giggling like fools? They were wasting time. The smart ones? They were already firing up their engines. The bearded leader was the first to react. His eyes lit up with pure greed. If we capture Lin Feng's daughter, our job becomes 10 times easier. He barked out orders. David. Full speed ahead. Ram that ship. Charge up the drill weapon, and capture the one who sent that message, alive. Yes, sir. David, practically trembling with excitement, slammed the ship's throttle to max. Their bounty hunter vessel, equipped with a rare metal drill bit, accelerated toward the target. The drill could pierce through shields, burrowing deep into a ship's hull, making it easy for them to board and capture their prey. Inside the iron-blooded battleship, an alarm blared. On the control panel, dozens of ships were locked on and closing in fast. Inside the iron-blooded battleship, Martina let out an exaggerated sigh, scratching her head. "Lee, your grand entrance totally backfired. They're rushing at us like lunatics." Lin Geely frowned in frustration. These bounty hunters were useless. She had put on such a grand show, just like the movies, and yet they ignored her words and charged anyway. Humph. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 slender arms. "Looks like I have no choice but to go out there and teach them a lesson myself." She turned toward the exit, fully prepared to step outside and handle them personally. But before she could move, Martina yanked her back. Whoa, hold on, princess. No need to rush into hand-to-hand combat. Let me fire off a few shots first." A mischievous grin spread across Lin Geely's face. "You know what? Good idea. Then step right up, my best friend. The seats are ready for you." Martina excitedly dragged her to the control panel, where 2 gunnery seats awaited. As they sat down, joysticks popped up, and targeting reticles appeared on the screen. Just like a video game. Lin Geely's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is way better than playing games. She gripped the joystick tightly, aimed at the approaching ships, and slammed the fire button. Carnage in space. The iron-blooded battleship, now a fully integrated silicon-based lifeform thanks to Martina, roared to life. Boom. 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 Beams of pure destruction ripped through the battlefield, turning the bounty hunters' ships into fiery wrecks. Martina, a silicon-based entity, had optimized the accuracy and firepower to a ridiculous level. What should have been a simple fight turned into a massacre. Panic spread among the bounty hunters. Their shields were failing. They couldn't even get close before their ships were blown apart. One of the surviving bounty hunters shouted in horror, "What the hell is that firepower? We were supposed to capture them, not get mowed down like cattle." Desperation took hold. They had to counterattack, now. Weapons flashed as they fired back, trying to force their way through. But the iron-blooded battleship was no ordinary vessel. Every bounty hunter knew, if they didn't close the distance now, they'd be wiped out before even getting a shot off. Meanwhile, in Asgard. Far away, in the halls of Asgard, Tony Stark sprinted toward the Bifrost. Behind him, Thor followed, weapon in hand. Half an hour earlier, Tony had been enjoying Asgard for a few days now. The scenery was breathtaking. The people? Bold and lively. Even his daughter Morgan and the old man Howard were having a blast. For once, life felt peaceful. Until a voice crackled in his earpiece. "Sir, a launch alert has been detected. The iron-blooded battleship has been activated." Tony's expression changed instantly. That ship should still be in my research lab. No one has access except me.
Then it hit him. Martina.
She was the only other one who could command that ship. Confirm for me, who activated it? Miss Martina and Miss Lin Geely, sir. They have broken through the atmosphere and initiated space jump. What? Tony's brain short-circuited. What the hell are those two brats doing? Get me a comm link now.
Apologies, sir.
They activated space jump, and I can no longer connect to them.
Tony's face darkened.
Do we have jump coordinates?
Yes, sir.
JRVIS instantly transmitted the jump logs to Tony's device.
Tony frowned. Centaurus?
What are they doing out there? He didn't waste time thinking. He needed to get there now. Turning on his heels, Tony rushed out, moving faster than he had in weeks. Lin Feng's daughter was involved. And if anything happened to her, Lin Feng would tear the universe apart. Asgard, the Bifrost Bridge.
Heimdall.
Thor's booming voice echoed across the Bifrost as he and Tony rushed forward, urgency clear in their every step. Heimdall turned, brow furrowed in confusion. It was rare to see Thor so anxious, let alone accompanied by Tony Stark, who looked equally concerned. Heimdall, look into the Centaurus galaxy. What's happening there?
Thor demanded.
As they ran, Tony had explained the situation to Thor, how two troublemakers had stolen a certain spaceship, jumped into deep space, and now needed to be found immediately. There was no time to manually launch a ship and pursue them. Bifrost was their best bet for an instant teleportation to the location. And as for Lin Feng's daughter? Thor had agreed without hesitation. Although Heimdall was puzzled, he obeyed Asgard's prince without question. His golden eyes gleamed as he peered through the cosmos, his vision piercing across galaxies into the distant Centaurus system.
A moment later,
his eyes widened in shock.
There is a battle. Heimdall confirmed. Tony rolled his eyes. No kidding.
I could have guessed that much. Heimdall shot Tony a displeased glance, but ignored his outburst and continued. I see a space battle. Multiple bounty hunter ships are attacking a black spacecraft. But that black ship, it's unusual. Its defensive shield is stronger than anything I've seen before.
Heimdall's expression darkened.
He was no stranger to bounty hunters. Most of them were ruthless mercenaries who hunted for profit. They wielded high-grade weaponry, making them dangerous in combat. Yet today, they had seemingly met their match. Nearly 20 bounty hunter ships had unleashed a full barrage, yet not a single shot had penetrated the black spacecraft's shields. In fact, it wasn't even weakening. Heimdall's curiosity piqued. He focused harder, attempting to peer into the ship's structure, to see who was piloting it. And then, a searing pain stabbed through his skull. His vision blurred, his mind reeled, and with a sharp gasp, he instinctively shut his eyes. Blood trickled down his face. The overwhelming backlash sent him staggering backward. Thor lunged forward, catching Heimdall before he collapsed.
Heimdall.
What's wrong? Thor's concerned voice rang out. Even Tony looked startled. Heimdall was one of the most powerful seers in the universe. What could have possibly forced him to recoil like this? Heimdall took a deep breath, steadying himself. It's fine, he said, rubbing his temple. The ship has something inside that I cannot see. When I tried to look closer, I suffered a backlash. He took another breath, then continued. There are at least 30 bounty hunter ships out there. But I cannot tell what they're up against. Tony stepped forward, pressing a button on his holographic wristband. A projection of the iron-blooded battleship materialized in front of them. Tony pointed at the image. Did you see this ship? Heimdall stared for a moment before nodding. Yes, he confirmed. That is the ship the bounty hunters are attacking. But for now, it appears to be in no danger. He then narrowed his eyes at Tony, sensing that the billionaire was hiding something. Do you know who's piloting it? Heimdall asked, suspicion in his tone. Tony didn't answer. Instead, he exchanged a serious glance with Thor. Thor nodded grimly. Send us there, Heimdall, Thor commanded. In that ship is Lin Feng's daughter. Heimdall's eyes widened slightly, then he understood. No wonder he couldn't see inside. Lin Feng must have placed some kind of safeguard on his daughter. If it was Lin Feng's child, it made sense that even Heimdall could not peer through her presence. I'll send you immediately, Heimdall declared. Without hesitation, he gripped the hilt of his great sword, bolt steel, the key to the Bifrost's power. As the blade twisted into the control panel, an enormous beam of light erupted from the bridge. A flash of divine energy enveloped Tony and Thor. And in an instant, they vanished into the cosmos. Centaurus Galaxy, chaos in space. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Physical shells, energy beams, plasma rounds, the battlefield was a storm of destruction. But while Lin Geely and Martina were having the time of their lives, the bounty hunters were absolutely miserable. Their ships were not as resilient as the iron-blooded battleship. A single round of enemy fire had crippled half their fleet. Some bounty hunters had abandoned ship, scrambling into emergency escape pods before their vessels were blown apart. Yet the black spaceship showed no signs of slowing down. It was a bottomless pit of firepower, seemingly endless in energy and ammunition. Inside the iron-blooded battleship, Lin Geely's excitement faded. Her smile vanished, her expression sinking into disappointment. Martina, noticing the change, raised an eyebrow. "Lee, what's wrong?" she asked, still pressing the fire button.
Lin Geely pouted. "Someone peeked at us just now," she grumbled. "So I kicked him out." Martina paused, blinking in confusion. "And that's a bad thing?" "Yes." Lin Geely slammed her hands on the console, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. "I saw Tony." Martina froze mid-shot. "Wait. What?" Lin Geely crossed her arms, looking completely defeated. "Tony saw us." "Which means?" Martina's eyes widened in realization. "Lin Feng is going to find out?" Lin Geely nodded grimly. "It's over. We just got here, and we're already busted." Her earlier excitement had completely vanished. The thought of Lin Feng's reaction sent chills down her spine. Martina suddenly looked nervous. So is it too late for us to run?" "Too late?" Martina groaned. "Ugh, why?" "We could just deny everything." Lin Geely sighed dramatically. "Tony is literally on his way here." Martina went pale. "Oh. Yeah. Oh." As the battle raged on outside, the two girls could only sit in silence, knowing full well the real trouble was about to begin.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Because I heard it all, the voice came again, and Martina became even more confused. She looked at Lin Geely distortedly. "What are you talking about?" Lin Geely slumped on the seat without love, pointed to the outside of the cabin. "I didn't say anything." Martina broke out in cold sweat immediately. She turned to look outside the cabin. "I said why the voice didn't sound right just now. It turned out that it was Iron Man talking." Martina smiled flatteringly. "Hey, Tony, come on, good afternoon." In the spacecraft communicator, Tony's voice sounded again. "It's not good at all, you should think about how to explain it to Lin Feng." Hanging up the communication, Tony flew out in reverse. Bifrost is easy to use, and within a few seconds, the two of them came to the Centaurus Galaxy. Thor is also doing a good job. Without further ado, he took out his weapon and started destroying the bounty hunter's spaceship. After confirming that the two cubs were not harmed, Tony quickly joined the battle, supporting Thor with full firepower. It's hard work, it's obviously a wedding trip, and it's fine for the two elders to be together, but something happened before the first stop was over. Blue Star hasn't had an accident for several years? How is it such a coincidence? Tony, who was in a bad mood, ordered directly, J.A.R.V.I.S, connect me to the channels of all spaceships. J.A.R.V.I.S, connecting to. Tony's battlesuit uses new communication equipment, made of StarClan's unique metal, plus the weapon bonus of the Stinger, which directly increases Tony's technological ability by a large amount, and can deal with the communication of a small spaceship. Channels are at your fingertips. However, under the rush of time, Tony did not replace the entire nano battlesuit with the metal of Star Group. After the communication was connected, Tony's warning sound resounded through all the shuttle spacecraft. "Ahem, this is the Blue Star Avenger, Iron Man Tony Stark. I don't care what your purpose is, now, immediately, wherever you come and go. Otherwise, all that awaits you is death." Tony's words were extremely tough. Even Thor applauds. Not only was Tony able to hijack the communication channel, but he also went through the information memory of the bounty hunters, and he already knew that they were here to deal with Lin Feng. It's really funny, don't you know how powerful Lin Feng is? Lin Feng is one of Tony's hardcore confidants. But these words made all the bounty hunters laugh. The bearded leader even had a strange expression of disbelief. "David, did I hear you right? Two of them, threaten all our bounty hunters." It's been a long time since we met. Tony felt that this group of bounty hunters didn't know the heights of the sky, and the bounty hunter also felt that he didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. When will A-level bounty hunters be threatened like this? At least the bearded chief hasn't been seen in years. "David, send a stalker? Fight him close. Let these two natives experience what it means to be a bounty hunter. Let them know the gold content of rating A. Bounty hunters don't just sit in a spaceship and biobio fire 2 shots. Every bounty hunter team, except for the spaceship technicians, almost has a good combat unit. There are not a few bounty hunters who have the same idea as the bearded captain. All of a sudden, several shuttle spaceships opened the cabin doors one after another, and several bounty hunters of different heights, fat and thin, floated out of the cabin wearing temporary spacesuits. What's more, he also wears Tony's similar steel battlesuit. None of these bounty hunters rated are easy to deal with. They joined the fray, focusing on Tony and Thor in a straight line. Among them, the most powerful ones almost all have level sub-god fathers. It is the kind of existence that is weaker than Thor's father and Odin. It was a Murloc in a black battlesuit. As soon as he came up, he grabbed Thor's ankle, and a 360-degree super windmill came, which directly shook Thor up. Immediately afterwards, a fist the size of a casserole hit Thor's head. All of a sudden, Thor's eyes brightened. Before he could react, a sledgehammer studded with fangs hit him immediately, causing Thor to wake up instantly. Fuck. Is something wrong with this group of bounty hunters? Tony, can you handle it? Sneak attack? Don't talk about weird. 3 or 4 bounty hunters beat themselves to one. Thor was attacked, and Tony's side was not left either. The bounty hunter who was also wearing a steel battlesuit shot very boldly. The overwhelming warheads were output at Tony as if they didn't want money. Tony hadn't started to deal with the bounty hunter when the stalker with the vibrating dagger came over. That knife, with a hard stroke, left a hole in the nano battlesuit. The defense was broken, but the damage was very low. This hole was automatically repaired by the nano battlesuit in less than a second. Although it doesn't hurt or itch, it can't stand the crowd. Stinger, cooperate with J.A.R.V.I.S, full-scale killing mode, don't show mercy. Tony directly chose to hand over the battle to the combination of J.A.R.V.I.S and Stinger. In the face of multiple enemies, it's not wrong to hand over the control to these two guys. When this pair fights in groups, they will calculate the optimal evasion plan and counterattack plan in the shortest possible time. Compared with Tony's own manipulation, the combat effectiveness will increase by at least 50%. Only then did Tony have the time to respond to Thor. It can be dealt with in a short time, but not necessarily after a long time. Tony looked at the group of shuttle spaceships in the distance, and the bounty hunters were constantly getting out of the cabin and joining the battlefield. I really don't know how Lin Feng got into trouble with this group of people. And those two little ones, and why they flew here, I have to ask carefully when I look back. Boom! Tony was still thinking, just dodging the attacks of 2 bounty hunters, when the shelling from the shuttle ship over there hit him in the back. Fuck. Don't even talk about weird. Thor, come close to me, and hit me, Tony yelled angrily. At the same time, an energy harvester opened up behind him. Oh. Thor understood, his eyes were covered with a layer of lightning, and his body began to discharge electricity, shocking the surrounding bounty hunters away. He flew towards Tony quickly, and then the lightning gathered all over his body directly hit the collector. The thunderbolt, which was as thick as a bucket, directly made Tony's black battlesuit start to surround with thunderbolt fluctuations. Tony in the battlesuit felt numb all over, and let out a pleasant roar. Sir, energy reaches 1000. Release the concussion cannon. In an instant, cracks appeared on the whole body of the nano battlesuit, and traces of lightning seeped out of them. Originally pure black battlesuit, at the moment is bright and scary, as if it is about to explode. Not only does Tony's mind work, he pays attention to everything that goes on in life and in battle. Improve the shortcomings, constantly evolve. Aren't the various functions of the little spider battlesuit all lessons learned by Tony in the battle? Including this combo with Thor now. To be honest, the combination technique that Tony imagined at the time was Lin Feng's first choice. Lin Feng's heat ray has been analyzed, and the energy index is frighteningly high. If Lin Feng can give him a shot, among other things, the laser weapon on his body can cut a planet. But Tony also knew that he was overthinking Lin Feng's heat ray. Let's not say that Blue Star at that time didn't have the material to withstand it. With this heat ray down, it is almost possible to directly open a hole for myself and the nano battlesuit, and absorb a fart. And with Lin Feng present, there is a high probability that there is nothing wrong with me. For a second, countless thoughts flashed through Tony's mind, but the attacking action in his hands did not stop at all. The diffused thunder light dyed Tony's whole body into a thunderstorm area, and continued to spread towards the surroundings. It's just a ion perm for the bounty hunters with hair, each facing upwards. Basically, no one on Blue Star can stop this wave of attacks. But this group of bounty hunters is obviously not that easy to deal with. They took off the temporary sailing suits damaged by the lightning, put on new ones, repaired them and attacked again. However, there are also a few who are not very strong. They suffered a lot of damage in the attack just now, and they flinched and harassed from afar. What are these people made of, so resistant to beating? Tony cursed angrily, wanting to give him another blow. If it doesn't work, try again? But these bounty hunters are smarter. Their combat literacy is not low, and they quickly separated a group of people to go up and entangle Thor, not giving them a chance to reunite. Separate the two. Stalker, Murloc, lead a team to attack the one in the armor. Barrier, you lead other people to deal with that electric shocker. A bounty hunter acted as an interim commander, connecting all the bounty hunters on the at the moment channel. But as soon as the words fell, there was a wave of headaches and scolding. Want you to beep. Want to command loud, sir? In the next life. Which team is it talking about? Stand up and let me see how many heads you want to command. The vulgar words echoed in the channel, and the temporary commander frowned, thinking that sure enough, this group of bounty hunters refused to obey anyone. Everyone listen to me. Our current task is to solve these 2 Blue Star natives as soon as possible. The final result is to capture Lin Feng's daughter. These 2 Blue Star natives are not simple. If they don't unite, it will be bad for everyone if there is a change in a short period of time. We'll talk about other things when Lin Feng's daughter arrives. What he said in the phone call was well-founded. First take down Lin Feng's daughter, and then talk about other things. In fact, this is what everyone thinks in their hearts, but the temporary commander said it first. At the moment, the bounty hunters are divided into 2 groups. Although they are cursing and unconvinced in their hearts, they are more or less seeing the big picture. They quickly reached a consensus. The temporary command quickly withdrew from the battlefield, and remotely observed the battle situation to adjust the situation at any time. Thor's side is still blazing, ready to hit Tony again. Suddenly, a big man rushed over from the diagonal stab, and with a bang, Tuoer was directly knocked into the air for a long distance. With the blow, Thor's internal organs began to whine. Fuck, this person grew up eating rocks. Before he had time to complain, several bounty hunters had already rushed in, grabbing their weapons. Thor was busy parrying the attack for a while, and the further he repelled, the further he retreated. It seemed hopeless to attack again. As for Tony, it wasn't much better. Group battles are group battles, but there are more and more people, and Tony is also complaining. You stab, I stab, he hits the hammer again, and finally a big guy makes another kick, hanging Tony in the air like a rag doll. The clay figurine is still angry, and Tony originally is a character who refuses to admit defeat. Stinger, don't hold back your hand anymore, attack with all your strength, don't worry about expending it. Tony ordered angrily. J.A.R.V.I.S, connect to Soul Gem as energy source, start all attack plans, and start the attack according to the anti-Lin Feng level. The old boy obviously kept his hand. The battlesuit also has a higher level attack mode. The symbiont battlesuit can fight without energy, but access to energy will greatly increase the attack and battery life. In fact, although Tony has already figured out how to use Mind Gem to power the battlesuit, the reactor is still used the most on weekdays. Lin Feng warned Tony that if you use infinite gems too much, it will inevitably have some impact on yourself, so this Mind Gem is basically not used much on weekdays. The Infinite Gems program has been launched. Anti-Lin Feng mode, open. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded immediately, and then, Tony's black battlesuit began to shine again. But the difference from just now is that this time it shines with orange light. At the same time, the battlesuit thickens at a speed visible to the naked eye. A nano battlesuit with smooth lines has transformed into a heavy armor. The cold black with a faint light looks extremely thick and durable. The stinger howled and protruded a lot of tentacles from behind, each with a green stinger on the top of the tentacles. The last time I used this trick was when I was fighting with that Mohican ant. Be careful, those green thorns are poisonous. Behind the battlefield, the temporary commander fixed his eyes and quickly made a judgment. However, Tony, who has access to the energy of Mind Gem, the attack speed of at the moment is not comparable to before. Like Gatling, the tentacle began to exhale poisonous stingers. The poisonous stinger shot up, and the sight couldn't catch up. Fuck, I got tricked. What is this? I feel my strength is draining. Ask for help, ask for support. The wailing and cursing of the bounty hunters sounded on the channel. Almost the moment the stinger pierced their skin, the toxin immediately invaded and directly hit the brain, making everyone unconscious in an instant. This is the bounty hunter. For an ordinary person, 1 second is enough to kill him. But even so, some bounty hunters with poor strength have already begun to lose their lives. Did anyone die? Escaped? Never mind, Tony also has the Infinite Gems energy version of the laser weapon. The bounty hunters complained. The sharp sword that could hurt Tony before, but now it is drawn on the body, and it can splash a little spark is respect for them? Tony shoots down swaths of the bounty hunters, and even pulls out some of the gunfire and stingers to support Thor. Under the mask, Tony couldn't hold the joy on his face. As expected of the anti-Lin Feng mode, it is easy to use. Against the model of Lin Feng, Tony had a concept a long time ago, but because of Lin Feng's strength and his lifelong friendship with him, he let it go. Until Lin Feng handed him the Mind Gem, Tony picked up the plan again. But even though it was called the anti-Lin Feng mode, Tony did not feel defensive towards Lin Feng. Tony just thinks that the anti-Lin Feng model can reflect the strength of this model, and there is more meaning of ridicule in it. Thor laughs loudly in his earpiece. I said, Tony, if you have this name, you are not afraid of being hammered by Lin Feng. With Tony's support, Thor suddenly felt a lot more relaxed, and he was able to make a few jokes. Tony rolled his eyes and said, you've got it, hurry up and get rid of them. J.A.R.V.I.S, mark the location of all enemy ships. Too lazy to talk to Thor, Tony intends to kill them all, who made them target Lan Xing and Lin Feng. And Tony's already looked in their onboard storage, no one's a good one. Wait, what are they doing? Running away. Tony was enjoying the fight, and suddenly found that these bounty hunters seemed to have discussed it, and quickly retreated to their respective spaceships. What's going on? Thor was also confused. Is it so realistic? Just run away if you can't beat it? But the two of them obviously thought wrong, and soon, those bounty hunters who retreated came back again. It's just that there is an extra strange-looking stick in their hands. The front of the stick is inlaid with long, glowing orange rhomboid crystals, and each person holds one. What is that? Tony used the function of the battlesuit to zoom in for analysis. Sir, the energy index is too high for material analysis. At the moment, Thor's voice also came over. Tony, be careful, I feel that the stick they took out is not easy. Thor stopped the teasing before, and asked solemnly. Anyway, he is also the eldest prince of Asgard, and he can still sense things that threaten his life. Well, I know. Tony responded. Looking at those sticks his scalp was numb, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Intuition told him that he should not be touched by this thing. J.A.R.V.I.S. Increase the energy dispatch to the thrusters to 50, fight from a distance, don't get close to them. Back and forth, the bounty hunter rejoined the battlefield. They didn't even use the weapons they had before, and they just charged at the two of them with sticks. This is the special weapon of the Time Management Bureau that the bounty hunters received when they received the mission. There are two main functions of this thing. Teleportation, and annihilation cuts off the life forms it encounters. Just like a mouse, easily drag the living body to the recycle bin and smash it. Generally, this thing will not be lent to bounty hunters. This operation by the administrator is a serious violation. Even if Lin Feng is caught this time, it can only be said that she will make up for her mistakes, and she will not be able to escape the punishment she deserves. Bounty hunters with sticks are like mad dogs chasing Tony and Thor around. Behind the battlefield, the bearded leader looked puzzled. Do they know the ability of this weapon? You were playing well just now, why did you run away when you saw this stick? After thinking to no avail, the bearded man shouted directly on the public channel. Attention everyone, time is running out, seize the opportunity to eliminate these two natives. Also, be careful not to hurt the black spaceship. In the black spaceship is Lin Feng's daughter, if one accidentally eliminates her, the chips will be gone. The bounty hunters didn't reply, but the momentum of rushing towards the two became more violent. On the battlefield, Thor struggled to avoid the bounty hunters attacking him. His flight ability is limited, and his speed is not to say how fast, every time he avoids the stick almost every time. And look at Tony. Powered by Mind Gem, 50 of the energy was allocated to the thrusters, so no one could catch up to him at all. While flying the kite, Tony counterattacked with long-range weapons. For a while, the bounty hunters couldn't take Lin Feng down, but the number of people here began to drop sharply. It can't go on like this. Tony caught Thor's embarrassment out of the corner of his eye, and with a thought, he turned around and flew towards Thor. There is no way to get entangled like this. His energy is almost unlimited, but Thor doesn't have that much physical strength to keep fighting. And there are two little ones behind him. If this fight continues, it will become a protracted battle. Tony directly linked to Iron Blood's channel. Lin Jilly, Martina, quickly return to Blue Star. Now, immediately. The stick was too weird, Tony really didn't dare to touch it, and the best way he had figured out so far was for the two little ones to go back to Blue Star first, and then he and Thor retreated immediately. I don't know if these people will kill Blue Star directly, but retreating now is the best way. The battlefield is like this. It changes rapidly in a short time. In just a few minutes, disadvantages become advantages, and advantages become disadvantages. Inside the iron-blooded spaceship, Lin Jilly frowned slightly. She looked at the battle area and understood. This battle situation is a bit anxious. How about I go directly to deal with them and stop playing games? Lin Jilly said to herself, tilting her head. That stick was really weird, but Lin Jilly easily analyzed its function. Indeed, now is not the time for slapstick. Lin Jilly feels that if she doesn't make a move, her Tony uncle and that strange big guy will fall here. But at this time, in the battlefield, Thor didn't check any of them, missing a bounty hunter. The stick pointed straight at him and poked it. For a moment, Thor was stunned. Die soon, was Thor's first feeling. But the stick was already in his face, and Thor had no energy left to dodge. Thor. With a loud shout from Tony, the armor on his arm quickly bounced off, and a streak of orange energy quickly swept across the space and arrived in front of Thor. The orange energy formed a shield in front of Thor. The moment the stick touched the energy shield, sparks were sparked. Barely a second later, the energy shield disappears, giving Tony and Thor a chance. Thor struck a bolt of lightning, repelling the attackers. On Tony's side, poisonous stingers were flying all over the sky, and they also rushed to Thor. Without saying a word, Tony flew away immediately holding Thor. The armor at the forearm of his nano battlesuit was constantly emitting black smoke. The energy shield just now used the energy of Mind Gem, which is almost Tony's current method with the highest defense. However, it was this energy shield that lasted for a second and then broke, which made Tony even more frightened. And at the moment, due to the energy overload, the armor at the forearm has been damaged, and the previous defense method cannot be used to pull. A group of bounty hunters, known as the Blue Star natives in their mouth, slipped around the universe like flying a kite. You chase me for a while, and I chase you for a while. Thor and Tony aren't much better, though. These two people were chased away like running dogs. In the spaceship, Lin Jilly couldn't help watching this aggrieved scene, and directly activated the reading ability in Tony's head. Uncle Tony, do you want me to help you deal with them? Tony wondered why Lin Jilly's voice sounded in his head, but the movement of fleeing for his life did not weaken at all, dragging Thor to continue racing at high speed. There is no way, if you stop, you will be poked, and if you poke, you will die. Why haven't you returned to Blue Star yet? Go back quickly, don't make trouble. Tony caught a glimpse of the iron-blooded spaceship still staying in place, and couldn't help being a little annoyed. I didn't make trouble. I can really solve them? I'm the Emperor of the Universe. Lin Jilly pouted dissatisfiedly. The corners of Tony's eyes twitched. God T, the Great Universe? When is it still in the 2nd grade? Although he knew that Lin Jilly was unusual, he didn't know that she was a cosmic cube. And with her small body, Tony treats her like a child. How could it be possible for a child to do the beatings and murders? He didn't want blood on Lin Jilly's hands. Sir, someone is approaching the iron blood spaceship. Before he finished babbling with Lin Jilly, the voice of J.A.R.V.S sounded in the helmet. What? Tony was startled, and hurriedly looked towards iron blood. From the auxiliary perspective of the battlesuit, 3 bounty hunters in black were quietly approaching the iron-blooded spaceship. It was pitch black, as if it had merged with the universe. You. Hurry up and go back to Blue Star. Hurry up and jump. Iron blood, activate the jumping device, target Blue Star, jump right now, right now. The veins on Tony's forehead popped up. He was angry at Lin Jilly, but more anxious. Sir, I have to remind you that with Miss Martina in the spaceship, your command authority is level 2 and you cannot control the spaceship jagged. Blanche. Tony can't wait to die in place? Shit, what the hell is this? Can I still play? Thor, can Heimdall teleport away that spaceship? Tony's head was spinning rapidly, and he hurriedly asked Thor who was in his hand. At the same time, he turned his direction again and flew towards the iron-blooded spaceship. Thor was dragged flying around, his head a little dizzy. No, Heimdall can't teleport the one inside. Tony was really going crazy. At this moment, something happened that made Tony's head disconnected even more. When the 3 bounty hunters were about to arrive at the spaceship, Lin Jilly, she actually flew out from the spaceship. My eyes are tearing apart. If Tony hadn't been transformed by the symbiont, he would definitely be able to get high blood pressure at this moment. Lin Jilly, go back. Tony gritted his molars and shouted every word. I'm not kidding. If you kill someone, think about whether you can keep your ass after Lin Feng finds out. As soon as these words fell, Lin Jilly's small figure who had just floated out of the spaceship trembled suddenly, and then shrank back unwillingly. Old antique? It's really old antique. How long have I lived? What's wrong with killing a bounty hunter? I'm the Emperor of the Universe. Does this uncle understand the words by Universe Emperor? Lin Jilly retracted the spaceship, complaining unhappily, her face full of helplessness and embarrassment. But because of Tony's threatening words, he couldn't help touching his butt subconsciously. Outside the spaceship, the 3 bounty hunters were overjoyed when they saw Lin Jilly floating out. But before she could make a move, Lin Jilly suddenly shrank back again, making the 3 of them a little confused. What is she doing? Bounty Hunter A asked, rubbing the back of his head. I don't know, leave her alone, let's board the ship directly, don't waste time. Bounty Hunter B said calmly. Bounty Hunter C didn't say a word, and landed on the spaceship. Boom! As soon as his feet hit the ground, an orange energy cannon the thickness of a bucket blasted over from the slanting stab. There is no scum left to directly bombard the Bounty Hunter? Do you think I am the 2nd most powerful Blue Star, the leader of the Symbiote Legion, and the Stinger Iron Man Tony Stark is not there? Fuck. The 2 remaining bounty hunters were shocked, and their figures receded like a tide. Looking up, it turned out that the Blue Star native in the black battlesuit flew over. The wristband of his right arm was still sparking with electric sparks. Obviously he was the one who fired that shot just now. After blasting the bounty hunter C, Tony quickly flew in front of the iron-blooded spaceship. In the attack just now, he used the energy of Mind Gem to attack. Both of the battlesuit's attack mods using infinite gems are now broken. But don't panic, give the Stinger some time and it can be repaired. At the moment, the most important thing is to solve the bounty hunters. Looking at the group of bounty hunters who were still chasing him, Tony took a deep breath and let out a loud drink. Wait a moment. After drinking this, the screen in Tony's helmet started to flicker. He used the ability of Mind Gem to shout directly on the local public channel. The words mixed with a hint of Mind Gem fluctuations directly made the bounty hunters dizzy and subconsciously stayed where they were. Damn it, how did you do it? Thor looked at the bounty hunter who stopped chasing in surprise. Tony bared his teeth, and his head was a little dizzy, which was a side effect. I used the ability from infinite gems and made them stop. You still have infinite gems. Thor was even more surprised. You have this thing, didn't you take it out earlier? Can't you just wipe them out with infinite gems? Do you think infinite gems is a razor? You can use it with the push of a button. Tony complained, rolling his eyes. Infinite gems is temporarily unavailable. Several of his devices using infinite gems have been damaged. Although the Stinger can make 2 more, or recover quickly, the cost of using infinite gems multiple times is too high. Then what should we do now? How long have you controlled them? Thor was also anxious, and began to gather power of the thunder and lightning, wanting to take advantage of the present to destroy as many as possible. Tony said with a sullen face, 1 minute. But don't panic, I still have a very powerful trick that doesn't work. A very powerful trick. Thor was taken aback, turned his head suspiciously, and delayed the condensing of the thunder and lightning. Yeah. Tony nodded heavily. Then you use it, what are you waiting for? Thor was really numb. You have infinite gems but you don't use them, and you don't let go of your big moves. What are you going to do? Tony said with a sullen face. I didn't want to use it at first, but now it seems that I have to use it. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and use it. Tony smacked his lips, and pulled out a triangular metal disc with his backhand. There was a clicking click without any hesitation, and then Tony laughed, an incomparably ferocious smile. Chase, let and chase? Now I want to see who is chasing who? Looking at this ferocious smile, Thor's heart skipped a beat. Just 2 seconds after Tony pressed the button, a little golden light suddenly appeared around him. There were more and more golden lights, and soon a golden circular line was formed in the universe. In the next second, the scenery inside the circle changed drastically. Lin Feng, rubbing the back of his head, walked out suspiciously. Tony? Call me for what? Lin Feng, who was still sleeping in the Milky Way just now, felt Tony's call for help, immediately put away 3 soul gems, and teleported them through the magic portal. Having said that, it's been a long time since I've been summoned by Tony. Lin Feng sent out a lot of rescue devices, but not many were actually used, but that was good, at least it proved that they rarely encountered danger. Huh. After Lin Feng greeted him, he suddenly frowned. Tony and Thor together? It should be that Asgard's journey is not over yet. But behind this, Predator spaceship? In the spaceship, Lin Jilly, and Martina? Fuck. What's the situation? Wait. What's up with the bunch of strangely dressed and strangely shaped aliens in front of us? Look at the orange stick-shaped weapons in their hands. Bounty hunter? Lin Feng rolled his eyelids and understood a little. This is the bounty hunter who took the mission and came to Blue Star to squat himself, right? But here, it seems to be a Centaur galaxy, went the wrong way. And, Martina and Lingerie, Tony, and Thor. How did this weird combination come together? The scene looks so weird. Well, although I can guess that the opponent is a bounty hunter. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. But, what's going on with you guys? Tony's eyelids twitched, but after seeing Lin Feng's arrival, he no longer had the worried expression before. I'll explain to you later, let's get rid of these bounty hunters first. Tony responded with a sigh of relief. Don't worry, they are not good people. They are here to deal with you. I checked their database and they are all villains. As if afraid of Lin Feng's psychological burden, Tony immediately explained. But he thought too much. Lin Feng definitely knew that few of these bounty hunters were good people. Hurry up, the control time limit of Mind Gem is coming. Lin Feng nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, I'll take care of them. Indeed, the most important thing is to solve the blind bounty hunters in front of you first. As he spoke, Lin Feng flipped his wrist, and took out a magic wand from the space. Tony frowned, feeling that things were not simple. What? Lin, what are you doing with a branch? Twigs. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This wand must have self-awareness, and he would probably be so angry that he would give Tony a bite. You just watch it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, his figure slowly floated forward. And at the moment, the bounty hunters also woke up. That's Lin Feng. As soon as they woke up, everyone saw their mission target and floated towards them with grim smiles on their faces. Lin Feng at the moment's abnormal smile and aura, as well as the strength in the task description, made them subconsciously take a step back, but they reacted immediately. Shame? Blush? What are you afraid of? You guys, aren't you here to bring him to the time administration? Then the ant said it all, life and death don't matter? Come on everyone. The bearded leader huddled in the shuttle spaceship and called out loudly. It's really embarrassing. They are all holding special weapons given by the time administration in their hands, and 20 or 30 people can still be scared back a few steps by one person. I have never seen such a shameful thing. The scolding exploded in the ears of all the bounty hunters, and everyone reacted immediately. That's right, isn't this the mission goal? What are you talking about? The bounty hunter who acted as the temporary commander immediately shouted, everyone go together. Those who have shields open the shields. Melee and long-distance combat are carried out simultaneously. According to the intelligence, the mission target's ability in close combat and long-distance combat is not bad. In this case, it is necessary to work together. Roar. The bounty hunters got excited and were about to step forward with sticks in hand. But then, a scene that they will never forget happened. It is also the last scene of my life. I saw the mission target, holding something like a wooden stick high up. He seemed to be muttering something. Awada eats a big melon. In the next second, Lin Feng swung down his wand raised high, pointing at the bounty hunters team. Bright green, so dazzlingly bright, shot out from the top of the wand. The green light, fleeting, hit a bounty hunter in an instant. Under the attack, the bounty hunter turned into a cloud of fly ash. This move immediately scared the bounty hunters. What kind of attack method is this? Don't worry about it, just get out of the way. But it's not over yet. The first bounty hunter to fall is like a signal. Next, a sky full of green light flew in this universe. Awada eats a big melon. Awada eats a big melon. Fuck, doesn't he need money for this skill? Awada eats a big melon. Boss save me. Awada eats a big melon. Every time a big melon is eaten, a bounty hunter will die. The bounty hunter who hadn't been recruited ran away for a while, crying and screaming, and had no intention of attacking at all. This thing, you can't even dodge it, it's ridiculously fast, and it can't even turn to track. The protective shield is open to the maximum, it doesn't work. Awada eats a big melon. Lin Feng continued to wave his wand. The more you wave, the easier it is. The more you wave, the more excited you are, just like playing a game. Behind him, Thor and Tony exchanged glances. That branch, could it be some kind of artifact? Thor swallowed, and asked Tony suspiciously. Tony rolled his eyes, I don't know, just watch. But next, we don't need to take action. Tony was completely relaxed now, and the communication stinger began to consume energy, repairing the battlesuit. Awada eats a big melon. After gnawing again, the bounty hunters were almost depleted. This is the only dark magic that Lin Feng has learned from the Forbidden Magic book so far. The Annihilation Curse, once cast, will directly shatter the body and soul together. As for why he called Avada to eat big melons, Lin Feng simply felt that these words sounded more elegant and easy to pronounce. Presumably Voldemort, who has no nose, wouldn't mind saying it that way. One by one the bounty hunters fell. After Lin Feng joined the battlefield, reaping their lives was as easy as drinking water. The bounty hunters sitting in the shuttle spaceship behind couldn't sit still. The bearded leader watched his strong general being smashed to pieces by a green light, and pointed at the battlefield tremblingly. This beating up people is like chopping melons and vegetables, completely unreasonable. Unlike any target they have encountered in their careers, this is completely powerless to fight back. Stop it, boss, what should we do next? David trembled as he watched. What time is it? Still here in a daze. How is the charging of the main gun? The bearded leader asked word by word, and he pinched his palm to force himself to calm down. That green, ray-like attack is outrageous. No matter what the strength is, when it comes to Lin Feng, it's a bowl of water, and they will die. Although everyone overestimated Lin Feng's strength over and over again, but seeing the life-threatening green light with their own eyes, they couldn't resist in their hearts. The main battery charge is 95, but boss, there is a problem. The speed of the main gun is not very fast. According to the intelligence, he should be able to dodge it easily. The bearded leader rolled his eyes wildly and stopped touching his beard. Don't panic. He won't hide. The bearded leader said. Connect me to the communication channel of other spaceships. I have something to say. David swallowed, looked away from the battlefield, and immediately sent link requests to all the spaceships. He didn't know why the boss said Lin Feng wouldn't hide, but to be honest, he wanted to run now. After Lin Feng killed the bounty hunters in the battlefield, shouldn't it be their turn? In the battlefield, Lin Feng twisted his wrist. I don't know what the magic spell is. It looks like a gun, and it still has recoil when it emits green light. It's weird, but it adds some fun to the attack. After waving his hand and pointing out the last bounty hunter, Lin Feng set his sights on those spaceships. Then, he turned his gaze to another place. There was nothing there, but Lin Feng seemed to see something, with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. Tony, you and Thor get into the spaceship and go back to Blue Star first. I've dealt with all these spaceships, and I'll go back to find you. Lin Feng turned his head and ordered. Tony nodded without asking any further questions, and flew onto the iron-blooded spaceship. I have a second-level authority, so I can't let you walk in, but you won't refuse me when I go in, right? In the current situation, Tony is also a little confused, why the target of this group of bounty hunters is Lin Feng. He can only ask when he returns to Blue Star, and then he goes back to Asgard. Thor and Tony walked into the cabin together. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Jilly yelling at Tony with her teeth bared. Uncle Tony, you're lying. You made a promise not to tell Lin Feng, big brother. Lin Jilly's little canine teeth were grinding vigorously, wishing to give the dishonest Tony a big tree a bite. Tony shrugged. I mean, you can't kill someone, otherwise I will tell Lin Feng about your killing, but I didn't say I won't tell Lin Feng that you are here. Oh no, strictly speaking, I didn't tell Lin Feng that you were here either. He saw it himself. Lin Jilly was stunned. Seems like that's the case too, but something seems wrong. Lin Jilly frowned and tilted her head. Forget it, it's useless to think clearly. Anyway, this time, my ass probably won't be able to keep. In the distance, the bearded leader stared. Are they going to run? Ugh, it looks like he wants his daughter to run first. David replied, staring at the monitor. In their line of sight, the head of the spaceship had already entered a huge amounts of golden circle, and it seemed that it was about to retreat without any accident. And that golden circle is obviously Lin Feng's handwriting. Fuck, how can this work? The bearded man patted the seat and stood up. Everyone, did you see that Lin Feng's daughter is going to escape first? We don't know where she's going, but we have to seize the opportunity. In 10 seconds, I will activate the main gun. Please join me in opening it. The link channel of the bearded man has not been closed yet, and he immediately directed David to share the main gun launch procedure. These bounty hunters are also old enough. Not only the bearded man is quietly charging the main gun, but almost all the spaceships have been charged, which is a surprise. Time was running out, and there was no chance for everyone to think about it. It was the secondary artillery that was blasting against the iron-blooded spaceship before, and the bounty hunters didn't know if that strange black spaceship could withstand the salvo of so many Shuttler's main guns. But it's better to gamble than do nothing. 10 seconds is fleeting, so you must be decisive. At the moment, half of the iron-blooded spaceship got into the golden circle. Fire! The bearded leader roared. The entire dark galaxy suddenly lit up again. Nearly 30 main guns were shot, and the thick and scary beam of light hit the black spaceship. The bearded leader looked at the screen on the monitor. To say I'm not nervous is an understatement. but he was more than 90% sure that Lin Feng would not dodge. As soon as he dodged, isn't there her daughter's spaceship behind him? Therefore, this wave of firing should be a business that is sure to make money without losing money. However, is the fact really what he thought? Lin Feng maintained the portal, watching the incoming beam of light expressionlessly. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh. Just come out with something to embarrass yourself? Hey. The somewhat bored Lin Feng waved his wrist casually. The wand in his hand drew a circle, and then a black ball was formed in front of Lin Feng. The orb, like a black hole, begins to absorb energy from its surroundings. The beams of light that came pouring in, seemed to be attracted by the unknown, turned involuntarily, and turned into the black sphere one after another. Nearly 30 shots of the main cannon's charging attack didn't even make a fart ripple. Suffocating bounty hunters. Boss, what should we do now? David felt a little breathless. The main gun can only be charged for 1 round. During this time, the black spaceship has completely flown into the aperture, and Lin Feng has also closed the portal, and is smiling ferociously at them. Retreat first. The bearded leader's eyelids trembled. He was really frightened by Lin Feng at the moment. Although I know that this mission will not be easy, it may even be the most difficult mission in my career. But Beard still underestimated the strength of the mission target. It's not that these A-rated bounty hunters are not powerful. It's that Lin Feng's power is too unreasonable. The other bounty hunters of the level sub-godfather also couldn't withstand Lin Feng's green light attack. A complete instant kill. How do you fight this? Isn't it easy to destroy a spaceship with this kind of strength? Turn on the jumping device and go straight. Go back and join Davis and the others first, and then think of other ways. The bearded man ordered decisively. The strongest attack method that can be used at present didn't even touch the corner of the person's clothes. Why don't you go and wait for the head to be given away? The rest of the bounty hunters have the same intention. Almost all of them are the vanguard, and they want to come and scout for news. Who knew things would develop so unexpectedly? First saw Lin Feng's daughter, and then Lin Feng appeared again. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were caught off guard. Dog life is important, run first. But the calculation is pretty good. Lin Feng will give them this chance? After seeing off Lin Jili and the others, Lin Feng directly waved and flicked again. He controlled the black ball that was full of energy before, and threw it directly towards the spaceships. By the way, I also added some ingredients in it. Damn it, that thing is coming. Jump quickly. The bearded man stood up abruptly. The weird big black ball that absorbed the attack from before came straight towards them. He didn't know what was inside, but thinking about it with his brain, the chance of blocking Lin Feng's attack was too small. Boss, we seem to be unable to jump. David responded tremblingly, with a hint of crying. He is not a combatant, just a technician, not that strong psychological quality. TD, what the fuck are you talking about? Didn't I tell you to charge the jumping device from the beginning? The bearded leader rage got up, and there was also a hint of tremor in his voice. The jumping device is fully charged, but can't jump. David pressed the jump button to show the bearded leader. On the screen, it is clearly a jumping device with full energy, but it just cannot jump. What about the protective cover? Charge the protective cover to the maximum for me. Energy, unable to mobilize, the reason is unknown. The bearded leader opened his mouth blankly, unable to make a sound. His thoughts instantly became chaotic. Can't jump, can't mobilize the energy fluid, why, he can't figure it out. However, there was no time for him to figure it out. The black ball has already flown over. Then, the ball burst open. It is light, endless light. The scorching and dazzling light overwhelmed them. Before losing consciousness, the bearded man's brain was blank. The last thing I saw was outside the cabin. It seemed that none of the space shuttles were jumping. There is no time and no opportunity for birth regret or other emotions. Lin Feng's black ball went down and directly emptied the entire star field. All the spaceships, like dust on the table, were wiped away by Lin Feng with a wave of his hand. It was extremely simple, but also extremely rough. The bounty hunters who came to watch happily and cautiously would never have thought that they lost their lives in just half a day. Within half a day, they went from full of confidence, to the surprise of seeing Lin Feng's daughter, to the fear of Lin Feng's appearance, and finally to the bewilderment of being attacked. But now, everything is back to zero. The galaxy is clean, leaving no trace, just like the bounty hunters have never been here. But Lin Feng didn't destroy all the spaceships. Less than a light year away from the battlefield, there is still a shuttle spaceship. There are only 3 women in the spaceship. The 3 have obvious racial characteristics, but they are not of the same race. Sitting on the main seat was a dazzling woman with elf-like pointed ears and fair skin. At the moment, she was staring blankly at the monitor inside the spaceship. The picture on the monitor is exactly the battlefield where Lin Feng is. Zoe, how are you? Seeing her dumbfounded and silent, another woman sitting in the driver's seat stood up with some concern in her eyes. The woman with pointed ears regained her senses when she heard someone calling her. I'm fine. Roy shook his head. She is Lotlin's sister. However, there is no blood relationship. This time I came to the Centaur Galaxy, also because of Luotlin's order. It's just that Luotlin told her to observe from a farther place, and retreat as soon as possible if the situation is not good. Luotlin obviously still had some ideas about the mission rewards, and after a lot of entanglement, she still sent the most powerful Roy under her command to check on the situation. Although I don't have much hope, I still have to make some efforts, at least I have worked hard, right? And it was precisely because of Luolin's instructions that Roy's spaceship was not directly wiped out of the universe by a black ball from Lin Feng like other bounty hunters. Exhaling again, Ruyi asked, Kuna, has the picture just now been saved? Also, is it possible to jump now? It has been saved, the jumping device has returned to normal. Sitting in the driving seat, the girl named Kuna responded with some surprise after manipulating it a bit. For some unknown reason, the jumping device directly failed. Hearing this, Ruyi nodded thoughtfully. The failure of the jumping device should be inseparable from the attack of the person on the screen. Lin Feng solved so many bounty hunters like chopping melons and vegetables. What it represents behind it is that Lin Feng is far beyond their strength. At least let Ruyi face the fire of so many bounty hunters, she guesses she can't last a minute. This is the result of complete crushing of strength. Lin Feng's strength was beyond their comprehension, otherwise it would not be possible to easily eliminate dozens of bounty hunters' spaceship teams. Thinking about it, Roy stepped down from the main seat, came to Kuna's side, and patted her on the shoulder. Let's go, jump. It seems that Lotlin's big sister is hopeless this time, the opponent is too strong. Kuna's eyes darkened, and she began to operate on the console. Yeah, the big sister has been thinking about something for so many years. Now it seems that hope is about to fail again. Roy patted her on the shoulder again, and stopped talking. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Lotrin big sister? Is it your leader? What does she need? I'm interested. Can you tell me? A male voice suddenly sounded in the spaceship. Roy froze in place, his eyes widened, and for a moment, he even stopped breathing. Litrin's bounty hunter team is composed entirely of women. Although everyone comes from different galaxies and even different species, but men are such creatures, they can still often see ears. It's just that this sudden male voice sounded in the spaceship, so it's not normal. In the spaceship, Ruyi broke out in a cold sweat. For a while, he felt his hands and feet were cold, and his breathing became short of breath. She turned her head stiffly. In the seat that originally belonged to her, sat a man. Very sunny, very handsome, directly proportional to his deadly level. Lin Feng smiled and looked at the two in front of him. He had noticed the spaceship from the very beginning. This is the farthest of all bounty hunters. And unlike the bounty hunters Lin Feng saw, there were 3 women in the spaceship. Definitely, this is not a reason for Lin Feng to keep his hands and not kill them. One is because they didn't participate in the battle against Lin Jili, so they were considered smart. The second one is that Lin Feng wants to ask them something. But judging from the current situation, Lin Feng obviously scared them. So, what does Lotrin want? Can you tell me? After waiting for a long time without a response, Lin Feng asked again patiently. Hehe, we don't know Lotrin, and who is your excellency, and why are you in our spaceship? Roy pinched the palm of his hand to force himself to calm down. Lin Feng? Isn't your target just me? What? Aliens also have indirect amnesia. Lin Feng looked at Roy's pointed ears and responded. And the flash of panic in those beautiful emerald green eyes did not escape Lin Feng's observation. I don't understand what you're saying at all. We're just a small team that likes to travel, and we just happen to be here today. Your Excellency, isn't it impolite to appear in our spaceship without saying a word? Roy beat back without any psychological pressure. Lin Feng was a little speechless. Is a big sister with pointed ears thicker than her skin? It's a good move to instantly lose memory, and I won't admit it to death. Wonderful, very wonderful. Lin Feng was silent, and Roy continued, if there is nothing else, can you leave our spaceship? We're still traveling to the next location. The corners of Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but twitched twice. Although Miss Sister has privileges with me, it doesn't mean that I can tolerate you treating me like a fool. Lin Feng stood up slowly, his smile disappeared. He's not someone who can't walk around when he sees a girl. Now that he has said that, it seems that if he doesn't give them a little trouble, his sharp ears won't be able to recognize the current situation clearly. As Lin Feng said, he slightly raised his hand, and Ruyi's face suddenly changed drastically. Do it. Ruyi said coquettishly, and quickly stretched out her hand towards Lin Feng. A grey arc attack shot out instantly, rushing towards Lin Feng obliquely. At the same time, less than half a meter away from Lin Feng's side, the space suddenly started to vibrate, and a palm holding a dagger appeared out of thin air. Seeing that Lin Feng did not dodge, Ruyi was happy. Lin Feng sighed slightly, with complicated eyes. Good guy, the game is all set up. Although she is a young lady, she is worthy of being a bounty hunter. The psychological quality is quite good, but the actions of these 3 people, in Lin Feng's eyes, are like children playing house. Including the woman who was holding a dagger, kept invisible, and quietly touched her. Are they afraid that they thought they hadn't found out? Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The grey arc also stayed in midair. Is this an attack similar to magic? The effect is stiffness and petrification. Lin Feng analyzed the attack with a glance. It seems that he wants to lose his mobility and take himself to claim the bounty, right? Still naive. In the still space, Lin Feng waved his hand and pulled the woman holding the dagger out of the stealth mode, directly blocking him. Subsequently, the time standstill was lifted. SHH. Grey's attack hit the woman holding the dagger. Her body stiffened in an instant, and her skin was covered with a layer of grey. She fell back stiffly and hit the ground. Favna. Roy widened his eyes and let out a cry. At first I thought I was going to succeed, but in the end I just felt that my eyes were blurred, and it turned out to be my companion who fell down. Oh, her name is Favna. Lin Feng squatted down leisurely and poked the stiff Favna. The skin is as hard as stone. It seems that I guessed correctly, it is indeed a skill like petrochemical. Stay away from her. Ruyi stretched out her hands, hitting Lin Feng with a grey arc as if she didn't want money. Boring. Lin Feng didn't even look at it, but just waved his hand casually to disperse the attacks. The weak ones can't even arouse the slightest interest. That's not how petrification magic is used. Lin Feng stood up, took out his small wand, and pointed at Roy and Kuna from the air. Not knowing what to do, both of them froze in place. Your petrification speed is too slow. Lin Feng turned around and sat on the seat again. Now, can we have a good chat? Although Roy and Kuna were hit by the stiff magic, Lin Feng kindly allowed their heads to move. Well, the main reason is that I can ask questions and get two stable young ladies. What did you do to us? Roy asked through gritted teeth. She couldn't figure out why she couldn't move her body all of a sudden. I didn't see this man attacking either. He just took a wooden stick and pointed at himself. Does it count as an attack? What did I do to you? Lin Feng asked a little strangely. What did you want to do to me just now? I did to you. My patience is limited. Now, I ask, you answer? Do you understand? Lin Feng no longer smiled as before, and his face turned cold. First, tell me your leader, who is Latrin. Ruyi rolled her eyes, and wanted to continue struggling. I really don't know who you're talking about, Latrin. The reason why I attacked you is because you ran to our spaceship for no reason. We three women definitely have to guard against you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, he was really impatient. Many souls fell under Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng's anger, that invisible breath of death, immediately rushed towards Rui. Ruyi only felt that it was difficult to breathe. If his body hadn't become stiff and petrified now, his legs might have started to shake. Since you don't want to say it, then I can only watch it myself. While speaking, Lin Feng stepped down from his seat again. He walked to Roy's side and pressed his palm directly towards her head. You, what are you going to do? You. Before Ruyi finished speaking, the two eyes turned into mosquito-repellent eyes, like a puppet, standing there blankly, losing consciousness. Black magic, memory reading. Under Lin Feng's control, the memory in Ruyi's head, like an accelerated movie, quickly played in Lin Feng's mind. All the information and secrets about Latrin and their team of bounty hunters are exposed to Lin Feng. It's still a bounty hunter team organized by an all-female organization. Rating, A. It seems that the overall strength is not bad, and they are all women, so you can implement your next idea. Bastard, what did you do to Roy's big sister? Lin Feng was reading, when suddenly another scream came from his ear. It's the short-legged Kuna. Courage is commendable, but noisy. Lin Feng waved his hand casually, and Kuna suddenly couldn't make any sound, and could only stare at Lin Feng anxiously. Read on. Didn't accept the task about Lin Feng, just scouting for information. And Luotlin's goal is to want the red gem among the rewards offered by the Time Administration. Isn't that a reality gem? What does she want it for? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Having said that, shouldn't all the infinite gems of the Time Administration be taken by me? Is there anything missing? Forget it, not very important. As for that Latrin, does she still have an intersection with Starka? Lin Feng kept reading the memory, and didn't stop black magic until he got all the information he wanted after a while. Well, barely meet my own requirements. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then, he lightly tapped Rui and Kuna twice. After completing this action, Lin Feng opened the portal and slipped away. Knowing all the information, I don't bother to talk to this sharp-eyed man who puts on a beautiful face but pretends to be a joke to himself. It's better to just leave. But Lin Feng marked both of them. With this mark, Lin Feng can locate them at any time. Lin Feng planned to talk to that Luotlin. His star clan, along with Natasha Romanoff, needed a cosmic eyeliner and channel for information. The efforts of Natasha Romanoff and the symbiote alone are obviously not enough. There is a ready-made channel, which will save a lot of detours. Definitely, Lin Feng's purpose is more than that, but that's all for later. Not long after Lin Feng left, the rigid magic cast on the two of them became invalid. Ruyi, who was dizzy, slowly woke up. She looked around and could no longer see the figure of the man. Ziuyi, big sister, what did that guy named Lin Feng do to you? Kuna from the side came up and looked at her big sister with concern. Roy touched his body and then his head. She didn't know what Lin Feng did. She lost consciousness when she saw Lin Feng stretching out his hand. Bowing his head in thought for a moment, Roy shook his head. I don't know either. What about Lin Feng? Kuna said. He used the strange portal before and left. Are you gone? Ruyi frowned slightly, unable to figure out the reason and purpose of Lin Feng's series of actions. A powerful, yet very strange man. Forget it, let's go back and report first, and see what Latrin has to say. Roy quickly made a decision. She knew that her brain was not as useful as Lotlin, so she might as well go back and tell Lotlin to see if she could get some cobweb traces. After thinking about it, Ruyi stepped forward and restored Favna to its original state. Favna recovered, panting violently. There was also a hint of fear in her eyes. For many years, no one can discover his invisibility. This man is really scary. In front of a real person, it is more oppressive than in the video, but it seems that it is not an existence that likes killing too much. At least the three of them have recovered alive. Before that, he didn't hold back those bounty hunters, probably because those bounty hunters attacked his daughter. The three of them couldn't understand Lin Feng's behavior, and Lin Feng had already returned to Blue Star. Tony and Thor are waiting for him at his villa. As soon as he landed in the yard, Lin Feng was amused by the sight in front of him. Susan is running around the yard chasing Lin Jilly and Martina. The two little guys ran and yelled, "Boy, is that in Susan's hand? A feather duster? Where did this thing come from?" Not to mention these, it seems that the two little guys' space trip has obviously been revealed, and they are now receiving the iron fist of Susan love, education. Lin Feng wanted to laugh, but he was afraid of hurting Chi Yu. Lin Feng can almost guess why these two things will go to the universe. Martina may not have that ability, but Ling Jilly, as a cosmic cube, can she not feel that everyone else has jumped to the door? When I used the fragments of the heart of the universe to find clues, Ling Jilly helped. In fact, the problem is not that big: a cosmic cube, a fire seed source, and a silicon-based life form, let alone an A-level bounty hunter team. Thanos will have to kneel and talk when he comes. But Susan and the others don't know. Forget it. Lin Feng lifted his feet and walked into the house. He didn't intend to explain, it's still the same sentence, so as not to hurt Chi Yu. The three chased after each other, but they didn't find Lin Feng, who could hide his figure. Lin Feng came into the house smoothly. Tony and Thor are sitting in the living room drinking tea. There's no need to ask, it's designated as the two who sued Susan. Are you done? Tony found Lin Feng and hurriedly got up and asked. Lin Feng nodded and responded with a smile, "We're done. None of those bounty hunters have escaped." Hearing this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting down on the sofa, Tony continued to ask suspiciously, "Did you do something? So many bounty hunters came to you." This is the doubt in Teacher Tony's heart. Did Lin Feng do something outrageous? A lot of bounty hunters came to Lin Feng, and all of them were quite powerful. Lin Feng chuckled. He didn't intend to tell about the Time Management Bureau. That's clearly out of Tony and Thor's reach. I do a lot of things, who knows what they are because of. Never mind that stuff, it's you, Tony. What's your situation now? Why is there a chaotic energy rushing around in your body? In the universe just now, Lin Feng didn't pay attention, and now he realizes that there is an extremely chaotic energy in Tony. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Tony touched his body subconsciously. Then, he smiled indifferently. "Small thing, I'm just doing an experiment. About infinite gems, I have some other thoughts." Tony responded calmly. He's actually doing an experiment with infinite gems. With the symbiote strength of Stinger with a hint of ancestral cellular energy, there should be no problem using infinite gems in general. But in Tony's previous battles, even the two small devices that emitted infinite gems energy were disposable, and they were scrapped after use, which obviously did not meet the normal Stinger strength. Lin Feng glanced at Tony, then nodded. "Just experiment, but try to be careful. Infinite gems, not as simple as imagined." When giving Tony Mind Gem earlier, Lin Feng warned Tony not to experiment with him and JARVIS. Thinking about it now, I was somewhat blinded by the plot of the original book. According to Tony's current ability, there is no problem at all in doing some small experiments with infinite gems. Besides, Tony is no longer the arrogant old man who wanted to save face. If something really happened beyond his control, this guy would definitely take out the emergency device to find him immediately. Facing Lin Feng's warning again, Tony also sat up straight. "Don't worry, I will be careful. But now can you tell me why those bounty hunters are looking for you? There are also Martina and Lingalai, who also need some restraint. For the spaceship that becomes a silicon-based life form, my control authority will always be under Martina. Today they can jump to the Centaur galaxy, but tomorrow they may jump somewhere," Tony said, pinching the space between his brows with some headaches. He has been in contact with Martina for a long time. At the beginning, some experiments and data of silicon-based life forms needed to be discussed with Martina. Tony treated Martina like a half-sister. Back when she was able to turn the spaceship into a silicon-based life form, Tony was worried that the brat would run around in the spaceship. Fortunately, nothing similar happened later, and Tony felt that he was thinking too much. "Today, it seems that I think too little. I didn't think about it. No, such a big surprise is coming, isn't it?" For this, Lin Feng patted his head, expressing shame. "Don't worry, Susan is fighting, already," Lin Feng said jokingly. "Up to now, I can still hear the yelling from Martina and Lingalai outside the house. Susan definitely won't fight, just let them know the seriousness of the matter." It is estimated that among this group of people, the only one who can understand Lin Jilly and Martina is Lin Feng. There is really no need to worry too much about the two of them going to the universe. These two things are placed in the universe, and if they don't make trouble for others, they are all burning incense. Who has the ability to make trouble for them? Don't look at how stupid these two are at home all day long. In front of outsiders, his little head is spinning fast. As for those bounty hunters, after Lin Feng thought for a moment, he changed the plot and told the two of them. Anyway, the Time Administration is not going to tell them. Tell them, maybe you have to involve them. After finishing speaking, the three chatted for a while, and it was evening. During the period, the two bear children also walked in dejectedly, and it seemed that they were educated by Susan with love. I guess it will stop later. It's just that when Lin Jilly saw Lin Feng, she subconsciously covered her butt, making Lin Feng see that her head was full of question marks. He didn't know how Tony had programmed him before. After dinner, Lin Feng sent Thor and Tony back to Asgard. Tony's travels aren't over yet, but his trip to Asgard is coming to an end, and soon, to StarClan. After sending the two off, Lin Feng patted his stomach contentedly, and sat on the sofa in the living room. Susan won't be sharing a room with him tonight. As an old mother, Susan is also heartbroken. She will sleep with the two little guys tonight. It is estimated that the two children will be talked about for a long time. Lin Feng took out his wand, lightly touched the switch, and the whole living room was plunged into darkness. After doing this, Lin Feng looked at his left wrist. There, wearing a Superman bracer with several gemstones of various colors. Those things provided by the system in the early days are no longer useful to me now, but Lin Feng still wears them. It can be regarded as a kind of nostalgia. Lin Feng looked down, and there were 3 translucent wristband-like things under the wristband. A translucent black wristband, with countless star-like things shining inside. This is the galaxy that Lin Feng built through the 3 soul gems before. Lin Feng reduced the 3 galaxies into a wristband file size, intertwined with each other and wore it on the wrist. As for shrinking the 3 galaxies, it was done through black magic. Definitely, besides this, Lin Feng has other methods, but the words of Ancient One, coupled with the fact that Lin Feng just came into contact with magic, the freshness has not passed, so he basically uses magic. It has to be said that in some aspects, dark magic is much easier to use. Now, the galaxy wristband nourishes Lin Feng's soul all the time. The effect is no different from him lying down and sleeping in the Milky Way. Sighing, Lin Feng not only shook his head, feeling a little amused. The way to gain power is getting more and more strange. Looking at the little stars outside the window, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little melancholy in his heart. After all, it has been many years since I traveled to the Marvel world. Thanks to all the good things in the Lin Feng system store, Susan's age seems to have stopped at the moment when she confirmed her relationship with Lin Feng. This can be said to be Lin Feng's second hometown. From the moment he set foot in Marvel, his life trajectory has completely changed. The system only gave me a lot of help in the early stages. After Lin Feng reached Silver Superman, the system basically stopped bubbling. For a long time, Lin Feng has been groping forward by himself, without any guide, and no one told Lin Feng what to do and what to do. Fortunately, the education Lin Feng has received and the environment he has received have allowed him to maintain a correct 3 views. Otherwise, it would have become a homelander long ago. To say that the only thing I did was a little too much, I am afraid that I bought it at the Time Management Bureau for 0 yuan. Lin Feng didn't know why he didn't like the time administration so much. Perhaps, it came from the information of the Time Management Bureau that I had known before, and the impression I had. The time administration, Lin Feng has analyzed more than once, is indeed not a good person. In the name of trimming the sacred timeline, he will bring all the timelines within his controllable range. Behind this, there must be some conspiracy. This feeling became even stronger after Lin Feng became the Silver Superman. But for the time being, there is no time to deal with the Time Management Bureau. Besides, Lin Feng is currently, although he is far away from home now, the boy's life is not bad, and he even has a girlfriend. Regarding his original hometown, the blue star of the original universe outside the 4 walls of the earth, Linglu still called Lin Feng every once in a while as promised. However, Lin Feng has no soul to go back. He only has a general understanding of the situation in his hometown through Linglu's description. The scientific research materials I sent back at that time were massive. Although a lot of finished products have been given, they cannot be fully mastered overnight, or in a year or 2. So far, what Linglu has told Lin Feng is that his hometown already has a complete mining ability in outer space. That's good news. Obtaining resources from the universe is also one of the purposes of exploring the universe, and it is an indispensable step in the next step of development. Now, both hometown and Lin Feng are developing in a good direction. But the trouble also exists. The comic version of Hela, the goddess of death, and the black-robed organization that spreads all over the universe. Really, the old enemy is a standard equipment for time travel? Maybe this is fate? Lin Feng thinks so anyway. After letting go of his thoughts, Lin Feng shook his head, leaving these trivial matters behind. Forget it, let's keep working hard, no matter how much you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Now that Blue Star is back, Lin Feng can experiment with another method. That is what I said before, using the unique magnetic field of the living planet, combined with the brilliance of the starry sky to strengthen the soul. Naturally, there is no need to say anything more about the experiment, and it is a success if it is definitely successful. Lin Feng just changed one of the variables, applying the effect of this magnetic field to the 3 galaxy wristbands on his wrist. The effect is naturally obvious, and now, the speed of soul improvement is faster. Lin Feng intends to observe for a while. If this improvement is stable, then use it for Susan. After experimenting with this thing, Lin Feng took out 3 more small pieces. The material, which Lin Feng could not analyze for the time being, was just a fragment of the heart of the universe. 2 of them were sent by Lin Feng duplication. So far, there are still 4 fragments of the heart of the universe that Lin Feng has not got. However, there is still no news of Hela's appearance from the few duplications who are guarding the fragments of the heart of the universe. Lin Feng was also quite puzzled. But Lin Feng is not too anxious. With the 3 cosmic heart fragments here, Hela should not be able to make any big waves. After thinking about it, Lin Feng gave another order to those duplications, and brought over the 2 fragments of the heart of the universe that they were guarding. With the body of a silver Superman with top fighting power at the multi-universe level, plus a few fragments of the heart of the universe, Lin Feng's current fighting power cannot be summed up in a few simple words. Moreover, thanks to the characteristics of Silver Superman, Lin Feng is constantly becoming stronger. Incomparably powerful power, in exchange for peace of mind? Hey. Lin Feng was constantly imagining various things in his mind, sitting in the living room thinking for a while, and laughing there for a while. When Susan came down, she thought Lin Feng was stimulated by Lin Jilly and Martina's behavior, and became nervous. What are you smirking at? You don't even turn on the light. Susan asked cautiously, afraid that Lin Feng would be in a trance right now and be stimulated by her. The sudden voice interrupted Lin Feng's train of thought. Oh, Susan. Lin Feng smiled, sitting on the sofa without getting up, and opened his arms towards her. Come here, and give me a hug. Susan rolled her pretty eyes and sat in Lin Feng's arms. They are all old husband and wife, and there is no such thing as shyness. Lin Jilly and Martina have promised me that they will never do that kind of thing again in the future. To be honest, when Tony told me, I was really scared. Susan patted her proud chest, and mentioned what happened today with some fear. She is also worried about Lin Feng wandering around in the universe, but she knows Lin Feng's ability and responsibility, and cannot dissuade her. But those 2 little brats were the kind that really made Susan feel angry without slapping her twice. Hearing this, Lin Feng touched the back of his head helplessly. Actually, Lin Jilly's ability is stronger than you imagined. I don't think you need to worry too much about her. Susan rolled her eyes again. No matter how strong you are, can you still be as strong as you? Besides, she is a child now. A child? How could she go to a place like outer space? If one doesn't pay attention, isn't it going to become an ice sculpture? Forward. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head again, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything else. With Lin Jilly's ability, it's just a stroll in the universe, it's not as serious as Susan and Tony imagined. But Lin Feng couldn't talk about Lin Jilly's identity and ability. Do you want to tell Susan that the person you are going to sleep with tonight is a weapon that can destroy the universe? Although he really wanted to defend Lin Jilly again, his reason and experience told him not to try to reason with Susan. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Feng decided to change the subject. Tomorrow, I may have to leave again. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng clearly felt that Susan in his arms froze. Then, it went back to normal. Go. Susan responded softly. Didn't you say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? I understand. Over the years, Susan knew a little about Lin Feng's affairs in the universe, and it was basically Lin Feng himself who told her. The process can be described as thrilling, and Susan is also very measured, just expressing concern, but not stopping Lin Feng. Lin Feng hugged Susan's arm tightly. It's okay, I'll be back soon this time. And I have also trained some capable men. Soon, I won't have to run into the universe every day. Trust me, it will be soon. At that time, I will be able to accompany you every day. After all this is over, how about I take you to my hometown to have a look? Lin Feng squinted his eyes, with a smile on his face. With his current strength, and taking the remaining pieces of the heart of the universe, the threat of the Black Bubble organization to Lin Feng will be further reduced. Hearing the words hometown, Susan was taken aback. This is the first time Lin Feng said that he would take her back to her hometown. Immediately, Susan smiled, also very happily. Okay, then you have to hurry up. Lin Feng looked out the window. Well, it will be soon, talks transit star. Rather than being called a transit star, it is more appropriate to say that it is from a garbage mineral planet. The planet is polarized. Half of it is rich in mineral resources, and the other half is a garbage throwing area that can't be seen directly. Well, it is a very special transit planet. The mining area is still like a normal transit star, with trading shops, hotels, and gold-selling entertainment venues everywhere. Definitely, in the garbage area, there are also a group of scavengers who are so dirty that they can't see their faces clearly. Dilapidated spaceships, energy fertilizers, and various damaged instruments piled up into hills one after another. The hills piled up with rubbish one after another also supported many scavengers. However, in these polarized areas, there is still an exchange for selling spaceships. It was built at the junction of the mining area and the garbage area. There are a large number of spaceships staying in the exchange. Brand new, used, remodeled, and even specially painted. But without exception, these spaceships are all of the same model. They are the favorite shuttle ships of bounty hunters. This spaceship is so popular, and because of this, the daily cash flow of this transit planet is also very terrifying. Because there is a problem with the shuttle spacecraft, it can only be repaired on this transit planet, or technicians are sent here to repair it. The main reason is that the core technology of the shuttle is not open to the outside world. To sum up all the above reasons, there are many bounty hunters who buy, refit, and repair shuttle spaceships here every day. But without exception, no one dares to make trouble on this planet. Because this planet is jointly owned by 3 bounty hunter teams rated above A. Litlin, Damar, and a mysterious bounty hunter codenamed T. No troublemaker can make it out of this transit planet alive. In the garbage area next to the trading office, some scavengers are doing today's work. They will sell the useful things they picked up to the spaceship exchange in exchange for living supplies. Life is definitely very hard, but at the same time they are grateful to the holders of this planet from the bottom of their hearts, because the picking work can be done by machines. Now, these scavengers are given a chance. Perhaps because of cost considerations, a group of scavengers were used. But undoubtedly, it also gave the scavengers a chance to survive. In the sky, there was the sound of an engine. On the rubbish pile, a teenager whose face could not be seen clearly looked up at the sky. That's Lord Lotlin's spaceship. Long time no see. Lotrin, one of the holders of the transit planet, has a big logo on the outside of the spacecraft, which is the exclusive logo of the bounty hunter team created by Lotrin. The old father on the side slapped the boy on the back of the head. Look at that ass. Hurry up and work, there is no food at home. The boy curled his lips, looked away, and continued digging in the trash. In the sky, the spaceship slowly landed on the exchange. Luotlin, surrounded by her subordinates, got off the spaceship and walked towards the exchange. Although it's been a long time since we saw each other, almost everyone recognized Luotlin. When they passed by Luotlin, they all lowered their heads and called out respectfully, "Sir." No way, Luotlin's appearance is too recognizable. Although the veil covers half of the face, but that temperament, that pair of eyes, and that figure, there is no way to forget it after one glance. "You're late, Lotrin." In front of the exchange, Staka saw the appearance of Lotrin, and a smile appeared on the normally expressionless tough guy. Men, when they see beautiful things, they mostly look like this. "It's you who came early, Starka." Lotrin raised her slender eyebrows and said with a laugh. The voice was soft, but with an indescribable charm. "This is really a fairy. Let's talk inside." Starka changed the subject. Lotlin had no objection. "Zoe, Kuna, Favna, come with me. Others, stay outside." After giving the order, Luotlin and his party walked inside. This time, Starka was invited by Lotrin. Starka is one of the holders of this transit star, Mr. T, who only has one code name. Few people know this level of identity of Starka the Marauder. Several people came to a small room. The walls of the room are made of special materials. As long as the door is closed, no instrument can hear the sound from the outside. On weekdays, some important matters are discussed in this room. A group of people sat down in the room. Starka first questioned. "Have your subordinates already approached Lin Feng?" Lotlin didn't deny it, and this was one of her reasons for finding Starka. "Have you found him?" Starka asked again. He is not unreasonable to think so. For so many years, it was the first time he saw Luotlin so eager for something. Although Luotlin has been persuaded, but with Luotlin's character, she will definitely not do nothing. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Lotlin will definitely do something. It's just that in the universe, there are quite a few bounty hunters looking for Lin Feng. Starka also didn't understand what the Time Administration was doing. This kind of large-scale action would expose the Time Administration to the eyes of more people. It was indeed a mentally handicapped operation. In response, Lotlin shook her head. "To be precise, we didn't find Lin Feng, but he found us. I let Roy guard outside the Centaur Galaxy." "Oh, that's the galaxy number LON 10833934. The Centaur Galaxy is named after the life planet where Lin Feng lives." In less than half a day after Ruyi passed, Lin Feng appeared. All the bounty hunters who were guarding the Centaur Galaxy have not returned. Starka was silent. He had already guessed the ending, and showed Luotlin all the scenes of Lin Feng's battle. A few A-level bounty hunter teams can't pose a threat to Lin Feng. "How did Roy come back?" Starka asked again. Litlin turned to look at Roy. "Let's put the picture out, Roy." Roy nodded, holding a memory chip in her hand. In the small room, there is a computer-like device. Roy walked over, inserted the chip into the device, and then the screen popped up. Inside is a fast-forward processed video. From beginning to end, it completely records from the appearance of the black spaceship, to the appearance of Lin Feng, and then to the mysterious appearance in Roy's spaceship. Starka didn't speak, just watched the video quietly. On the screen, the scene of Lin Feng solving a group of bounty hunters in Centaur was quickly played. Starka looked at the picture on the screen, his throat moved, and he didn't know how to comment. Lin Feng used a completely different attack method from the previous one. The same thing is that the process of solving the opponent is also smooth and easy. With just a wave of the hand, those notorious bounty hunters were reduced to ashes. And it seems that if he can appear in Ruyi's spaceship in an instant, he has the ability to teleport himself from a long distance, as well as the extremely terrifying detection ability. These are things Starka did not see last time. And after the video was played, Starka also probably knew why Lotlin insisted on inviting her for an interview. "You are being targeted by Lin Feng," Starka said decisively. What Lin Feng said in Roy's spaceship, it was obvious that he had his eye on Lotrin, although he didn't know for what purpose. But Starka felt that it would not be a good result. The face under Lotlin's veil was also a bit bitter. "Yes. I didn't expect that Lin Feng could see Ruyi from such a distance. I feel like it's only a matter of time before he finds me." Starka shook his head. "I warned you not to provoke him. If you want me to help deal with him, don't open your mouth," Starka said ruthlessly. Loreen sighed. She had known Starka would say that. Fortunately, she is not unprepared. "How about giving you 1/3 of what I own on this planet? Help me negotiate with Lin Feng. I still have unfulfilled wishes. I can't die so early." It's not that Lotlin is greedy for life and afraid of death. But if that matter is not completed, it is estimated that even if he dies, he will not rest in peace. Starka paused, then shook his head again and refused. I will be responsible for the people below. We are not equal to Lin Feng in strength, and the possibility of successful negotiation is almost non-existent. Starka is not a person who loses his head when he sees a woman. It is completely impossible to face a behemoth like Lin Feng just for a transit star. It may not be big, but isn't it still possible? Luotlin was unwilling to give up and continued to persuade. In addition to this transit star, I also have a small B3 rare mineral planet, and I can transfer it to you. Even the commissions I've earned over the years can be handed over. Luotlin can be said to have paid a lot of money. When these things are put out, it is impossible for Starka to say that he is not moved. Let's not talk about how many commissions Luotlin has earned in her career as a bounty hunter for so many years. Just talk about the mineral planet. The B3 rare mineral planet is a general term. B stands for level B, which points to the planet's mineral reserves. The number 3 means that there are more than 3 kinds of rare minerals in the planet, and the content is greater than 10 of the total minerals. Just the benefits that this small rare mineral planet can bring have already made countless people drool. Lotrin, can you tell me what your purpose is? I remember you are not so afraid of death. Starka couldn't help but ask again. This can be regarded as a secret that is not a secret of Luotlin. Everyone knows that Lotlin has always had a wish to fulfill, but they don't know what this wish is. Lotlin opened her mouth slightly and let out a faint sigh. You know I won't tell, Starka. Starka shrugged. All right, don't say it if you don't say it, and he doesn't plan to help Luotlin deal with Lin Feng. The scene was silent for a while. Starka felt that there was no point in talking any further, so he got up and was about to leave. At this moment, Lotlin gritted her teeth, as if she had made a decision. I can give you this thing too, the only chance is this time. Luotlin took out a small boutique. Starka's movements of getting up stagnated. This is the core technology of the shuttle, Luotlin said word by word. Her slender fingers gently stroked the chip, with reluctance in her eyes. If it wasn't really impossible, she wouldn't hand over this technology. This time, Starka really started to think about whether it is possible to negotiate with Lin Feng. The core technology of the shuttle spacecraft. The reason why the shuttle can jump non-stop in a short period of time, and even the flight speed and charging speed are faster than other spaceships is precisely because of Luotlin's unique core technology. In a small spaceship, the integration of energy main guns, battleship-level energy shields, and short-term high-frequency charging and jumping technology is the main reason why shuttlers become popular. And because of this, Luotlin's right to speak in this transit star is actually higher than that of him and another partner. If the previous B3 mineral planet was a one-time mining income, then with this technology, a steady stream of cash will flow into Starka's pocket. The reason why Luotlin was able to rise quickly at the beginning was inseparable from this technology that could not be analyzed for so many years. Starka was silent, never expecting Lotrin to be willing to hand over such a thing. Lotrin knew that Starka was moved. She just put the chip on the table and waited quietly for Starka's reply. There are not many things she has that Starka can fancy. If this thing can't impress Starka, then she can't do anything. The two were in this different hesitation when a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the wafer on the table. At the same time, a young male voice also sounded. Oh shit. The core technology of the shuttle, what is that? The sudden sound made everyone's heart beat instantly faster. Lotrin's body trembled visibly with the naked eye, and Starka's muscles tensed even more, and he subconsciously reached out to touch the weapon at his waist. Behind Luotlin, Roy couldn't help but took 2 steps back in fear. Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared in this top-secret room in casual attire. He sat on the only table in the room, tossing the chip in his hand, not paying any attention to everyone's defense against him. Grinning his mouth, showing his big white teeth, Lin Feng smiled playfully. We meet again, Miss Ruyi. Also, Starka, you too, we meet again. Starka's muscles were still tense, and his palm was still on the weapon at his waist, but he didn't dare to move, fearing that he would startle Lin Feng and give him an attack with glowing eyes. I don't remember seeing you, Mr. Lin Feng. Starka responded vigilantly. Lin Feng frowned. What did you say? Didn't you have a confrontation in Zixing's bar? But soon, Lin Feng remembered, as if he snapped his fingers at that time, making Starka forget everything about him. Pursing his lips, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The memory about Lin Feng came back like a tide. Do you remember now? After Lin Feng snapped his fingers, he showed a meaningful smile. Starka nodded. When he was at the Sing Sing bar, the memory of Lin Feng performing a snap of his fingers to destroy the fleet has also been restored. This memory is very stimulating. If Lin Feng hadn't erased this memory at that time, it might be the most impressive thing in Starka's career. Recalling the past experience, Starka suddenly relaxed. Because judging from the incident at the Sing Sing bar, Lin Feng is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. He even went to the door to find faults, but Lin Feng didn't really kill him. It seems that my inference is correct. The reason why Lin Feng is so cruel is that those bounty hunters attacked his daughter. After bowing his head and thinking for a while, Starka got up decisively and prepared to leave. Lotrin, I think there is still room for your business. Let's have a good talk with Mr. Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, I still have some things. Lin Feng nodded without stopping. Seeing this, Starka also breathed a sigh of relief and left the room. This time, only Lin Feng and Luo Telin were left in the room. Lotlin lowered her head. She was thinking about the meaning of Starka's words. Is there room? Have a nice talk with Mr. Lin Feng? Lin felt as if she had caught some clue. Judging from Lin Feng's appearance and Starka's series of behaviors, the two should have known each other before. It's just that due to some reasons, Starka forgot the existence of Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng snapping his fingers just now, Starka should have recovered his memory. Lin's clever little head turned rapidly. Lin Feng interrupted mercilessly from the side. Don't think about it. Starka and I have indeed met before. I am not a murderer, and you have not provoked me. The reason why I came here to see you is that I want to talk to you about something. What are you talking about? You made Roy a big sister. Kuna on the side was dissatisfied and wanted to say something, but Roy immediately covered her small mouth and pulled her back to the corner. SHH, don't talk. Ruyi gave her a warning look, and turned around to find that Lin Feng didn't pay attention to her side, so she was relieved. This Juyong little short leg has never been without a string in his brain. Kuna was very dissatisfied as she tried to pull the little hand off her mouth. But he didn't go against Roy's intentions. And at the moment, Lin's big eyes were constantly looking at Lin Feng. What would you like to talk about, Your Excellency? If it is dissatisfaction with the Centaur Galaxy, we can make compensation. Lin said tentatively. She didn't follow Roy's example of pretending to be confused. People have come to the door, and they can quietly appear in front of me, and if I fool them, I am afraid that I really think my life is long. Combining what Starka said and Lin Feng's unrevealed killing intent, Lin felt that things weren't too bad. She speculated that Lin Feng must have come here to seek some kind of compensation. After all, she sent Roy to the Centaur Galaxy to track down Lin Feng's trail. Well, at least that's what Litrin thought. The core technology of the shuttle spaceship, if you like it, you can take it away. As long as you don't pursue the matter of the Centaur Galaxy. Lin looked at the chips that Lin Feng was throwing around, and said with some distress. Finding Lin Feng's information is not a big deal. But for such a strong person, he doesn't like ordinary things. If the money is gone, you can earn it again. She gave such a big gift, and the other party should not refuse it. I can't give it to him. From the corner, the roar of the little short leg came again. That's Big Sister's treasure, why give it to him? We just went to Centaur for a while and didn't do anything to you. Why are you so stingy? You even chased me over. Hearing that Lin was going to hand over the spaceship technology, the little short legs couldn't bear it anymore. This roar successfully caught Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng looked at the short-legged driver named Kuna with a half-smile. I haven't seen such a person who is not afraid of death for a long time. Lin Feng sighed and said something. He admitted that he just sighed subconsciously, and had no other meaning. But as soon as these words came out, Lin's pupils trembled twice. Roy tightly covered Kuna's mouth with a look of despair. Zoe, take her out. Favna, you go out too. Taking advantage of Lin Feng's silence, Lin hurriedly ordered. Leaving this Juyong's short legs here, maybe everyone will not survive today. Big sister, get out. Roy and Favna finally nodded, and they went out with their struggling short legs between them. During this period, he still desperately covered the mouth of his short legs. Lin Feng was amused by seeing the displeased eyes of the short legs. The room was quiet again. Lin explained with some embarrassment, that child has been missing a string since he was a child. Your Excellency probably won't mind being with a child. Lin Feng gave her a funny look. Saying this to brace yourself? Hand Duanya is too low level. Don't worry, I won't argue with a child yet. Those short legs are indeed missing a string in their heads, just like those two of Ling Jili and Martina. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Do you need any compensation? As long as Lin can get it, I will offer it with both hands. Hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand. I'm not here for such a trivial matter. I'm not a narrow-minded person, you can rest assured. I've just made it very clear that I'm here because I want to talk to you about something. Lin Feng felt that Lotrin was making too much of a fuss. But I can understand some of her thoughts, at least it can be seen that she is a person who loves her subordinates and is responsible. This gave Lin Feng some understanding of Lin's character. Lin smiled slightly. Your Excellency, please tell me. As long as Lin Feng is not here to make trouble, there is room for maneuver. I heard that the bounty hunter team you formed are all women. Lin Feng asked. In fact, I didn't hear about it, but I saw it in the memory of the young lady who shamelessly picked it up. Lotrin didn't understand why Lin Feng asked this. Yes, they are all women who are suffering. They come from different galaxies and different races, but they have the same purpose. Everyone gathered together and worked hard to report to the group to keep warm. It's no secret that Latrin's team of bounty hunters are all women. There are not a few men who want to join Lin's team, but no one has ever succeeded. Isn't it hard work for an all-female bounty hunter team? Lin Feng continued to ask as if chatting about family matters. It's hard? It's okay, everyone is working hard. Lin said, thought for a while, and added, it's also very friendly. There is definitely some hard work, but life now is much better than before. God knows what life was like for most of her team. There are slaves, vagabonds, scavengers, almost all hard-working people. At least now they can eat enough and dress warmly, but the common goal of everyone has not been achieved. Have you ever wondered what life will be like in the future? It's impossible to be a bounty hunter for a lifetime, right? Lin Feng said again. This time, Lin's head was finally filled with question marks. She looked at Lin Feng in a weird way. Didn't she say she has something to ask? Just ask this? For a moment, Lotrin thought that Lin Feng had some strange obsession. Yes, why haven't I thought about it? It's just that why do you care about these things? Lotlin asked inexplicably. As for the bounty hunter. But what can a bounty hunter do? At least being a bounty hunter can give everyone a place to live. I chose to be a bounty hunter because I have this ability. You can make money and support the same hard-working companions. And once you set foot on this road, it doesn't mean that you can quit if you quit. If one day she stops being a bounty hunter, Lotlin guarantees that a large number of enemies will come to her. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Since that's the case, how about working under me? Lotlin was taken aback for a moment, her head tilted slightly. Just now, she was chatting about family affairs, and suddenly jumped to win over her team? Is this span too big? In Luotlin's mind, she kept pondering the meaning of Lin Feng's words. These few words of Lin Feng completely made Luotlin a little confused. Even the words that Lin Feng wooed, Luotlin felt that it was a lie. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to his own beauty? That's not right. From the very beginning, Lin Feng's gaze was only admiring, and he didn't have the greedy look that Luotlin often saw, wanting to swallow her whole. Can't figure it out, but Lotlin still smiled back. Your Excellency was joking. With your ability, how could you say the last team of bounty hunters? With the strength shown by Lin Feng, Lotlin couldn't think of any purpose for him to keep the bounty hunter team. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to laugh. I'm not joking. I need to have a team in the universe. But it's a bit troublesome to re-establish. Everything has to be restarted. I don't have that patience. Lin Feng's purpose is actually very simple. Let Lutrin's team become Lin Feng's eyeliner in the universe. Although Natasha Romanoff is also starting to develop contacts and eyeliner, the contacts and intelligence lines that Lotlin has accumulated over the years cannot be caught up by Natasha Romanoff in a short while. And Lin Feng has other goals. Relying on all of Lotrin's contacts and intelligence lines, always pay attention to whether there is a black robe in the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng already possessed enough strength to challenge the top management of the Black Robe organization. Some previous plans definitely have to be moved to the stage for implementation. It's not that Lin Feng can't sense the existence of the Black Robe. He has enough ability to monitor the entire universe. But if you want him to turn on perception to cover the entire universe for monitoring all day long, it is a bit unrealistic. And if Natasha Romanoff and the symbiote were to search for the existence of the Black Robe, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Take the present as an example. The appearance of Natasha Romanoff, as well as the appearance of StarClan specialties, has attracted the attention of many people. Searching for information about the Black Robe under such circumstances would inevitably scare the snake away. But Luotlin, a veteran bounty hunter team, can largely avoid this problem. Lin Feng can use them to collect information about the past of the Black Robe, and to monitor whether there is a Black Robe in the universe at all times. As long as the Black Robe appears, in order to collect information, some large transfer stations are places they cannot avoid. Luotlin was in a daze for a while, and couldn't help but be sure. Your Excellency is serious. Lin Feng pursed his lips and put on a serious expression. Seriously. Maybe you think it's abrupt, but I've thought about it seriously. My ability, you must have seen it, it is for my use, and I can guarantee the safety of everyone in the team. Luotlin was a little moved by Lin Feng's answer, but also a little embarrassed. She never thought about finding another boss for the team. And, still a man. If they do things for Lin Feng, they don't have the slightest chance to choose. But due to Lin Feng's force, Lotlin organized the language for a long time. Thank you for your respect. However, our team may not be as strong as you imagined. It's not easy for everyone to gather together and survive in the universe. Lotlin also asks you to raise your hand and find someone else. While talking, Luotlin carefully observed Lin Feng's face. But Lin Feng's smiling face has not changed from the beginning to the end, making her not sure what Lin Feng's mood and attitude is now. Don't refuse in such a hurry, Lotlin. Why don't you listen to my conditions first? Lin Feng still had a smile on his face. Lotlin looked bitter. Please forgive me, Lotlin really didn't consider joining anyone's power. We are just a group of poor people struggling to survive in the universe. Your Excellency, please forgive us poor weak girls. Luotlin gave her team a positioning in a few sentences. Struggling to survive, weak woman. Lin Feng shook his head amusedly. Weak woman. A-rated bounty hunter team, members come from various galaxies, most of them possess unique skills. You call this a weak woman? It was just rejecting Lin Feng's refusal. But since Lin Feng made this request, he came prepared. I know you've been doing two things. For this reason, I'm still looking for something, am I right? Lotrin's pupils shrank, but they returned to normal in an instant. What your Excellency is talking about, Luotlin doesn't understand. Not understand. Lin Feng was a little amused, and took out something from the warehouse he developed. Holding something, he stretched out his palm in front of Luotlin, and slowly opened it. Look at this thing, and I think you'll understand. Lotlin looked at Lin Feng's slowly opening palm, a look of shock gradually overflowed in her eyes. Opening her small mouth slightly, Lotrin's voice became a little hoarse. This is... Lin Feng tossed the stone as red as a flame in his hand. Lotlin's eyes moved up and down with the stone. You read that right, this is what you've been looking for, one of the infinite gems. Reality gems. Reality gem, also called ether, usually presented in liquid form. It is one of the infinite gems that can transform the user's fantasies into reality. In front of it, there is no need to talk about science. It can even turn people into noodles and still keep them alive. The first reality gem that Lin Feng came into contact with was still in Asgard. It was also because of reality gem that Lin Feng got involved with Asgard. But the current one was definitely bought by the Time Management Bureau for 0 yuan. One of your reasons for looking for her is to use its power to create a planet of life that no one can find, Lin Feng said, throwing the reality gem. In a long career as a bounty hunter, there are definitely constant sacrifices of companions, which is not what Latrin wants. And after Lotlin became a bounty hunter, no matter how hard she tried, she found that she was nowhere near her goal. She also understands that living in a world without struggle and blood is obviously utopian. But the thing in the legend can fulfill her wish. Since then, Latrin has embarked on a journey to find the reality gem. In the past few years that even disappeared, I was constantly searching for traces of reality gem in some depths of the universe. However, in the end nothing was found. Because the infinite gems in this universe are all in the hands of Lin Feng, and they have been absorbed. Where are you telling Latrin to find another reality gem? But Lotlin didn't know about it. Having been punctured by Lin Feng, Luotlin couldn't help but ask, how do you know? She did not deny the purpose. It is the common dream of everyone in the team to create a living planet that no one can find and live a peaceful and stable life. Money is earned endless. Lotlin doesn't know what others think, but her team is full of companions who yearn for a peaceful life. How do I know? Lin Feng chuckled, not wanting to answer this question. Do I want to tell you that I saw it from the head of your young lady named Ruyi? It doesn't matter how I know. The important thing is, you're oversimplifying reality gem. What is the reality gem you understand? Seeing the reality gem leaping at Lin Feng's fingertips, Lotlin suppressed the move to snatch it. I kept thinking in my heart that I can't beat it, I can't beat it. Reality gem can turn all fantasy into reality, isn't it? Your Excellency Lin Feng, please forgive my presumptuousness. Can you lend me the reality gem? No matter what the conditions are, we will satisfy you. Latrin's gaze never left the reality gem. The longing in my heart is almost overflowing. Lin Feng responded playfully, any conditions, including you, if that's what you mean. Latrin gritted her teeth and responded. She gently reached out and took off the veil that had been covering her face. An extremely delicate petite face appeared in front of Lin Feng. With bright eyes and bright teeth, Lin Feng was so surprised that he could only use 2 words to describe his psychological feelings. Even though he has seen many beautiful things, he couldn't help but gasp in his heart. This appearance is even more charming than that Zixing who looks like a succubus. Latrin's purple eyes are even more crystal clear than the reality gem in Lin Feng's hand. The hair hanging on the forehead looked a little weak, and there was no flaw on the perfect skin. The only thing that can be nitpicked is the somewhat cool tone, without any bloody skin tone. But this kind of skin color added another layer of pure filter to Luotlin. Charm and purity were mixed together on a face, and Lin Feng was stupefied for a very short time. Good guy, what kind of monster is this? How does this look? I'm afraid it's not the favorite cub of the creator god. Out of morality, Lin Feng didn't see through the face under the veil at that time, but looking at it now, it's really amazing. It was originally just a joke, but Lin Feng suddenly wanted to turn him into the truth. Your Excellency Lin Feng, are you still satisfied? There were some playful smiles on the corners of Luotlin's mouth. In order to realize the wish in her heart, she also spent a lot of money. Sacrifice one of her and let all the companions in the team live the lives they imagined. At least she thought it was a good deal. Moreover, with Lin Feng's strength and status, he wouldn't say whether he deserved it or not. Young, powerful, ready to take out reality gem, not to mention family wealth. Really, it's because she doesn't deserve Lin Feng. Anyway, over the years, I never thought of finding a partner. Now the perfect template of Lin Feng is here. Counting it, it's not a loss. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. You are really decisive. Latrin stood up and boldly approached Lin Feng. A vague fragrance caresses Lin Feng's pen tip. Isn't it good to be decisive? In so many years, this is the first opportunity presented to me, and I have no reason to miss it. Your Excellency Lin Feng, just lend me the reality gem for some time. I promise, you will be my first partner and the last one. How? Lin Feng wanted to jump up and express his 10,000 wishes. He was very moved, but he was a little afraid to move. Thinking about the observation law outside the 4th wall, and the existence of Susan, he feels that some things cannot be said on the bright side. At least, not sneakily. When Luotlin becomes one of his subordinates, it's all up to him. After calming himself down, Lin Feng responded, you are right. Reality gem, which can turn all fantasies of users into reality. All science and the laws of physics pale in comparison to this kind of stuff. Lin Feng said, manipulating the reality gem, turning the chip containing the core technology of the shuttle into a pistol. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a small shuttle spaceship. In the end, it transformed into a round, blue and white planet. This phenomenon of objects changing in front of her made Luotlin's eyes widen, and her mood became even more excited. This series of actions by Lin Feng verified the information she received. Reality gem is indeed in existence against the sky. If she looked carefully, she could find that there were creatures she had never seen before preying on the blue planet. After this kind of planet is enlarged, isn't it one of Luotlin's goals, a living planet? However, Lin Feng suddenly withdrew his energy at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the planet was transformed into a chip again. This kind of change needs to consume the energy of the user. As you can see, as long as the energy is removed, everything will return to its original appearance. Lin Feng mercilessly exposed the shortcomings of reality gem. Targets who want to see Litrin must have at least a complete set of 6 infinite gems. It is not that there are no primitive life planets in the universe, but those planets basically live under the surveillance of higher beings. Rule, there are large swaths of the universe and all living planets. Isn't even Blue Star under Odin's protection? Lin Feng knew that these were not what Lotlin wanted. What she wants is an unregulated, unobserved, perfect, and safe life planet. Lin Feng has a whole set of infinite gems, and can even create such a planet without gems. But I'm not a philanthropist, nor a dog licker, so I won't help Lotlin for no reason. And his words, like a heavy hammer, smashed Luotlin in a daze. WTF? This kind of change still needs the support of energy? I'm sorry to tell you, but with your ability, it's impossible to materialize a living planet. Even with such a small change just now, you won't be able to sustain it for more than a minute. Lin Feng shrugged, but what he said was ruthless reality. It's impossible. Luotlin's tone changed a little. Her eyes twinkle. When she was suddenly told that what she was after could not achieve her goal, Lotlin definitely would not believe it. Perhaps, it's not that I don't believe it, but that I don't want to believe it. Lin Feng had expected this situation a long time ago. He threw the reality gem at Litrin like it was a stone. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Litlin took the gem in a panic, never expecting Lin Feng to throw it to herself so easily. When she picked it up, the gemstone still had Lin Feng's body temperature, which made Luotlin's little face blush uncontrollably. Luotlin's fighting power is also very strong. With the gem in her hand, it is like holding a steady stream of energy blocks, giving Luotlin a very strange feeling. Litlin held the reality gem, feeling a little dazed. Suddenly she got what she was looking for, and she was defenseless, which made her a little dazed. But now is not the time to be in a daze. She wants to verify Lin Feng's words. Luckily, Litrin is well prepared and knows how to mobilize infinite gems. This is also how she used to buy it from Collector for a lot of money. Ordinary people, holding infinite gems, don't know how to use them? Lotrin took out a ring-like thing from her small pocket. Put it on your hand and put the infinite gems on it, so there is a layer of communication. Lin Feng frowned, watching Luotlin's performance. Hypersense tells him that the ring is somewhat similar to the Infinity Gauntlet used by Thanos. It allows the user to activate infinite gems more easily, and can also absorb a small part of infinite gems backlash. Besides, Lotrin, after completing these preparations, fixed her eyes on the gemstone in her hand. In my mind, I kept thinking about the life planet I wished for, and then poured my energy into the gemstone. The reality gem began to glow slightly. There is a show. Lotlin couldn't help showing a smile on her face. But in the next second, the energy in his body seemed to be completely out of control, rushing towards the reality gem like a tide. Lotlin knew that the things constructed were too large, and reality gem needed more user energy to build the framework. She wanted to persevere, but relying on the original energy storage, she was sucked out almost instantly. A strong dizziness hit, and Luotlin almost couldn't stand still. The energy was instantly evacuated, and the radiance of the reality gem disappeared immediately. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Luotlin to make such a sound. Looking at Luotlin again, she was already slumped in a chair. Good guy, it must be that the body has been emptied in an instant. Lin Feng wanted to laugh. He imagined this scene. Infinite gems originally had near-infinite power, but only those who have used it know that activating infinite gems also requires energy, and having a carrier will reduce the requirements and energy used. But Lotlin's demand is too great. A complete planet with life must not be detected. This level of use is completely unbearable for her. How could this be? How could this be? Lotrin seemed unable to accept the fact, and immediately lay down on the table, her shoulders twitching. It seems that he couldn't accept the result and cried. Forrid. Lin Feng suddenly felt like a bad person. Destroyed the illusion of the little sister with your own hands? No, I can't blame myself. I should be a good person, cutting off her impossible thoughts and pursuits in advance. Fortunately, Lotrin adjusted quickly. She sat up straight, stroking the reality gem in her hands. In the end, he pushed Lin Feng with some reluctance. Accept the reality. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked. As expected of A-level, the leader who formed a whole team of female bounty hunters is stronger than he imagined, and he thought he would be in EO for a long time. Lotrin wiped away her tears, straightened her appearance, and smiled at Lin Feng. This lethality is even greater. Lotlin hummed, I'm not as weak as you imagined. There is no way, just find it again. It was just a hope that suddenly appeared, and Lotlin was not a child anymore. In the process of searching for the reality gem, she was definitely fully prepared to face bad results. In the words, there is a bit of an oriental ancient woman's posture. Lin Feng didn't go into details. I've already given you the method. Lotlin looked up with a puzzled look. I said, you guys are the eyeliner in my universe. I guarantee your safety. And, a life planet that has no disputes and no one can threaten for you to live in. Star Clan, do you know? Litlin's eyes flickered. Star Clan. I have heard. I remember that they should have perished hundreds of years ago, and their planet seems to have died as well. Star Clan, a legendary race recorded in some books. Rumor has it that only women exist in Star Clan, and that Star Clan died out hundreds of years ago. However, recently, products suspected of being Star Clan have begun to be sold on the black market again. Those potions and special products are needed by both bounty hunters and various forces, and Lin has definitely heard of them. Lin Feng nodded, that's right, Star Clan is dead. But I gave them new life. By the way, I repaired that dead planet. Now, I am the leader of Star Clan. A light flashed in Luolin's eyes, and she looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What did she hear? Is this man the new leader of the legendary, mysterious Star Clan? Star Clan things were very popular hundreds of years ago, easy to use, cheap and plentiful. More importantly, every time Star Clan trades, it is a group of beautiful ladies and sisters, and when it is really a trade, they also take care of their eyes. However, the fighting power of these young ladies was unexpectedly low, and because of this, over time, they were targeted by some malicious people. Fortunately, the whereabouts of Star Clan have always been secretive and extremely careful, and those who have evil intentions almost all return without success. And the reason why Star Clan became a legend. It is also because from a certain point in time, the little sisters of Star Clan never appeared again. There are fewer and fewer things about Star Clan left on the market, and the prices are getting more and more expensive. It has been hundreds of years since the appearance of new Star Clan products until not long ago. So in the hundreds of years since then, Star Clan has been like the face under the veil of Litrin, which few people have seen. Rumor has it that whoever controls Star Clan controls an economic lifeline. Inexhaustible potions, ability-enhancing specialties, and girls with tails. After hundreds of years, generations passed it on like this, and it became a legend. Litrin couldn't believe that Lin Feng was the new leader of Star Clan, because there had never been a man in Star Clan. But an existence as powerful as Lin Feng doesn't seem to be able to lie. Lin Feng sensed the distrust in Litrin's eyes, and directly constructed a picture in the air without saying a word. In the picture, a large group of young ladies are laughing and working. Lin definitely also saw the iconic tail behind the young lady. It's Star Clan. Moreover, she also noticed the environment in which Star Clan lived. All kinds of plants gathered like dots of starlight, and the blue sky, dreamy and beautiful. Is this, really? Lin stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the scenery in the picture, but her palm went straight through the picture. Lin Feng dismissed the picture and pondered for a moment. It's not true, why don't we go and have a look together, how about? Litrin's eyes were still bright, and she looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Well, although she didn't speak, Lin Feng understood what she meant. Taking out his wand, Lin Feng drew a circle and opened a portal. Come, please, Miss Lin. Use your eyes to witness the truth of the words. Litrin smiled gently, and walked towards the portal without any hesitation. She is also not afraid of Lin Feng's conspiracy. Probably because she thought that if Lin Feng really wanted to do something, she would not be able to resist. Stepping through the portal, the temperature suddenly changed. Unlike the slightly cold air in Transit Star, here is extremely comfortable warmth. An unknown plant exudes a fresh breath. There are all kinds of floral fragrances rushing towards me. The sun shines, and the grass is covered with a layer of gold in the distance. Lin fell in love with the environment here almost instantly. Isn't this the planet she has been looking for, a planet suitable for living in seclusion? Want to cry. Lin looked at the surrounding environment as she walked. No matter where it is, how you look at it, it is extremely suitable for living. And most importantly, with Lin Feng's protection here, there is no need to worry about the old enemies coming to the door. Litrin was in a daze for a moment, but Lin Feng followed behind without saying a word. The scenery of Star Clan is so comfortable no matter how you look at yourself. And the climate here can be called an eternal spring. The two climbed up a small hill one after the other. Looking far away, you can see the residential area of the Star Clan. There is. Lin narrowed her eyes, and her special ability allowed her to see the situation in the residential area clearly. Seeing that iconic tail, Litrin knew it. The Star Clan people are playing and working. On the other side, who is training in line? I don't know that Litrin, but I can feel the pressure from them. It should be the power to guard the satellite clan, right? Lin thought so. As she watched the Star Clan people, Natasha Romanoff, who was training the team, also felt the prying eyes. Her bright eyes swept over immediately, and she exchanged a glance with Lin from a long distance away. Good, powerful. Lin sighed. Just one glance, as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. However, after seeing Lin Feng beside Lin, that gaze was withdrawn. Litrin observed for a while, and found that the working Star Clan people had smiles from the heart from the beginning to the end, and made a judgment in their hearts. At least this proves that Lin Feng is not oppressing Star Clan. People who are oppressed cannot show such a smile. How is it as you imagined? At this time, Lin Feng came over and asked with a smile. The one who stared at you just now is Natasha Romanoff. They are a standing force in Star Clan. After all, this planet is very big, and there are some ferocious beasts. They live here and guarantee the safety of the Star Clan people. Definitely, Star Clan has only experienced rebirth now, just started, and they are also responsible for safeguarding the safety of transactions. Lin nodded subconsciously. Very good, I saw their smiles from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Feng chuckled. It wasn't definitely. He didn't oppress other young ladies, and the daily necessities that Tony brought were all high-quality goods. The young lady eats well, wears warm clothes, and sleeps better, so there will be no ordinary troubles. It's not bad here, agree to my conditions, and you can live here too. You just saw Natasha Romanoff too. Natasha Romanoff has the strength, but it takes time and effort to lay out information lines in the universe from scratch. If you help her, she will save a lot of detours. Lin Feng said while the iron was hot. Now, I invite you again to work for me. In return, all the companions in the bounty hunter team under your command can settle on this planet. I also said, I will ensure the safety of this planet. You only get one chance, Lotrin. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng stopped talking and gave her time to think. He wasn't afraid that Lotlin would know too much. Lin Feng still has many ways to erase a person's memory. In fact, it is not necessary for Luotlin. It's just that what Lin Feng likes is that the bounty hunter team is all female members, and it won't cause any inconvenience to live in Star Clan. Moreover, Lin Feng doesn't like to force people by force. Lotlin hesitated for a moment before she said, shall we go back and talk? There is a show. Lin Feng nodded, and manipulated the wand to draw a new portal. The two stepped in and returned to the previous small room. The two sat down. Lotrin didn't make a decision immediately, but showed some curiosity about Lin Feng's wand. Your Excellency Lin Feng, is this also a magical item? Lotlin pointed to the wand, as if deliberately changing the subject. But she was really curious about this little thing. She had seen Lin Feng's attack method in Starka before, and this little stick-like thing seemed to have appeared only recently. And it can also open the portal. It would be great if it could be mass-produced. Lin Feng was a little surprised, took out the wand, and handed it to Lotrin. Are you interested in this? I have observed His Excellency Lin Feng's attack pattern, and it seems to be very different from before. Luotlin's pointed words made Lin Feng raise his eyebrows unconsciously. What do you want to say? I want to ask, whether the ability you are using now is owned by this magical item. Your Excellency, don't get me wrong, I'm just wondering if this thing can be mass-produced. Lin Feng understood. He's quite business-minded, but this thing probably won't be mass-produced. This thing is just equivalent to a magic weapon for guiding, whether it has or not has little effect on me. The ability I use belongs to me, and it has nothing to do with the wand. Stop talking about that, and tell me your decision now, Lotrin. Lotlin brought the topic to the wand, so why not buy herself a little more time to consider the pros and cons? But Lin Feng doesn't know what good hesitation she has. She has shown everything that should be shown to her, and the conditions are too generous. If the hesitation continues, Lin Feng's patience will soon be exhausted. Lotrin squeezed her fingers subconsciously. Lin Feng found that it was not the first time she did this action. Whenever she was struggling or thinking, she would subconsciously pinch her fingers. Your Excellency, can we change to a cooperative method? I provide you with all the information we can gather, and you provide us with protection. Also, the residence rights of Star Clan. Lotlin was still unwilling to be restrained, but Lin Feng shook his head decisively. It's meaningless, Lotrin. What I need is a team that serves me completely and is loyal to me, not a partner. If I want to find a partner, I can find many more suitable existences than you. Lotlin's eyes darkened. Yes, I know what you're worried about. Lin Feng continued. I can guarantee that you have full autonomy in Star Clan, and I won't ask you to perform any missions that must die. This thing is a rescue device that can communicate with me at any time. Lin Feng took out a triangular rescue device and said, if you encounter danger, I can teleport it there at any time. No matter where you are in the future, you will no longer worry about safety issues. This is all the promise I made, and you guys have earned it after all. Lin Feng's words were full of confidence. No matter when and where, I will rush to the dangerous place as soon as possible to protect the safety of all the lives belonging to Star Clan. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng added, there is another wish of yours. Although I don't know what you want to achieve with Reality Gem. But believe me, if you want to resurrect Deadman, I can do it. Deadman resurrected? When hearing these words, Luotlin's eyes were brighter than ever. The bright Lin Feng thumped in his heart, feeling a little bad. Really, is it really possible to resurrect the dead? Really? Lin Feng nodded in response. Now, tell me your answer, Lotrin. I said, this is your only chance. Lin Feng folded his arms and leaned back. The conditions he gave were extremely generous, as well as the promise of dangerous rescue and the sense of security that no one else could give. As long as Lotrin has brains, she shouldn't refuse. Lin Feng stopped talking. Luotlin knew that it was time for her to choose. With such an existence like Lin Feng, it is not easy to be able to patiently say so much to himself and make various promises. As Lin Feng's subordinate, he still can't avoid some jobs of bounty hunters, but his own wishes can be fulfilled. As for rejecting Lin Feng, with Lin Feng's personality, it shouldn't be difficult for her. But the wish will become far away. Lorraine took a deep breath. She knows how to choose. If she misses this opportunity, she may never have a second chance in her life. Standing up, kneeling in front of Lin Feng on one knee, Luotlin lowered her head. Take your will as the direction of progress, my master. Lotrin pledged her allegiance with a serious voice. Lin Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably again. Suddenly, I feel extremely embarrassed. What era is this? What kind of racial allegiance ceremony? But looking at what this means, it means agreeing to his own conditions. Lin Feng smiled. Don't call me the master, it sounds weird, call me the leader. Leader. Luotlin nodded and quickly assumed the role. Boss, can you really bring Deadman back to life? This is the second time I have asked this question. Lin Feng has basically determined that her second wish is probably to resurrect someone. This also goes along with her request to find reality gem. It is estimated that he wants to make someone alive and turn it into reality. But relying on reality gem alone, it must not be possible. Definitely yes, but resurrection is not such a simple matter. I need to see your contributions. Lin Feng is not a big grudge, and the resurrection is exactly as he said. After fully understanding the mechanism of the universe, Lin Feng will no longer revive others indiscriminately. Lotlin nodded sympathetically. That's right, her team has also adopted the contribution system, and now she hasn't played a role yet, so it's a bit too reckless to ask for something. After so many years have passed, it's not too late. Litrin, who realized what she should do, immediately began to show her usefulness. Leader, our team, including me, now has a total of 27 people. Lotrin is well aware of the importance of intelligence, so there are 5 people in the team just for the intelligence-gathering companions. Should I call them one by one and introduce them? Lin Feng shook his head. I'm gone, you can directly connect with Natasha Romanoff from now on. Lin Feng directly chose to be the hands-off shopkeeper. I'll call her over later, and you guys communicate. But before that, let me ask you one thing. Say it. Luotlin bowed her head respectfully. During the many years you have been bounty hunters, have you encountered any information about this kind of person? Lin Feng conjured up a picture, which was uniformly dressed in a black robe. Look, this is one of the main information I want you to do. I need you to collect information about the existence of people wearing this kind of clothes before. And always pay attention to whether there are people with this kind of dress in the universe now. Lotlin stared at the picture carefully, keeping the various characteristics of the clothing in her mind. This was the first thing the leader ordered, and Lotrin didn't want to mess it up. After writing it down, Luotlin nodded and said, I have written it down, but I have never seen people dressed like this in my previous career as a bounty hunter. Maybe I didn't pay attention. After all, in this universe, there are many people who are used to disguising themselves and don't want others to see their true colors. Lotrin also doesn't pay attention to who wears what kind of robe. Lin Feng also knew this, so he was not disappointed. It doesn't matter what happened before. If you find out about their information in the future, just report it to me in time. Are they the chief's enemies? Lotlin couldn't help asking. Immediately, she subconsciously covered her small mouth, wondering if she was talking too much. But Lin Feng was not annoyed. He explained, it's not just something as simple as an enemy. Those guys are a group of organizations trying to destroy the universe. If they are not wiped out, sooner or later it will bring disaster to the universe. Lotlin was a little horrified. Destroying the universe, why would they do that? Lin Feng shrugged. Who knows, maybe one day I catch their boss, and the truth will be revealed. In short, don't ask so many questions, remember to collect their information first. Lotlin nodded solemnly. I see. Lin Feng was very satisfied with being so obedient. The reason why he made the explanation was also to prepare Luotlin mentally and not to be confused about this matter. Come on, I'll give you something that can track the traces of the black robe within a certain range, and it can save your life at critical times. Since he was so obedient, Lin Feng didn't mind giving a little favor. He stretched out his hand, and a beautiful white wand suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Creation? Lotrin saw clearly that the appearance of the wand did not involve space technology, which means that this thing should be transformed by Lin Feng. This is for you. Lin Feng handed the transformed wand to Luotlin. The style of the wand was somewhat similar to the one Lin Feng was holding. But this wand is a modified version by Lin Feng. There are a bunch of spells stored in it. You only need to input energy and read the corresponding spell, and the wand will release the corresponding spell. If this thing is placed next door, it will make the squibs cry. I'll teach you how to use it. Lin Feng said. The spells in the wand were all he had read and understood during this time, including the fragmentation curse to split objects, the annihilating spell similar to Avida gnawing a big melon, the searching spell to search for black robes, and so on. After explaining the method of use to Luotlin, Lin Feng emphasized, you must remember the chanting of these spells clearly, and don't misplace them. The power of the spell is related to the energy you instill. It's best to wear the wand close to your body. I also store an additional protective spell in it, which will automatically open when encountering danger. Lotlin kept nodding her head, tightly holding the small wooden stick in her hand, which she already knew was called a magic wand. With this thing, Luotlin's combat power and defense ability will rise in a straight line. There is one last point. Lin Feng continued to emphasize the usefulness of the wand. The energy of the protective spell can be used 3 times. In addition to the protective spell, I also stored 2 offensive spells, which don't require energy from you. Similarly, it can be used after chanting the spell. But be careful, the power of this spell is terrifying enough to destroy a small planet, so don't use it lightly. Litlin stared at her big eyes, and kept nodding. Lin Feng continued, you memorize the mantra clearly. The mantra is, all things burn to death. Luotlin said seriously, and said each word with a pause, I remember, the spell is to burn everything. Just after finishing the reading, Lotrin felt the wand she was holding start to heat up. To suffer? Why did I suddenly have a bad feeling? Fuck. In the next second, thousands of rays of light gathered at the top of the wand and shot out suddenly. Boom! The roof of the poor little room disappeared in an instant. The tip of the small wand emitted huge amounts of torrents of light beams, which shot straight into the sky after breaking through the roof. In less than a second, it passed through the intermediate atmosphere and shot into the universe. This power made Litlin feel stupid. The huge destructive power visible to the naked eye, thought Lin Feng was exaggerating, but now, it is estimated that half of the residents of the transit star can see this thick beam of light that soars to the sky, and the ensuing shock spread throughout the transit star. This. Lin Feng also stared blankly at the gradually disappearing soaring light. It was completely unexpected that Lotlin would fix this. He looked at the beam of light, and couldn't help but wonder if the trigger conditions were too simple. Luckily Lotlin held her wand vertically. If this cannonball was aimed at the ground, it is estimated that the transfer star is gone. Give me. Lin Feng snatched the wand, and with a little fear, added an insurance to the spell of annihilation. It has been changed to the same usage as other spells. It needs to be channeled with some energy and the spell can be activated. Luotlin stared blankly at the wand that Lin Feng took away. Her expression was dull, and she hadn't recovered yet. It is estimated that I did not expect that I would complete this operation. Just read 4 words, and almost wiped out all the transfer stars. And now, she also understands why this attack spell is called All Things Ashes. This shit, no one standing in front can stop it. All must die. Lotlin, who reacted, was also a little scared. No, I added another layer of protection to it, and it will only take effect after inputting energy and chanting this spell. After modifying it and confirming that there is no problem, Lin Feng returned it to Luotlin. The annihilation of all things is different from other spells. Other spells rely on Litrin's own energy to deal damage. As for the annihilation of all things, energy is used to activate this spell, and the energy used by the spell is stored by Lin Feng. There's no way, even if 10 Luotlin stand together, if she's drained, she won't have that much energy to shoot out all things by herself. I know. I will be careful. Lotlin swallowed, and took the wand carefully. This time, I was really extra careful, and even more precious. This is a good baby. Just this magic wand doubled Luotlin's trust in Lin Feng. To put it bluntly, even a child can destroy a small planet with this magic wand. The premise is that the child can use energy. Lotlin. Boss, are you okay? In the distance, there was a sound. It's Litlin's team, as well as Starka, who are rushing here. The previous attack was really shocking. And the source of the attack was the small room of Luotlin and Lin Feng. The companions who cared about Luotlin rushed here in unison. Looking at the crowd of people rushing towards him, Lin Feng felt a little troubled. Lotlin, you send them away first, and then use the spell in the wand to restore the house to its original state. I'll go to StarClan and bring Natasha Romanoff here, so you can get acquainted. After speaking, Lin Feng immediately teleported away, leaving Luotlin alone. She looked at the rushing companions, but she murmured to herself, restore as before? How to use? When Lin Feng teleported to StarClan, Natasha Romanoff was still training the symbiote core. Really never let up for a moment. Yo, where's that pretty guy? Natasha Romanoff laughed and joked when she saw Lin Feng. When did you hook up with such a beautiful girl, tell me? After Natasha Romanoff was boarded by the symbiote, her 5 senses doubled. Although she was far away before, she could still see Lotlin's face clearly. In this regard, Lin Feng retreated tactically. What nonsense. Don't make trouble. She is the eyeliner in the universe I was looking for, and it will work for me in the future. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff still had that teasing smile, Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and solemnly popularized Litlin's work. After all, it will take too long to rely on the symbiote legion to spread out. With such an experienced team of bounty hunters, many things can be avoided. Natasha Romanoff nodded sympathetically, I understand. All joking aside, Natasha Romanoff also knew that Lin Feng's move was to make her job easier. That's right, Natasha Romanoff is a person who first entered the universe, and she is cautious in everything she does. She is not aware of some potential rules and behaviors. The bounty hunter team given by Lin Feng is as good as Shijir to her? After talking about the bounty hunter team, Lin Feng made 2 more magic wands and distributed 1 to each of Zixing and Natasha Romanoff. Now that I thought of this thing, I made a few more. You can't treat each other with respect. This kind of magic wand that Lin Feng made casually, it is not too much to call it a pseudo-artifact. You only need to recite the spell, infuse the magic power, and you can use at least 10 spells without learning. In fact, if there is only this thing, it is not considered a pseudo-artifact, but the energy of Lin Feng stored in it is a bit too much. 1 shot went down and destroyed a small planet, and there were still 2 shots left. If it is not a one-off, that dummy word can be removed. If that's the case, if you sell this thing, it's estimated to be a sky-high price. Who doesn't want a life-saving hole card? After educating the 2 of them on how to use the wand, Lin Feng reckoned that Luotlin's side should have already made arrangements. Immediately, it was teleported back with Natasha Romanoff. Looking at the completely restored house, Lin Feng chuckled and said, how is it? Does the magic spell work? Lotlin at the moment was lying on the table, her cheeks were slightly red. It's quite useful, it would be even better if it doesn't consume so much energy and stamina. It's the first time you use it, and the repair space is too large, so it's normal to use a little more energy. Lin Feng explained with a smile, and pushed Natasha Romanoff to the front. Come on, this is what I told you about Natasha Romanoff, let's talk. I've marked your wands for teleportation with StarClan's space gem. The future work will be done by the 2 of you. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng said to Natasha Romanoff, tell her about the general situation of StarClan and the symbiote. In the future, the development of StarClan and the information in the universe will be decided by the 2 of you. If you can't make up your mind, come find me again. Lin Feng can be the hands-off shopkeeper after making proper arrangements. Also, Latrin, remember what I told you. After Lin Feng made an emphatic statement, he immediately left. Seeing Lin Feng run away as if fleeing, Natasha Romanoff shook her head speechlessly. What an irresponsible hands-off shopkeeper. Shaking his head and kicking Lin Feng out of his head, Natasha Romanoff looked at the outrageously beautiful Litlin. Hi, my name is Natasha Romanoff. The two girls communicated here. Lin Feng turned around halfway, and a portal opened to DC Universe. It's been a while since I left, and I want to see how my kryptonite cubs are doing now. Traveling through universes of different systems is already a small ability not worth mentioning. The reconstructed Krypton has been made into a decent shape by Lin Feng's duplication. Seeing this, Lin Feng was very pleased. Except that the first duplication was lazy, the following duplications are more reliable than the other. Lin Feng's arrival didn't alarm anyone, only duplication knew about it. He soon joined Lin Feng and began to report to him on the current situation of Krypton. Thanks to the unique blood of Krypton, Kryptonians will have incredible abilities when they bask in the sun. The first batch of Kryptonians already possessed good strength, probably at a strength level very close to level universe. Level universe, not level single universe or anything else. What it represents is almost the level of power at the level of Ant Surprise. Roughly speaking, it means having the power to easily destroy a city. Definitely, the ability to destroy a planet with all its strength is also within the scope of the level universe. There are a few good little guys, ability has improved relatively quickly, and I have been thrown near the sun. Duplication reports like this. He is also ruthless enough to throw it directly near the sun. Although Kryptonians can absorb the sun's radiation to strengthen themselves, their strength has not reached a certain level, and they will also be injured or even die if they get close to the sun. However, the degree of duplication is well grasped, and this kind of situation does not appear. Which one is the most powerful? Lin Feng asked with great interest. Even if they are all Kryptonians, they will have high and low potential. Duplication thought for a while, and directly opened a portal. The portal opened not far from the sun. There are a few Kryptonians floating there, in deep sleep. Lin Feng discovered that Kayla was among them. Duplication casually pointed to a female Kryptonian on the far right. That one, the strength has surpassed the regular level universe, but it has not reached the level Godfather. I am going to throw her into the sun next step. There is also Kayla, her strength is also good, and she can probably be ranked in the top 10 among the current Kryptonians. Lin Feng nodded, not expecting that Kayla's potential is not bad. Looking around, there are only 10 Kryptonians close to the sun in total, which should be the top 10 existences on Krypton that duplication said. After reading it, duplication closes the portal. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Good job." Duplication touched his nose and rolled his eyes. "You put it here and brag about yourself." He. Lin Feng's face is not blushing and his heart is not beating. "Let's talk about business, talk about business," Lin Feng said, looking at a large area of Kryptonians basking in the sun below. It's still a bit slow for Kryptonians to improve like this. Duplication has a question mark on his forehead. "Brother, are you serious? Is this still slow? If this is the original Kryptonian bloodline, it will take a few years to reach the current strength. Are you speaking slowly to me?" Lin Feng waved his hand. "You said it all, that's the original Kryptonian. How can it be compared with now? Right. You take this infinite gems, use it to build a radiation tower. I will make the radiation of Kryptonians stronger day and night." Lin Feng took out an infinite gems casually and handed it to duplication. Compared to the yellow fixed star, the radiation from infinite gems can also strengthen Kryptonians. And it is more convenient and faster than the yellow fixed star, and the radiation file size can also be adjusted. In this way, Kryptonians do not need to be close to the sun, and they can receive enough high-intensity radiation to quickly become stronger. Duplication took infinite gems, a little dazed. "I also thought of something in my heart, and couldn't help asking, why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Is something going to happen?" Lin Feng hummed. "It's a very strange feeling. In short, I think all preparations need to be accelerated." Lin Feng didn't know where his mindless feeling came from, but he believed in his own feeling. Still the same sentence, at least be prepared, right? Now that the main body has said so, duplication feels that it is not good for him to say anything. In short, just be obedient. Using infinite gems to build a radiation tower or something is not a big project, let alone technically difficult. And this thing has no side effects, so there is nothing to worry about. Put away the infinite gems, duplication thought for a while, and continued, "That's right. I originally made a whole set of development plans for Krypton, but now it seems that I need to change it. Can you take a look together?" Now with infinite gems from Lin Feng, plans definitely have to change. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and there was nothing urgent to deal with at the moment, so he agreed. Lin Feng is discussing the details of future development with duplication, and Natasha Romanoff has also finished communicating with Litlin in talks. Both of them are strong women with online IQ and EQ. They communicate with each other in an extremely harmonious way. After teaching Litlin how to teleport to Star Clan, Natasha Romanoff went back first. She knew that Luotlin had some companions, and now that Luotlin joined Lin Feng's command, she definitely couldn't avoid explaining and communicating with them. In this case, it's not good for her to be present. The room was empty again, and Latrin was relieved to realize that Natasha Romanoff had really left. It seems that Lin Feng did not deliberately restrict his freedom. At least the departure of Natasha Romanoff also shows one thing. That is, at least for now, Lin Feng is not monitoring her. How confident is this? Luotlin murmured, and then smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm afraid that with Lin Feng's means, I'm not afraid of betrayal at all. Never mind. Lotlin shook her head violently, and after shaking these thoughts out of her head, she patted her face and walked out of the room. Lotrin had already explained to the partners who attacked by accident just now, and asked them to go to the spaceship and wait for her. The port where Lotlin's spaceship docked was not far away. Her car is a medium-sized spaceship, which is loaded with the same core technology as the shuttler. Looking at the big logo on the spaceship, Lotlin felt melancholy. It's time to change this logo. Big sister. Boss. Lord Lotlin. Walking into the spaceship, a pair of caring eyes gathered over, and a cry was also full of worry. Lotlin at the moment has brought back the veil. She walked to her captain's seat and sat down. So many pairs of eyes stared at her quietly. It seems that the previous attack really frightened them all, and they were too worried. That's right, if those attacks were aimed at the transit star, everyone would not even have a scum left. Sitting on the seat, Luotlin breathed a sigh of relief, but there was no fluctuation in the expression on her face. Why are you so nervous? The voice was as cold as ever, and everyone looked at each other, unable to see Luotlin's emotions. Boss, that person from before. Boss, why don't we run? Yeah, facing such a powerful existence, we have no chance of winning. But can we escape? Didn't Kuna say that he appeared in the room suddenly? Then what do you say? Stand still and wait for death. After Luotlin said a word, the following began to chatter. Lotrin frowned slightly, but didn't stop her. After listening for a while, she finally understood. It should be that after the attack just now, Kuna told everyone about Lin Feng. She glanced at Kuna, and found that the latter was looking at her carefully. Immediately, he gave her a hard look. Kuna suddenly shrank her head, like a quail. Quiet. Lotlin raised her volume. Inside the spaceship, the discussion suddenly became quieter. Luotlin's prestige is very high, everyone is huddling together to keep warm, and Luotlin is the only voice in the team. Kuna, how much did you say? Litlin's purple eyes stared at Kuna again. Kuna's petite body trembled, and she said with some fear, I just said that Lin Feng is the target of the mission, and that he is very powerful, and has eliminated many A-level bounty hunter teams. She didn't know whether it was good or bad to say these things, and whether it would cause trouble. She was angry just now and didn't stop her mouth. So everyone knows. Lotlin was a little dumbfounded. But it's good for Kuna to say these things, so that she doesn't have to say it again. But, Lotlin's talkative shortcoming must be made aware of her. If Lin Feng was a small-minded and narrow-minded person, Kuna's actions would inevitably lead to Lin Feng's revenge. It's just that now is not the time to punish Kuna. After slapping Kuna hard again, Lotrin looked away angrily. Since everyone knows that we have messed with such a person, I will not repeat the identity of this person. For that thing, we have been working hard for a quiet place where no enemies can find it. We yearn for a life without disputes, but due to various reasons, we fail to get what we want. And it was precisely because of our desire for that thing that we got into such an existence. Kuna has said it, but you may not have the full impression. Let's put it this way, the previous supply that was enough to destroy a small planet was just sent out by him at will. Even if we are several times stronger, we can't compete with it. As soon as Luotlin said these words, everyone was a little silent. However, there are also some psychological preparations. Almost all of these people have enemies, and they will be relatively safe if they hug each other to keep warm. As long as they are alone, they will face the danger of being killed at any time. For many people, the fate of the race is similar to that of Star Clan. Take the only two mermaid sisters on the team. They are somewhat similar to Blue Star's mermaids. When they come into contact with water, their legs will change into fish tails. And the scales on the tail are rare materials in the universe. It is ridiculously thin, but at the same time it is extremely strong, but it also has incredible toughness. It is an excellent material for making melee scale armor. What's even more incredible is that, using a special method, the scales are ground into powder and taken, which will have a strong psychedelic effect. The race of the Mermaid Sisters has also been captured and raised in captivity in large numbers, just to peel off scales from them again and again in exchange for benefits. It was also because of luck that he found Luotlin's team and avoided the fate of being captured. There are many people like this in the team. On the journey to find Reality Gem, if there is no accident, you will definitely offend the strong. Everyone has this awareness, otherwise they would have quit the team long ago. When everyone was silent, the sound of dong dong sounded. In the crowd, a very burly female strong man stepped out. On the top of her head, there are two horn-like things. The height alone is almost 2 meters. The Misni Bullhorn tribe is born strong and possesses divine power. It's just that this divine power is for ordinary races, and the level of power is probably at the level of Thor. But also because of the brute force of this body, in Luotlin's team, the combat effectiveness is quite high. Master Lotlin, I think the previous attack was more like a demonstration. He didn't kill him directly, so we still have a chance. Did he make some demands? The brawny woman spoke, her voice thick and deep. Contrary to his physique, his brain is quite bright, which can be called a talent. Litlin nodded gratified. Yes, he made some demands. With the conversation of the strong woman with horns, Lin continued to speak. He wants us to work for him. According to his meaning, we will become his eyeliner in the universe in the future, responsible for intelligence collection. Although it was sudden and somewhat unwilling, I had to tell the news. Our bounty hunter team, starting today, will be disbanded. We can't deal with such a powerful existence, we don't have the ability to resist. The last thing I want to fight for you is that those who don't want to work for him can leave freely. Lin secretly gave a choice. She didn't say that Lin Feng's generous conditions were also selfish. Only those who advance and retreat with the team are eligible to live in the Star Clan with beautiful scenery and sheltered by the strong. This is what Lin Feng said and asked for. He hopes that his subordinates are all responsible. Lin Feng doesn't like those sloppy things. Hearing the disbandment of the bounty hunter team, everyone was in a daze for a while, and some couldn't believe it. Just a few simple words, alone. After so many years, the bounty hunter team like theirs disbanded immediately? At the same time, everyone felt a sense of grievance in their hearts. This feeling of fate being controlled by others is really too bad, it reminds them of their miserable past. But fortunately, they had a choice this time, and it was Lin who fought for it, although they didn't know what price they paid. Some sentimental companions immediately burst into tears. The silent discussion voice gradually rang out again. Lin did not stop everyone from discussing. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the discussion gradually died down. Roy, go and take out some of the money. Lin ordered. The relationship between her and Roy is unusual, and Roy will not leave easily. Now, those who want to leave, come and get some money. This is the last help I can give you. Everyone watched in a daze as Ruyi took out a sack of money from the cabin. The discussion sounded again, but soon, it became quiet again. Everyone stared wide-eyed. You look at me, I look at you. After waiting for a while, no one came forward to receive the money. Lin intentionally showed a slightly puzzled expression. What's the matter? Do you have any concerns? Don't worry, that person has made an agreement with me, and he won't embarrass the person who leaves. After a while of silence, the strong-horned woman from before spoke first. I won't go. The goal has not been achieved, I will not leave. As soon as the words came out, it was as if the fuse had been ignited, and someone immediately followed. That's right, I'm not leaving either, it's just a change of job, as long as we're still together. That's right, let's talk about where we can go after we leave. Anyway, I won't leave. My life was saved by Lord Lin, and I will not leave Lord Lin. The words in twos and threes became more and more together, and the voice gradually became higher. The confusion and worry in everyone's eyes gradually became firm. That's right, everyone came together for their dreams, but now they have changed jobs. As long as Lin is still there, as long as everyone is still together, there is still a chance. They have already regarded Lin as their sister, and even more so, they regard this team as their home. Now that I'm gone, where can I go? Where can there be shelter for them? Even if they die, they still want to lie down with their companions. Besides, everyone in the team has more or less accepted Lin's favor. When you have money, everyone shares it together, and when you are in trouble, just scatter like birds and beasts. How is that different from the villains who bullied them? After a long while of quarreling, no one chose to leave. This cohesion, and the sense of unity, is no one else, and Lin was moved. Okay. Lin patted the armrest and stood up. In this case, let's be that person's eyeliner in the universe, at least we can still be together. That's right, Lord Lin. As long as I'm still with Lord Lin, I'm willing to do any job. Everyone was excited again. Lin waited for everyone to calm down before sitting down slowly. It's time to tell about the reward Lin Feng gave. Since everyone doesn't choose to leave, let me talk about the preferential treatment conditions that person gave. Everyone gathered together, this is something that is closely related to their future days. They are all people who have suffered, and their requirements are not too high, as long as they don't let themselves be cannon fodder. Lin Feng knew that if he wanted the horse to run, he had to let the horse eat enough grass. Give the horse what it wants most, and it will run fast. After Lin's team lived in Star Clan for a period of time, they couldn't leave there anymore. Lin looked at the expectant and uneasy eyes, and said slowly, the first benefit His Excellency Lin Feng gave is that we can get his protection. So, maybe everyone will feel a little illusory. This thing, you can communicate with His Excellency Lin Feng at any time. We collect clues in the universe, and we will not have to worry about safety in the future. Lin took out the small triangular piece of metal that Lin Feng gave her and showed it to everyone. All eyes focused on that thin metal sheet. It seems that it is not convincing. This thin film may not even fit a communication component. Lin knew this too, but you can't just try to see if you can summon Lin Feng just because you can prove it. That's a bit of a no-brainer, and it will inevitably make Lin Feng angry. You don't need to doubt this thing. Your Excellency Lin Feng will not lie to us on this point. After all, he still needs us to collect information, doesn't he? Lin knew that in order for them to believe, she had to believe herself first. If she doubts Lin Feng, then there is no need to say anything about her companions below. Everyone nodded, and Lin also quickly skipped this topic. Let me talk about the second benefit given by His Excellency Lin Feng. That is a huge living planet that can be used for our habitation. It was said that everyone didn't show any abnormality, but they also didn't have much interest. With the ability of the Lin team, you can buy a piece of land to live on any living planet you go to. What they need is a planet that has no line of sight and no one can find it. Lin smiled slightly. That is a planet that no one can find. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, a pair of eyes met Lin's eyes. Everyone suspected that they had heard wrong. Lin continued. Everyone knows about StarClan. StarClan has indeed experienced destruction, as some rumors have recorded. But Your Excellency Lin Feng revived StarClan, and as a benefit for us to collect intelligence, we can go to StarClan to settle down. There, we will be under the protection of His Excellency Lin Feng. With the consent of His Excellency Lin Feng, no one can find that planet. Those words were like sparks thrown into a gunpowder pile, instantly igniting everyone. The crowd erupted into discussions again, even louder than before. Lotrin Big Sister, is it the kind of planet we imagined? Is it true that no one can find that planet? Wouldn't it be a lie to us? Boss, can you explain in more detail? It is also a planet of life, but everyone in Lin's team pursues an existence that is completely opposite to ordinary planets of life. Lin knew this well, and nodded with a smile. Okay, the place where we will live is a planet that cannot be detected by His Excellency Lin Feng's special means. On the planet, there are only less than 2,000 StarClan aborigines and some guardian forces. That planet is full of women, and there are no disputes. We can pick a place there as our future residential area. Lin took a deep breath and concluded. No disputes, no power, no oppression, no need to worry, a beautiful environment, a planet of life. Everyone was in an uproar. Isn't the planet described by Lin the planet of life that everyone has been pursuing, but can't even ask for? Found it so easily? A feeling of huge amounts of unreality filled everyone's mind. Is there no force to monitor? The strong girl with horns asked in a deep voice. No. Are there no other bounty hunter teams? Lin also shook her head. No. Will no one pull our scales? This is what the two mermaid sisters asked. Lin shook her head dumbfounded. No, none. Also, no one is pulling the scales of the two of you here. The two mermaid sisters lowered their heads in embarrassment. Lin couldn't help laughing, clapped her hands, and signaled everyone to be quiet. I understand people's concerns, but I can tell you all. That planet, except that it belongs to Lin Feng's control, is exactly the same as the life planet we are looking for. Even better. And that planet belongs to Lin Feng's control. There is a reason why I feel better. Because Your Excellency Lin Feng has enough strength to protect the safety of the planet. That said, you might be skeptical. However, the thing we are looking for that can create a planet is in the hands of His Excellency Lin Feng. That thing, called Reality Gem, I thought it could create the planet of life we wished for. But, Reality Gem, the things created are all time sensitive. It requires a constantly huge expenditure of energy, and once it is cut off, what it created disappears with it. So in theory, we found that thing, and we couldn't achieve our wish. Lin explained the characteristics of Reality Gem. Everyone has been looking for this legendary thing that can grant all wishes. But reality and fantasy often run counter to each other. It is not as powerful as imagined, or in other words, its use conditions are not as simple as imagined. If it was changed in the past, everyone may be disappointed, even desperate. But now, Lotrin's words will only let everyone understand that the life planet controlled by Lin Feng is their best choice. There is an incredible strong shelter, a planet that no one can find. No one will force them to do things they don't like, let alone the sight of any power. And most importantly, no bounty hunter team, no enemies, and irresistible quests. In the universe, living planets can be divided into two categories. One type is a large-scale cosmic ethnic settlement similar to the Transformation. The other is the primitive life planet that is monitored by the high level. At first glance, the original life planet agrees with everyone's conditions, and there are not so many smoky and intriguing disputes. But that is all high-level property, and as long as you set foot in it for more than a week, you will be warned. If you don't listen to dissuasion and stay for more than 2 weeks, you will be bombarded. What happened today is so dreamy for them. It's like the feeling of suddenly buying a lottery ticket and winning the first prize. Suddenly reached the ultimate goal? There was one person present, feeling in disbelief, bewilderment, and hovering between joy and worry about gains and losses, staged a large-scale fine-scoring scene. When everyone was still in a daze, only the strong woman with bullhorns was like a stream of clear water. Her mind was unbelievably calm. She stood in the crowd and spoke. Lord Lin, the generous benefits given by Your Excellency Lin Feng, is it the information he needs, and the collection process is very dangerous. The strong woman with horns really has a different focus from the others. In her mind, given such generous conditions and a promise of protection, Lin Feng's request is definitely not so easy to fulfill. Lin frowned slightly, recalling what Lin Feng said. I'm not very clear at the moment, but as far as it is concerned, there is no danger. Our daily work is to assist the StarClan in material transactions between the universes. But the main job is to find information about the existence of the Black Robes. Black Robe. The strong woman with horns was puzzled. Well, it's this one. Lin took out a picture. This is based on the picture given by Lin Feng. Your Excellency Lin Feng needs us to collect information on the existence of people with this kind of costume in the past, and keep an eye on where such people appear. The ox-horned girl glanced at the black robe on the picture, and her eyes froze. Lin narrowed her eyes. What's the matter, Cadella? The strong girl with horns carefully looked at the picture. My lord, I seem to have seen them. Lin stood up suddenly and stared straight at the horned girl named Cadella. You sure? The strong woman with horns did not answer, but carefully searched for memories in her mind. After a while, he nodded heavily at Luotlin. I'm sure, Lord Lotlin. Do you still remember the mission on Mafumo Transit Star? I've seen them on that transit star. It was in a bar, and because of the big money and sitting next to me, I took a second look at them. I remember there were 3 people. They. Stop. Luotlin made a pause gesture and picked up the screen. Are you sure you read it right? Exactly the same dress. The strong girl with horns confirmed again. Yes, the robe is exactly the same, even the dark pattern is the same, I can't read it wrong. A strong girl with horns can't lie, and Lotlin felt joy in her heart. What a surprise, did you expect news to come so soon? However, it has been 2 years since the mission on Mafumo Star. But Lin Feng told him that if there is any news, he should be contacted. And although 2 years have passed, I don't know if it will be useful to Lin Feng, but the news proves the value of their team's existence. Wait a minute, I invite His Excellency Lin Feng to come over, and you tell him in person. Luotlin said after thinking for a moment. It played a role so quickly, which will undoubtedly increase the team's impression in Lin Feng's heart. The strong girl with horns patted her strong chest. No problem. Just in time, everyone wanted to see whether it was true or not that the small piece of metal that Lotlin said before could summon Lin Feng. It's so small, no one can really believe that it's a rescue device or a communication device. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Lotlin pressed the triangle piece without any hesitation. She also wanted to know if it was useful, mainly because the triangle film was too ordinary. At the same time as the button was pressed, DC Universe and Lin Feng, who was constantly perfecting the development plan with duplication, sensed it. Huh? Litrin. Lin Feng had question marks all over his forehead. What the hell? How long has it been since I've been gone before Lotlin is in danger? Is this guy just kidding me? But think about it, Lotlin probably doesn't have the guts. What's wrong with you, main body? Duplication asked. We are discussing, is it okay if the main body is distracted? Lin Feng shook his head, it's okay, let's discuss this first. Anyway, I have the general direction. I need to leave now. Look at it. As soon as the words were finished, Lin Feng disappeared, and duplication was taken aback for a while. A little speechless put away the plan, duplication is ready to build a radiation tower. Although it is a duplication, but also Lin Feng, he understands his character, well, sometimes he is so unreliable. The rescue device has its own positioning. Lin Feng traveled through the universe, and came to the place where Luotlin pressed the rescue device. The light flashed, and he appeared in a spaceship. Lotlin, what's wrong? Before Lin Feng finished speaking, he noticed a lot of eyes on himself. This is your companions. Lin Feng looked around. There is no danger, but a bunch of women of all races. Feeling helpless, Lin Feng also felt a little helpless. He sent out so many distress calls, it seemed that only the little raccoon was the real distress call once. It seems that there is no danger in giving it to others, so use this as a mobile phone? What's inside? Hello everyone. Lin Feng greeted with some embarrassment. To be honest, I am not used to so many people crowded in such a small environment. And those curious and probing gazes looked at him like a rare monkey, making Lin Feng's scalp tingle. Litlin was smiling there, and Lin Feng wanted to slap her ass. He moved closer to Litrin, lowering his voice. I said Luotlin, what did you call me to do, isn't it in danger? Litrin smiled back. Yes, Your Excellency Lin Feng. However, although there is no danger, there is a piece of information about the black robe. As you have explained, any information about them will be notified to you. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. There is information so soon. Awesome, my Luotlin, Lin Feng said in his heart. Sure enough, it was the right choice to win over Lotlin. I didn't expect that the decision I made on a whim would bring unexpected joy. Lotlin continued, there is some news, but I don't know if it will be useful to you. We have companions who have seen black robes before. Specifically, let her tell you. After speaking, Lotlin winked at the crowd. Della, tell me. Bang bang. Della stepped out of the crowd with heavy steps and came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng only felt his eyes go dark. This T, where did the Tauren come from? He's a head taller than himself? Is there such a talent in Luotlin's team? Master Lin Feng. Della's characteristic thick voice sounded, and he respectfully performed an etiquette that Lin Feng could not understand. Hello, Della. Tell me what you know. Lin Feng was not polite either, and ordered directly. Luotlin's team is now his subordinate. When he first appeared and saw them gathered here, Lin Feng knew that Luotlin should have finished communicating with the team. Della is not a Tauren either, but has 2 horns. The main reason is this body shape, which is much stronger than Starka next door with Stallone's face on it, plus it is a woman, it is very visually shocking. The strong woman with bull horns nodded neither humble nor overbearing, and said in a deep voice about the information about the black robe. At that time, Lord Lotlin asked me to complete a task. The task is to transfer stars in Mafumo. While I was waiting for my employer in the bar of Transit Star, there happened to be 3 people dressed like this sitting next to me. When did it happen? Lin Feng interjected and asked. The horned woman lowered her head and thought for a while. 2 years, 3 months, and 11 days ago. A very precise number. Go on. The strong woman with horns nodded and continued. Their voices are very low, I only heard some intermittent words. Transaction, change the stronghold here, exit, speed up the speed of advancement. The strong girl with horns has a strong memory, and she can remember everything that passersby said 2 years ago. It's just that she only heard sporadic fragments of words. No more. Lin Feng was still listening carefully, when he suddenly found that the strong woman with horns stopped talking. Well, it's gone. Lin Feng. Okay, thanks for the info. There is not much information, and the completeness and accuracy of what can be inferred is not high. It was probably because Hippeo went to Mafumo Transit Star that time to trade with other people. And according to the words of the strong woman with horns, the Black Robe should have a stronghold in the Marvel Universe, and it seems that it has been changed to the Transit Star of Mafumo. As for the withdrawal and the acceleration of the advance, Lin Feng has no way to speculate, and there is still too little information. But it doesn't matter, since Lin Feng found out, he decided to go to Mafumo Transit Star. Lin Feng turned to look at Luotlin. Mafumo Transit Star, right, Litrin, give me the coordinates. Luotlin said the coordinates without saying a word. Your Excellency Lin Feng, do you need our help? Luotlin asked aloud. Although with Lin Feng's ability, they don't need to go together, but this is a matter of attitude. No need, you and your companions go to StarClan to choose a place first. Lin Feng laughed. Settle down the place to live, and then start intelligence work. Definitely, you can discuss with Natasha Romanoff about the daily routine. This time things went well, I am very satisfied. Lin Feng made a simple statement. It took less than a day for Luotlin's team to bring the news. Although it was in the past, it was impossible for Lin Feng to know the news without Luotlin's team. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng took out another wand and handed it to Lotlin. He made more than 10 wands. Take this as a reward. Seriously look for clues, and I will give you a richer reward. For Luotlin, something that is an artifact is worthless to Lin Feng. Lin Feng doesn't mind giving them something to fuel their enthusiasm. After speaking a few words again, Lin Feng left. Inside the spaceship, the atmosphere became relaxed again. Except for the strong woman with horns and Luotlin, basically no one dared to speak. Even though they knew that Lin Feng had no malicious intentions, everyone subconsciously slowed down their breathing in the face of the existence they needed to look up to. Lotrin big sister, he gave you a twig as a reward for such important information. Suddenly, someone in the team spoke dissatisfiedly. Luotlin's eyes suddenly became cold and severe, and she swept over. I don't want to hear such words a second time. The ladies who spoke earlier suddenly felt their throats go cold. It's over, Litlin's big sister is angry. This is the first and last time I'm telling everyone. There was a hint of warning in Lotrin's eyes. Scanning everyone in the spaceship, the atmosphere became inexplicably tense again. Since I have become the eyeliner in the hands of His Excellency Lin Feng, it is my duty to report the news. And His Excellency Lin Feng has given us the place of residence we desire. We can't ask for more. If he doesn't give it, you can't take it. What he gave, even if it was just a small branch, we should accept it with gratitude. What's more, it's not a twig. Luotlin kept looking around with her cold eyes, and no one dared to look at her. Seeing this, Lotrin's tone gradually softened. Your Excellency Lin Feng has given enough. Do you think that the information we have collected can repay a desired residence and the protection of a strong man across the universe? There is no comparison. I hope everyone can understand this. After Luotlin's words fell, everyone fell into deep thought. They might not be able to repay the protection of a strong man and the place of residence they wished for, even if they work part-time for a lifetime, let alone ask for a report of information? Lotrin big sister, I was wrong. The little sister who spoke earlier also realized this, wishing she could slap herself twice. When did she become so greedy? And so bold, want to bargain with such a strong man? I'm afraid I don't know how many lives there are. Hearing this, Lotrin's eyes gradually softened. It's good if you can figure it out. As for the magic wand given by His Excellency Lin Feng, just give it to Della. You provided the information this time, and His Excellency Lin Feng's reward should be given to you. Lin Feng meant to give the wand, but not other rewards. Lotrin understood. This is to let yourself share the rewards, so as to motivate everyone's enthusiasm for work. Saying that, Lotrin wanted to give the magic wand to the strong girl with horns. Unexpectedly, the strong girl with bull horns shook her head frankly. Lord Lotrin, I don't need twigs, I just need an axe. The strong girl with horns patted the axe behind her. From her point of view, the twig would break within 2 seconds of being in her hands. Litlin shook her head with a smile. If you knew what it was, you probably wouldn't say that. Isn't this just a twig? The strong woman with horns didn't understand. This made Lotlin laugh. Did you see the beam of light that pierced the sky earlier? The strong girl with bull horns nodded, with a few fiery eyes showing in her eyes. She, who pursues strength, has a deeper feeling for that beam of light than other companions. A perfect energy attack can destroy a small planet. If she had had this kind of power at that time, the race should not have become extinct. You're right. Lotlin continued. That attack is a skill that comes with this wand. It's just that this skill can only be used twice. But it carries the spells of various attributes, and it only needs some subtle energy guidance to turn it into a powerful attack method. Lotrin slowly spoke out the various functions of the wand. At the same time, for proof, several auxiliary spells were also cast with the wand. The spell hit everyone, and there was a warm feeling, followed by fighting spirit and full spirit. Everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter, staring at the wand and swallowing. Good guy, Joker is me. What kind of twig is this? It is simply a magic weapon. Now, do you still think it's a twig, Cadella? Card Della's rare flushed cheeks. I'm wrong. The upright strong woman with horns bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Then take it, you deserve it. The horned girl lowered her head, but still did not receive the wand. Lord Lotlin, you are more suitable than me, and you need this magic wand more. Lotrin stuffed the wand directly and forcefully into the hand of the horned woman. You can take it if you want, I already have one of these things. With that said, Lotrin also showed off her magic wand. The appearance of the two wands is different, the one for Lotrin is pure white, while the one for the horned woman is brown. In terms of function, the horned woman's magic wand does not have the ability to teleport to Star Clan, but the others are the same. Now, Della has no reason to refuse. That's great. Such a powerful weapon. I want a wand like that too. I admit, I thought it was a twig before. That was a bit extreme. Della, get such a powerful item, please treat me to dinner. A group of friends cast envious eyes at the strong girl with horns. But please eat or something, it's just a joke. The strong girl with horns was also a little dazed, staring blankly at the magic wand stuffed into her hand. The wand is about 30 centimeters long. But, this thing is not as long as the guy that the bull-horned girl usually eats. Turning her eyes, the strong girl with horns said, Lord Lotrin, can I give the wand to someone else to use? Lotlin gave her a strange look. Definitely yes, this wand is yours now, and you have the right to dispose of her. Lotlin did not expect that the horned woman would be willing to give this thing away. But also, with her size, that magic wand, her two thick fingers struggled to pinch it. Hearing this, the bull-horned girl thought for a moment, and then, under the envious gazes of her friends, she handed the magic wand to the elder sister of the two Murloc sisters beside her. Bubble, here you go. What? Pow Pow was confused, even with his younger sister. This thing is too small, I can't use it smoothly. Your sisters are usually too weak, and you don't have the ability to protect yourself. Master Lotlin said that as long as there is a small amount of energy, it can be activated, which is very suitable for you. The relationship between the bull-horned strong girl and the mermaid sisters is very good. When I was injured, I was taken care of by the two sisters. The combat power of the two sisters was about 5, and they were the little doctors in the team. This thing seems to be suitable for the little doctor unexpectedly. Moreover, Lord Lotlin also said that there are several healing spells in it, which must have a greater effect in the hands of doctors. Don't refuse, take it and heal everyone. Thank you. Bubbles clutched his wand, trying hard not to cry. She wanted to refuse, but she also knew the character of a strong woman with horns. Since she gave it away, she would not take it back even if she was killed. Seeing that he suddenly accepted such a big love, Pow Pow almost couldn't turn his head around. There is no such thing as a strong girl with horns. Such an artifact-like thing can be given away as soon as it is offered. It can only be said that the two huge horns are full of sincerity. The ownership of the wand was confirmed, and everyone crowded around again. Bubble, try the healing magic. My calf wound hasn't healed yet. Quickly, show us. The orange was in good shape, and Luotlin sat in her seat, but she didn't stop everyone's actions, she just watched all this in relief. But Bubble lived up to expectations, and used several healing spells in succession to heal his wounded companion. White healing rays of light danced in the spaceship. Bubbles was delighted to find that the magic wand was exactly what Lord Lotlin said. Only a small amount of magic power is needed to activate the spell. But if you want the effect of the spell to be more powerful, you need to input more magic power. But even so, the healing ability displayed by the magic wand was already too strong in her eyes. In the past, it took her half a day to heal the small wounds with all the energy in her body, but now she only needs to recite the spell and add a little energy, and it can be completed in an instant. And this level is also within the range of Bubble's energy tolerance. Sure enough, this magic wand is very suitable for self-protection and support for her who has little combat power. After verifying the effect of the magic wand, everyone was beaming with joy. At the same time, they secretly decided that they should perform well and strive to get the magic wand bestowed by His Excellency Lin Feng as soon as possible. Very good, Lin Feng's goal has been achieved. After some time, when everyone's enthusiasm for the wand gradually calmed down, it was Lotlin who stood up. Okay, everyone will have a chance to get the wand in the future. Now, it's time for us to set off for Star Clan. According to what His Excellency Lin Feng said, we want to choose a piece of land as our future residence. The future work will be carried out in Star Clan. Now, let's set off and build our future residence. Oh, Lotlin gave an order, and everyone shouted in unison. At the same time, my heart is full of expectations for where I will live in the future. The medium-sized spaceship lifted off slowly. Lotrin manipulated the wand, and the amazing and incredible environment of Star Clan that she had seen before appeared in her mind. According to the method explained by Natasha Romanoff, Lotrin opened a huge amounts of portal and went to Star Clan. Lin Feng was floating in midair, watching the spaceship disappear into the transit star with a smile on his face. He saw everything that happened in the spaceship just now in midair. It's not about peeping or anything, Lin Feng just wants to see if Luotlin's team is really as harmonious and warm as she said. However, the fact did not disappoint Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng is basically relieved, and will not have any more temptations to Luotlin's team. As for the transit star Mafumo, the coordinates given by Luotlin appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It's a little far away, about 300 light-years away from the current position. But it's not a big problem, Lin Feng can pass by with a teleportation. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng locked the coordinates in the air, and his figure also slowly disappeared into the transit star. The Movmo transit star has some similarities with the transit star owned by Litron. This is also a mineral planet, but both the quality and quantity, as well as the volume of the planet, are much larger. The entire planet belongs to a cosmic villain named Daps. Secretly, people called him Stink. Maybe it's because of his unmistakable smell. No way, the race of Daps is very special, with a hard shell like a blue star crayfish. Even the living environment of the mother star is like a stinky quagmire. Here, like most transit stars, strength and influence determine everything. The city is a bit like cyberpunk, and the degree of technology application seems to be more advanced than Tok's transit star. Well, the technology is universal, it just depends on whether you are willing to spend money. Litlin's Tok's transit star is mainly used for mining and trading. And here, there are obviously other things. In comparison, it is much more prosperous. Transit stars have their own planetary shields. To enter and leave the planet, you need to pay a sum of money, and if you dock the spaceship, you need to pay even more. But the protective shield can't stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged directly and came to the street on the ground. It is Lin Feng's habit to take out his mobile phone to take a few photos and record them. The shops on the street are decorated with neon tubes and colorful lights. Casinos, exchanges, Fenjiu stores, various styles of selling gold caves. Lin Feng kept walking towards his destination. Card Della is a person dressed in a black robe seen in a bar called Axar. That's one of Dap's industries, too. As the owner of the planet, his industries are all over the planet, and he has the right to speak. Lin Feng took pictures while walking. One didn't pay attention, a scent entered his nostrils, and then a figure bumped into his arms. Handsome guy, why are you wandering aimlessly? Would you like to come to our house and play games together? It was a woman with heavy makeup who bumped into Lin Feng's arms. Her voice was as rich as rose honey that couldn't be melted away. But with this height, it would be good to have a height of 1.5 meters, and with Ma Pingchuan's figure, who gave her the courage. At the moment, the woman was pointing to a fancy store on the street and wanted to introduce it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced blankly, it was a Japanese-style shop. Well, there is no need to say more about what to do. There are two young ladies with the same heavy makeup standing at the door, soliciting customers in all their glory. The young ladies next to her looked at Lin Feng with bright eyes. Lin Feng's appearance is remarkable, and the skin is fairer. They may not see it once a year. It is sad to say that the guests received on weekdays are a mess of various races, and they all have some strange hobbies, which refresh the lower limit of the young ladies every day. Get away. Lin Feng didn't even move, and directly used the biological force field to shake the woman with heavy makeup up. I'm a good man. So you won't be fooled by such a coquettish bitch? Cut, boring. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't in the suit, the woman with heavy makeup decisively patted her ass and left. Lin Feng sneered, and there was something mixed in the smile. He touched his wrist without showing any signs, and walked away. Seeing Lin Feng walking away, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the heavily made-up woman. She trotted to the door of the store, and sweetly greeted the two young ladies who were pulling customers. The voice was completely different from what Lin Feng heard just now. It was a girlish voice. Sister Yana, good stuff. The woman with heavy makeup wiped her face, and the colorful heavy makeup disappeared immediately, revealing her delicate face underneath. She was holding a bracelet with several sparkling gems studded on it. I've made this order today and I won't do it. This thing should sell for a lot of money. In words, it is an irresistible surprise. Good guy, what a rich man, wearing such a valuable bracelet. The woman she called Sister Yana smiled helplessly. Xiao Lin, how many times have I told you, don't pretend to be a staff member in our store. If you do this, you will be caught sooner or later. If the big boss finds out about this, I'm afraid you will become the #1 in the store today. The young lady in red on the other side also laughed and joked. Why don't you try it out? With Xiao Lin's looks, you should be able to make a lot of money soon. Yana shielded Xiao Lin behind her and glared at her angrily. Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Lin has a better future. Better future? The young lady sneered disdainfully. On this kind of planet, where is there any better future? Oh, that's not right. If the big boss Stinky takes a fancy to it, maybe it will be a better future. The little girl Xiao Lin pretends to be their staff every time, and steals in the name of soliciting customers. If the little girl has bright eyes and a quick mind, she will come to trouble, and sell what she gets every time. Give her some after buying it. She has already reported it. Okay. In contrast, Yana is obviously kinder. She looked at the valuable bracelet in Xiao Lin's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xiao Lin, I think you should return this thing. At first glance, this thing is not something that ordinary people can wear. If he finds that he has lost it, he will inevitably think of you. On this planet, whoever has big fists and strong background has the right to speak. If the thing that Xiao Lin stole this time is discovered, she probably won't get any kindness. No. Xiao Lin shook her head and said firmly, sell this, and I can almost buy a spaceship for my money. I can leave this planet soon. When I make a lot of money outside, I'll take you away with me, Sister Yana. Xiao Lin seemed quite conscientious, and she was still thinking about Yana's care for her. But after all, Yana has been on the planet longer and has more experience. Listen to me this time, Jolene. I still have some money, I can lend it to you first. This thing is hot. Yana once saw with her own eyes that the little sister in the store just accidentally broke a necklace that a customer was carrying with her. Since then, that little sister seemed to have evaporated from the world, and she has never been seen again. I don't want Sister Yana's money, Xiaolin muttered. It is not easy for Sister Yana to earn some money. Don't worry, Sister Yana, I'll sell it now, and buy a spaceship overnight to escape from this planet. Recently, the money is almost collected, and Xiaolin's household belongings are packed, and she is just waiting for the last bit of funds. She is now in a very happy mood, thinking that she will soon be able to escape from this planet full of darkness and smell, and she is extremely excited. When that person found out that his bracelet had been stolen, all the people who had run away were gone. Although Xiaolin didn't know what other planets looked like and whether there were so many bad people, she felt that no matter how bad it was, it couldn't be worse than here. At least what you can see from the video is 10,000 times better than here. Escape overnight? It's a good plan. Xiaolin smiled. Right, Sister Yana thinks so too. Yana, sister. Xiaolin smiled, and suddenly found Yana looking behind her in horror. Moreover, it seems that the person who spoke just now was not Sister Yana, but a male voice. Xiaolin thought of something, and she froze in place. She twisted her stiff neck and turned away. Then, I saw a smiling face. It's just that this smile, no matter how you look at it, makes her feel chills. This person is Lin Feng who just had her bracelet stolen? I don't know why, looking at the harmless faces of humans and animals, but Xiaolin sensed an unprecedented threat. She swallowed her saliva, and with a plop, she knelt down on the ground in a very bare manner. Then raised the stolen wristbands with both hands, bowed his head. I'm sorry? Please forgive me. Fuck. Lin Feng took a step back subconsciously. It was the first time he met such a decisive person. Sensible, this seems to be the most sensible person Lin Feng has met since he traveled to Marvel. Lin Feng was a little uncomfortable with being acquainted. Shouldn't he bite the bullet and deny it, or beat him back? Interesting? Lin Feng became interested. If it was normal, Lin Feng would not care about it for the sake of being so sensible. But now, Lin Feng does not intend to let her go. Otherwise, my painstaking efforts would not be in vain. Do you really think anyone can get the wristband Lin Feng is wearing? If it wasn't for Lin Feng's consent, the Tianshen group wouldn't even be able to take it down. Lin Feng squatted down and took back the wristband. Xiaolin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this man had forgiven her. Money is good, but the life of a dog is more important. She is sober in a small world. Growing up on this kind of planet, it is already instinctive to act on winks. If you insisted on not going back before, it was not discovered. However, the next second, it's right to change the wristband back. After all, you stole it from me. But if you want me to forgive you, you need to satisfy me with a small request. Before the joy on Xiaolin's face fully surfaced, she collapsed. What did she hear? Satisfy his small request? What a joke. Do you really think of her as a young lady in the shop? With a lot of thoughts, Xiaolin's eyes rolled, and she got up and ran away with lightning speed. This kid has been smart since he was a child, and his short legs have been exercised since he was a child, and he is very fast when he runs away. Ordinary planet guards can't catch up with her? But Lin Feng laughed and ran away in front of Superman? Who gave you courage? That thunderous speed, in Lin Feng's eyes, is no better than slow motion? He grabbed Xiaolin's fate by the back of her neck and lifted it up. Want to run? Xiaolin was directly stunned, then took a breath, and said in her heart that this is a hard stubble. As soon as the eyeballs rolled, they opened directly. The little paws scratched directly at Lin Feng, grinning and struggling non-stop at the same time. Let me go, let me go. If you need something, go into the store and don't look for me. Lin Feng was overjoyed. You are the one who stole my things. Why should I look for someone from the shop? Come with me obediently. I have money, I will pay you back. You can't afford it. Go to the store and look for it. I'll pay you. I don't like the ones in the store. Xiaolin is in a hurry. Why doesn't this person eat oil and salt? Immediately afterwards, she thought of a possibility. Could it be? Let me go? You must have let me steal the bracelet on purpose. Let me go. Lin Feng raised his brows. He didn't expect this girl to be quite smart, but how did she think of it? Lin Feng didn't know that this fishing method was a common method used by villains in Mafumo. Xiaolin is very careful every time she strikes. She has the ability to sense bad luck. But today, she missed it. She couldn't sense anything from Lin Feng, and she thought Lin Feng was an ordinary person, so she couldn't resist the temptation for a while, and made a move. And Lin Feng did it on purpose. He originally wanted to go to the bar or the mission center to collect the general situation of the planet and some information. Unexpectedly, within 2 steps, I met the natives who came to my door. The moment the girl bumped into her arms, he felt someone touching his wristband. The plot in this kind of movie is like the seasoning in life. Lin Feng simply cooperated with it and directly caught a wave of fish. I don't understand what you're saying. Come with me now. Lin Feng carried Xiaolin and turned around to leave, planning to find a place to have a good conversation. Xiaolin was still yelling, attracting the eyes of unknown races coming and going on the street. But those creatures just glanced at them and stopped paying attention, as if Sikong was used to seeing them. On this transit star, it is not surprising that similar things happen several times a day. It's none of your business. No one wants to meddle in their own business. This, my lord. Before Lin Feng could take 2 steps, Lin Feng was held back by the woman Xiaolin called Yana's sister. Lin Feng turned around. What are you doing? Can you let Xiao Lin go? She is still a child. I will satisfy you any request you have. I'm not a child, I'm an adult. Don't care about Sister Yana. Hearing Yana's words, Xiao Lin was in a hurry, and she was even happier when she was being carried and struggling by Lin Feng. Obviously, he didn't want to drag Yana into the water. But Lin Feng? That's right, is there some misunderstanding? But Lin Feng didn't intend to explain now, and just asked casually, how long have you been on this planet? Yana was taken aback, not knowing why Lin Feng asked this question, but she answered honestly, I have been on this planet since I was born, and I have never left. Never left. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, he was definitely another native of the planet. Okay, you come too. The longer I live on this planet, the more things I know, and I can ask for more information. Thinking of this, Lin Feng grabbed Yana's sleeve and walked away with the latter's incredulous eyes. Hiss. The young lady in red by the door gasped. This young man looked gentle, but he didn't expect to be so good at playing. Want to? The young lady in red withdrew her eyes and looked at her nose and heart, pretending she didn't see this scene happening. Although the dividends that were about to be obtained flew away, the young lady in red also knew that the life of a dog was important. Living on this planet, there is an iron rule, don't meddle in other people's business, and pretend you don't see what you see, otherwise you might not live until tomorrow. Lin Feng dragged the two of them away. The little sister in red looked at the back of her companion going away, and thought to herself that this little sister might not be able to keep her job this time. If I go out during work hours and haven't asked for leave yet, the supervisor knows that not only will my job not be guaranteed, but I may not even get my salary this month. No, not right. If that little boy just now was a pervert at heart, he might not even be able to save his life. The young lady in red sighed. This is the way the planet is, no one cares about an average person. She was kind before, but the hardships of life have made her wear a thick mask. Where did Yana go? The young lady in red was thinking about it, when a gloomy voice suddenly sounded in her ear, and goosebumps arose immediately. She turned her head. Master, supervisor. Yana provoked a guest and was dragged away. The gloomy supervisor tilted his head. Guest? Who is it? I haven't seen it. The young lady in red replied truthfully. A new face. The gloomy supervisor pondered for a while, then continued. Okay, I see. The young lady in red breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't make things difficult for herself. After the gloomy supervisor left, he took out a communicator and reported the matter to the upper level. After that, he didn't care and ordered a young lady to go out to the platform again. In his eyes, these people are consumables. It is a trivial matter to mess with a violent customer and lose their life, as long as they don't bring negative effects to their shop. Moreover, it's just a position equivalent to a doorman, and it's not the number one in the store. And at the moment, at the door of the store, the young lady in red was still patting her chest, and another voice sounded. Beauty, why did that person take Yana away just now? Who? The young lady in red looked around, but didn't find anyone talking to her. Where is this sound coming from? Under. The voice seemed a little angry. Okay. The young lady in red lowered her head in doubt, then her pupils dilated. What animal is this? Small, hairy body. It is a species that has never been seen before, but it looks like a monkey with a sharp mouth, not a good animal. If Lin Feng is still here, he must be able to recognize him. Isn't this Raccoon Rocket? I'm asking you something. Why did that person take Yana away just now? Rocket scratched his head impatiently. Small animals can talk? Not surprisingly, there are talking catfish on this planet. Hey, does the guest know Yana? I haven't seen you before, is it Yana's old customer? The young lady in red teased a few words, then suddenly frowned. It's not right, Yana's job is only to stand at the gate, and she doesn't accept other service requests. I don't know what she thinks. There are not many jobs on the platform. Is there a reason that I can't say? Why do you ask her? Are you friends? This broken mouth made the Rocket feel irritable, and he took out a gun and pointed it at the young lady in red. Am I asking you or you asking me? Hiss. The young lady in red trembled. Yana provoked that guest, and was dragged away by that guest. Under the threat of force, the young lady in red immediately confessed. Ordinary people on this planet have nothing else, their eyesight is better than the other. Rocket put away his gun with a sullen face and left. Seeing the Rocket go away, the young lady in red was a little sad, thinking about whether to resign or not. Mom, I want to go home, the guests here are getting more and more irritable. Hey Rocket, did the question come out? At the corner of the street, Rocket and Star-Lord converged. Guardians of Galaxy are temporarily staying on the planet Movmo due to some entrusted reasons. But today, the Rockets and Xingzhou came out to purchase supplies, and happened to see the scene of Lin Feng just now. But after all, they are not very familiar with each other, and because of the shadow left by Lin Feng's massacre before, the two tacitly did not go forward to say hello to Lin Feng. But after Lin Feng left, Rocket immediately ran to the door of the store. Then, the scene just happened. Rocket's face is not very good. The question came out, it seems that Yana accidentally provoked Lin Feng. Xingzhou squatted down. What's the matter? You don't want to plead for her, do you? Rocket fell silent. Xingzhou's eyes also changed. Fuck, you don't really want to go, do you? That's the devil who kills without batting an eye. Star-Lord thinks Rocket is crazy. But he also knew that Rocket had friendship with that Yana. On the first day when he came to Mafumo Transit Star, Rocket took some things to visit Yana. It was the first time that Xingju saw Rocket being so caring about a person. At that time, I couldn't help but make a joke, but my face was almost scratched by the Rocket. Until the end, Xingju didn't ask what the relationship between the two was. Rocket was silent for a while, then nodded firmly. Yana once took care of me and saved me, I'm going to try. Besides, Lin Feng is not a murderous monster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me this thing in the first place. The little raccoon took out a triangular piece of metal from his trouser pocket and recalled. This was given to it by Lin Feng a long time ago. I picked up Lin Feng's thing, but Lin Feng didn't take it back directly, but exchanged this thing called a rescue device. Rocket used it once, but he didn't use it anymore, because he felt that Lin Feng had saved him once, and it was even, although Lin Feng seemed to be at a disadvantage. Your little head is probably crazy, I won't go. Xingju decisively removed himself from this matter. But as the captain, I can prepare a good coffin for you. Rocket gave him a disdainful look. Roll. No one asked you to go. Go back and hide in Gamera's arms and cry, pee your pants, Star-Lord. Star-Lord blushed. Don't mention those 3 words. It was just an accident. Can the rockets bird him? With a sneer, he turned his head and left. I'm too lazy to deal with this guy. If I don't chase Lin Feng, I won't be able to catch up. Fortunately, Lin Feng hadn't left for a long time, and the street was very long, so the Rocket could still see Lin Feng's back from a distance. He quietly followed Lin Feng, who was less than the height of an ordinary person's thigh, making it difficult for people to notice the existence of such a little raccoon. As for Lin Feng, he was holding one in one hand and the other in the other, which was really eye-catching. And the one in his hand is still constantly yelling. Can you shut up? Lin Feng was a little annoyed. Although the sound is not unpleasant, the chirping is still annoying. Want me to shut up? If you let me go, I'll shut up. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and directly sealed Xiao Lin's mouth with his ability. Now, the world is considered quiet, but due to being unable to speak, Xiao Lin struggled even more. This, my lord, where do you want to take us? Behind Lin Feng, Yana, who was being pulled by the wrist, asked cautiously. She didn't dare to withdraw her wrist, for fear of offending Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at her sideways. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, just ask something. Yana didn't ask any more questions, but just followed Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. As for Lin Feng's words, she didn't know how much she believed in her heart. Soon, Lin Feng pulled the 2 of them to his original destination. He stopped to look around, and then walked in. At the corner of the street, the dog flicked out a sharp-billed animal. Big R bar. Rocket watched Lin Feng pull the 2 of them into the bar, and continued to follow up quietly. Fortunately, instead of dragging him directly to the hotel next door, it just said that Lin Feng is not such a person. The little raccoon, who has experienced many unfortunate lives, is more sensitive to the hearts of good and evil creatures. The guard at the door didn't stop Rocket from entering, but just gave him a weird look. Rocket is going to find a hidden seat, and then use his super listening device to listen to what Lin Feng and the others are saying, so that he can think about how to act. Lin Feng also just found a seat and sat down. Rocket found a place not too close to him and sat down too. It took out a small black box from its trouser pocket. This thing is not expensive, and it can amplify the sound in one direction, which is very useful for eavesdropping. After adjusting the direction, Rocket put on the earphones and raised his head to look at Lin Feng. In the next second, the body froze. He saw Lin Feng. And Lin Feng is looking at him. There is still a half-smile expression on his face. Apparently he had been spotted. Well, just after the little trick was done, the owner discovered it. With a smile on his face, Lin Feng waved at Rocket, signaling him to come over. Rocket touched his nose, put away the small props, and walked over swaggeringly, without any embarrassment of being noticed. It's not a thin-skinned thing to be in the universe? Hey, Lin Feng, long time no see. Rocket jumped to his seat and sat down, and greeted him familiarly. He sat next to Lin Feng, and Xiao Lin and Yana sat opposite. I saw you a long time ago, and the dog is following behind. Lin Feng joked with a smile. Rocket is a thunder, a little animal who dislikes integrity, and Lin Feng understands his character. Although it is cheap, Lin Feng is not annoying. Still the same sentence. Long ago, Lin Feng regarded Rocket as an ordinary friend, so he doggedly followed Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not annoyed at all. Waving and ordering another glass of wine, Lin Feng asked curiously, why are you on this planet? Are Star-Lord and the others there? With so many planets in the universe, the chance of Lin Feng meeting an acquaintance is too small. Rocket nodded, not planning to hide anything. Yes, they are all here. Star-Lord is lying in Gamera's arms, ready to relieve maternal love. You don't even know how cowardly he is. Just now when I said I came to you, he turned around and ran away. Like a child who needs to be nursed, ha 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 ha. Seeing Lin Feng's gentle attitude towards him, the Rockets also made a joke. In fact, even though he just came up and sat next to Lin Feng, he didn't seem to be afraid of anything. But the heart rate is running at high speed. After all, he didn't have much contact with Lin Feng. Although he could feel that Lin Feng was harmless, who knew what he was thinking. Now with Lin Feng's attitude, the fearful Rockets can be regarded as relaxed. Since we met, let's have a good drink. Having said that, I didn't have time to say hello to you when I saw you in the Nicola Galaxy last time. While talking, the drinks had already been served. Lin Feng did not treat them differently, and ordered a glass for everyone. Bringing up what happened last time made the Rockets a little embarrassed. It can be regarded as a rare blush for the rockets. Continuously jumping to the Nicola galaxy, the people in the spaceship almost died on the spot. In the end, he escaped early because he was afraid of Lin Feng's power. At first, I thought Lin Feng hadn't noticed them, but I didn't think people would have noticed them long ago. Don't mention this. Drink. Rocket picked up the drink and poured it down. Lin Feng didn't speak but smiled and picked up the wine glass. After drinking a glass of wine, the atmosphere became much more active. Rocket hiccuped and looked at Yana and the two. Yana definitely recognized the Rocket too. When Rocket came over just now, Yana frantically winked at herself to signal him not to come over. But after seeing the communication between the two, Yana stopped her eyes from twitching. The tone of the conversation looks like a friend. Her mind became active in an instant, and Yana cast a look at the Rocket for help. The Rocket nodded slightly insignificantly. Yana is still the same Yana from before, always thinking of others first. Growing up on this kind of planet, she can still retain this kindness. Yana is also a very special existence. Rocket stroked his hairy chin, thinking about how to get on well with Lin Feng. Rocket looked at Xiao Lin again. He also knew this guy, but he wasn't familiar with it. In Rocket's impression, Xiao Lin was a little animal who could beat better than him. It's been many years since I met the two of you. At that time, the Rocket was injured and passed out. It was Yana who brought him home and took care of him for many days before he recovered his life, otherwise he would not have risked his life to come here. As for Xiao Lin, she only met when she came to play with Yana. She always has a lot of nonsense, and she can tell the Rocket all the time. It's just that at the moment seemed to be tied to the chair by an invisible rope, stiff and motionless. At the same time, the corners of his mouth were drawn crazily, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Looking at this scene, the Rockets wanted to laugh a little, thinking that you have today too. Hi, off topic. As for how to tell Lin Feng, Rocket still feels that it is better to be honest, and there is no need to hide what he and Yana know. After all, they don't know each other, so if Lin Feng speaks for her, can Lin Feng not doubt it? Lin Feng is kind, and he can't help but know what's going on. Lin Feng, did Miss Yana do something to offend you? After making a decision, the Rockets took the initiative. Oh. Lin Feng frowned, put down his glass, and asked in confusion, you two know each other? Rocket nodded, and Lin Feng smacked his lips. We've known each other for a long time. Miss Yana once saved my life. In this kind of planet full of darkness and sewage, it is extremely rare to have such a person. If she didn't anger you, I would like to ask you to let her go. Lin Feng tilted his head, with a strange expression on his face. Good guy, I really know each other, what a small probability this is. As for what Rocket said, Ms. Yana once saved Rocket's life. Lin Feng said that he was scratching his head because it was a plot he had never been exposed to. Lin Feng has never seen similar information in movies or comics. But it didn't feel strange. After all, stories that have nothing to do with the main line probably won't be told to the audience, and the Marvel that was originally traversed by myself has many differences from many details that I have seen before. The Rocket's request made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. He really didn't plan to do anything to these two people, but simply ask some questions. But to make the arrogant little Rocket intercede, it seems that Yana's character is still remarkable. Take it easy, Rocket. It's just a small thing, I'm not that stingy yet. But they need to answer some questions for me, Lin Feng explained. Hearing this, the Rocket breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the matter was not as serious as he had imagined, and Lin Feng's attitude was very relaxed from the beginning to the end. Yana also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that her life was safe. Don't talk about asking some questions, it's okay to pick up her family tree and say it. Immediately, Yana made a statement. Whatever your lord wants to ask, I will not hide anything. Aha. With this attitude, Lin Feng is quite satisfied. Tell me about this planet first. Who does it belong to, and the current situation? It's not a problem that is difficult to explain. As a native of the planet, this information is not a secret. Yana pondered for a while, sorted out the information, and then introduced Mafimo Transit Star. This planet is called Mafimo Transit Star. It was originally a mineral planet, and it was controlled by a strong man named Daps about 230 years ago. Daps is a descendant of a family called Notback. His whole body is covered with a thick red hard shell, which is extremely hard. At the same time, he is also an out-and-out villain. For 200 years, his industries have spread all over the planet, and he is constantly sending cash to him. When she said this, Yana lowered her voice and looked around. Have you met him? Lin Feng interrupted. Well, I've seen it. Daps sometimes goes to the casino on the west side of town to inspect the work. But most of the time, he will stay in the central tower in the center of the city, that's where he lives. The Rocket on the side interrupted at this time. For Daps, I also have some information here. Just 2 years ago, he wanted to entrust me with something. It's just that it's not very pleasant afterwards. Oh, can you tell me what it is? Lin Feng asked curiously. 2 years ago? According to the information that Della gave to himself, the time when he saw the black robe was about 2 years ago. Could it be that there is some connection here? Rocket nodded. There is nothing that cannot be said. Daps has a guard team composed entirely of their race, probably capable of reaching a rating of A. His ambition is very big, and he wants to expand outward through some means. Outward expansion. Well, it's just temporarily shelved for some reason, and I don't know much about it. He wanted to expand, so he hired me to modify a batch of biochemical weapon generation equipment. I didn't agree. It is impossible for me to accept such inhumane weapons and equipment, Rocket said with gritted teeth. He has never had a good impression of this inhuman attack method, and he is even more annoyed by Dap's attitude of contempt for life. It's just that this is the normal state in the universe, and it cannot be changed by him. But why are you suddenly interested in information about this planet? It's just an ordinary transit star. Like most interim stars, they are all cannibals. Speaking of which, the universe is really dark, ha 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 ha. Rocket didn't know what he recalled, and picked up his wine glass sadly, and took a big gulp. If you want to deal with Daps, you can go directly to the center of the city. Yana has already said that he has been staying there. Rocket continued. When it comes to Dabra, he seems to talk more than Anna. But you have to pay attention. Dapis has a big brother named Dabra, who is very famous in the universe, and there are many powerful combat units under him. The reason why this planet can belong to Dapis, all because of his big brother. The Rockets thought that Lin Feng wanted to deal with Dabra, and racked their brains to recall all kinds of information about Mafumo and Dapis. Immediately, I felt something was wrong. Scratch your furry little head. That's not right, Lin Feng. If you really want to deal with Dapis, why don't you just go to the center of the city? With your power, it's not a problem to destroy this transit star in the blink of an eye, and you still need to collect information. Just use yours, that sit size A1. Rocket pointed his two sharp claws at his eyes, making radial movements, obviously referring to Lin Feng's heat ray. On the side, Yana's eyes widened when she heard Rocket's evaluation of Lin Feng's strength, and even Xiao Lin, who was restrained, was stunned. Is this stuffed animal telling some new joke? Destroy this transit star in the blink of an eye? Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly. I've never realized that Rocket's insane ability is so powerful. I didn't say I was going to deal with Daps. After thinking about it, Lin Feng added, well, I don't have that idea for now, but it depends on the situation. According to the information given to him by Card Della, the Black Robe probably established a stronghold here. And what the Black Robe wants to do through the planet, there is a high probability that it will not be able to bypass the planet holder Daps. So, whether Daps will become Lin Feng's enemy depends on his attitude. Whether it's Dapis, or the big brother Dabra in the Rocket's mouth, to Lin Feng, they are just stronger ants. As for the direct destruction of the planet you said, do I look like such a violent single-celled creature? The Rockets were a little embarrassed by what Lin Feng said. That's not what I meant. I just thought, you must have your own reasons for asking about this planet's information. With your strength, you can pinch Dapis' neck and ask him to tell you about the history of development. After all, he must know more than many aborigines. This is also the Rocket's doubts. And Lin Feng chuckled. You don't understand this. It's called fun. Will you jump directly to the boss level when playing games? When playing a game, one link should be linked to another, and it is interesting to advance slowly. Lin Feng was definitely able to go directly to Daps. Even with the use of some abilities, everything about this planet from its birth to the present will appear in Lin Feng's mind. It's just that Lin Feng enjoys the feeling of going through the process. If you encounter something and push it by force and ability, it will be like the game is on. Although it was very cool for a while, the ending was too fast, so I couldn't enjoy the joy of the game at all. It's not that Lin Feng has never done this before, and he has a deep understanding of it. You see, abducting two girls with completely different personalities, drinking a little wine and listening to their information, isn't it far more fun than using an ability to obtain information by yourself? Rocket took a sip of his wine and nodded in a daze. He said he didn't understand Lin Feng's XP very well. If he had Lin Feng's ability, he would have already stepped on Dapis and output it. Let's go ahead. What is Daps's prestige and reputation on this planet? Lin Feng brought the topic back on track. Prestige is high, but reputation is stinky. I guess no one likes a villain who oppresses others. Rocket pouted at Yana. In this regard, Yana, as an aborigine, has more say. Yana nodded sympathetically. The shop where I work is the property under the name of Daps. No, it should be said that 80% of this street is occupied by Daps shops, including this Axe-R bar. My lord, look over there. Yana pointed to some dark corners in the bar. Lin Feng scanned it without any trace. What Yana wanted her to see should be those strong men in black clothes hiding in the corner. They are the most loyal lackeys of Dapis, all over the planet. Everyone calls them Black and White Hands. They do the dirtiest, smelliest, and most basic jobs. Murder and arson to collect corpses. That's right. Each of them can get a cash income of nearly 50,000 per month. Fuck, so high. Lin Feng was a little surprised. The income of aliens and Blue Stars is completely different. 50,000 per month, equivalent to Blue Star's monthly income of 100,000. Well, they are the first-tier armed force that only belongs to Daps, and they are also the largest in number. There are probably thousands of people in this city alone. And among the forces directly under Dapis, they get 50,000 cash per month, which is still the lowest class. Daps is so willing. Lin Feng said that he had never seen such a generous person. How rich is this Dapis, to pay such a high salary for the lowest level employees? Yeah, he is very greedy, but at the same time he is very willing and knows where the money should be spent. It's also because of this that any disturbance on the planet can be heard by Dapis. Lin Feng nodded. This is definitely a matter of course. I didn't expect Daps to have such vision. This kind of salary, for anyone, would be full of energy, and would not let go of any abnormalities. However, this level of capital expenditure is a huge amount every month. No wonder it's full of DAPS shops. With such a huge cash expenditure, I think DAPS should have more than just the income from these shops and mines. Do you know if he is connected with other cosmic forces? Rocket and Yana looked at each other. That's beyond what we can know. Generally, even if there is one, it should be DAP's secret. I still think you should go directly to DAPS, then strangle him and step him down. I think he will happily tell you all the information you want to know. The Rocket's hands were pinched while sitting, making Lin Feng wonder if there was some unknown grievance between the two of them. Okay, then do you know how many forbidden areas are there on this planet? Or, have you ever seen someone dressed like this? Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and pulled out a photo of him dressed in a black robe. Rocket and Yana came over to take a closer look, then shook their heads. No, although people on this planet dress up in different styles, I have never seen such a dress up. Yana said the words, and Rocket is not an aborigine. If Yana has never seen it, he has never seen it. Lin Feng was more or less disappointed. Indeed, this information should not be accessible to ordinary people. Why don't you really go to DAPS and ask him by stepping on his neck? Lin Feng thinks it is more reliable. Well. Xiao Lin started acting like a demon again. Are you a fart? Lin Feng was puzzled. Xiao Lin stretched her head anxiously at Lin Feng's cell phone. Her mouth was still sealed with Lin Feng's ability, so she couldn't speak. Lin Feng frowned, pointing to the phone. Have you ever seen this kind of dress? No. Xiao Lin nodded sharply. I go? Lin Feng was happy, and waved his hand to remove the seal on Xiao Lin's mouth. Come on, tell me and listen to me. If it works for me, I don't care about you stealing from me. Xiao Lin chuckled, her eyeballs rolling. I did meet them, but if you want to know their information, you have to pay. Lin Feng? Courage. I haven't pursued you for stealing my things, and you have already started bargaining with me. Xiao Lin licked her lips, revealing 2 small canine teeth. 1 yard is worth 1 yard. I need money, you need information, isn't this a fair deal? Lin Feng put away his smile and looked at her quietly. Did you know that there is a magic that can search biological memory? Yana could tell. Lin Feng seemed to be angry. Immediately, she hastily tugged on Xiao Lin's sleeve. Xiao Lin, if you know something, tell me quickly. This little girl is a bit desperate. How dare she bargain with someone like Lin Feng? Didn't she hear what the Rocket said just now, that the planet can be destroyed in the blink of an eye? Xiao Lin gulped. She boldly continued, you can't do this. It's inhuman. Humanity? How much is humaneness on this planet? Lin Feng sneered. This Xiao Lin is really a bit blind. If the information spoken is useful to Lin Feng doesn't mind giving a little favor or something. But stealing from him on the front foot, and negotiating conditions with himself on the back foot, made Lin Feng a little annoyed. This tea is completely challenging my patience. It's true that beautiful women have privileges here, but if they can't see their own position clearly and insist on killing themselves, then Lin Feng will not show mercy. Now, I'll give you a chance to speak out. If you don't speak up, your life will only end today. Lin Feng was unhappy, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. An invisible oppression enveloped the hearts of several people, making it difficult for them to breathe. Facing Lin Feng's enormous aura, Xiao Lin's brain was disconnected for a short time. The petite body couldn't help shaking twice. That's right, just under the central tower, I've seen a person dressed like this. Xiao Lin tremblingly said the message. I only saw it once, a year ago. Well, I wanted to steal something at that time, but there were too many guards. I saw a person dressed like this from a distance, walking into the ground. Originally shrewd and wanted to make a deal with Lin Feng, he was so frightened that he confessed everything, and he almost told what color he was wearing today. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and withdrew his momentum. Sometimes, for those who can't see the situation clearly, it is necessary to use more or less deterrent means. Seeing myself smiling all day long makes me feel like a good stubble? Forget it, Lin Feng doesn't think about it. The central tower, isn't that where DAPS lives? According to Xiao Lin, did the Black Robes build their stronghold under the central tower? After getting the desired information, Lin Feng stood up. These two chicks probably don't have any more information to ask, so they have to do it themselves? Drop some cash to pay for it. Next time, brighten your eyes. He gave Xiao Lin a warning look, but in return the latter trembled. After speaking, Lin Feng walked out. Yana on the side almost collapsed when she heard Lin Feng's words. He can say that. Obviously he has let the two of them go. Yana, who came back to her senses, hurriedly comforted Xiao Lin, who was still in a daze. This time can be regarded as a lesson. Presumably from now on, Xiao Lin will be able to restrain herself a lot. Lin Feng walked out of the bar. It was already evening. Lin Feng. Behind him, little raccoon Rocket ran out. Rocket? What's the matter? Lin Feng smiled, as if he wasn't the one who intimidated them earlier. I know where the central tower is, shall I take you there? Rocket suggested. He just said a few words with Yana, and he ran out to chase Lin Feng. If he wants to reminisce about the old days, he can do it at any time. Yana can't run away on this planet, and Lin Feng is not something he can meet whenever he wants to. Forward. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He looked towards the center of the city, where there was a very characteristic red tower, which could be seen at a glance. Is this still a guide? Okay, let's go together. It's not that I don't reject a talking animal. The two walked towards the central tower a little bored. Evening is the time after dinner, and the streets are still bustling. The light dimmed, and the neon tubes on the street became brighter. At this point in time, some sneaky people also came out, and they only started their day's work at the moment. Lin Feng looked at the rocket while walking. He remembered that this little raccoon seemed to have a lot of knowledge in his mind. It can be seen from the fact that he repaired the spaceship with his bare hands and ridiculed Tony in Avengers Alliance 4, you can be regarded as a genius at Blue Star. And the rocket's hands-on ability is also very strong. Given enough materials, he believes that he can make a spaceship with bare hands. Lin Feng was wondering if he should bring the little raccoon with him when he returned to the Blue Star in the original universe beyond the fourth limit. It is estimated that if he was there, the progress of scientific research in his hometown would be faster. Rocket, who followed Lin Feng, was stared at by him a little bit. What do you keep looking at me for? Rocket felt a chill, and hugged his hands up and down to soothe his hair. I was just thinking, what are you and Xingja doing on this planet? Lin Feng said with a smile. What to do? What else to do? Rocket bowed his head and kicked the stones flying by his feet, feeling a little uninterested. Watching that Peter Quill guy be silly all day, let's hang out and eat. You should know that if you do our job, you will lie down forever. Lin Feng slowed down. Hey, why did this sharp-toothed little raccoon suddenly start EO? It's not like his style. Where's Groot? Groot and Star-Lord stay together. He has almost grown to the same height as before. Speaking of Groot, Rocket was a little happier, and showed Lin Feng his height with his hand. Speaking of which, thank you for the soil you gave me that time, otherwise Groot wouldn't have grown so fast. Lin Feng waved his hand with a funny smile, it's nothing more than a little effort. Rocket smiled. I don't know why, after seeing Lin Feng again this time, I feel different from before, but Rocket can't tell what is different. Maybe it's because Lin Feng treats him as a friend, he doesn't call him a raccoon like Star-Lord, and he doesn't have Delax's eyes like looking at small animals. Here in Lin Feng, the Rockets rarely experience the feeling of friends, just like when staying with Groot. Although that bastard Groot always pissed him off. Speaking of Rocket, have you thought about your future life? The light gradually became dimmer, and the luminous fixed star belonging to this planet has gone to other places to glow and heat. While walking, Lin Feng put his hands behind his head comfortably, admiring the street at night. The future life. Rocket looked up at Lin Feng. I never thought about it, just take a step and see. Maybe one day I'm tired of the current life, and I'll find a place where no one is around to spend the rest of my time. Definitely, if Groot is willing, I will take him. Rocket feels that he is still young, and he really has never thought about his future life. He just wants to earn more main now, only main can make him feel safe. Would you like to visit my hometown in the future? Lin Feng issued an invitation. Rocket looked weird. Isn't your hometown Blue Star? It's nothing to see, a group of backward natives. I didn't say you. Rocket scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Feng shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. It's a blue star, but it's not the blue star of this universe. Compared to the blue star in this universe, the technology of my hometown Blue Star is even more backward. Lin Feng said with some emotion. Rocket scratched his head again, feeling that Lin Feng was talking about a tongue twister. With your ability, it's easy to help them, right? The Rocket doesn't understand Lin Feng's ability. It should be a breeze to collect some high-tech products in the universe. Is there some unspeakable secret? It's hard to go back to my hometown. I can only send some things through some special means, but I still don't have the ability to return to my hometown. You can't go back with your strength. Well, I can't go back for the time being. Lin Feng looked at the sky with some melancholy. In the night of the Movmo transit star, two moons with different file sizes can be seen. Perhaps being distracted by the Rocket, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling melancholy. Rocket tilted his head. If you say that, then I would like to take a look. The hometown that even people like Lin Feng can't go back to, aroused Rocket's curiosity. Lin Feng chuckled. It's easy. When I find a way to go back, how about I take you there to see? Maybe when the time comes, you will need your knowledge to help them. Rocket patted his skinny chest. No problem, it's a small matter. The ghost knows when Lin Feng will find a way to go back, so I promise first. One big and one small, one person and one animal, talking constantly, slowly arrived at the destination, the central tower. I have to say that this Dopus is much more flamboyant than Tony, and the central tower is much taller and larger than the Stark building. It really is rich and powerful. Rocket, you should go back first. Lin Feng said after arriving at the destination. Rocket nodded, knowing that Lin Feng was about to start working, and he probably couldn't help much. Should we leave this planet? Asked the Rocket. The reason why he followed Lin Feng out was another purpose. He needs to know how far Lin Feng wants to go, and whether they need to run away in advance to evacuate. If Lin Feng meant to destroy the entire planet, then there would be no game. The life of a dog is important, and the Rockets know this well. No, I won't destroy this planet. Lin Feng replied with a smile. On this planet, apart from villains, there are still innocent civilians like Yana. Lin Feng didn't have Thanos' plan, so he wouldn't make such an extreme move. After getting the answer, the Rockets were relieved. Okay, then be careful, I'll go back first. Talking so far, the Rockets haven't eaten yet, but now they feel a little hungry. After the two bid farewell, Lin Feng continued to approach the central tower. It is said to be a tall tower in the center, but Lin Feng feels that it is more appropriate to call it a tall building. There are still many guards around the tower, and strangers are not allowed to approach the tower. Lin Feng didn't disturb the guards either, and stood directly in the distance, fixed his eyes on the top floor, and opened the perspective. It has to be said that Superman's ability is easy to use. Ever since he possessed Superman's ability, Lin Feng's whole life seems to be on the hook. The internal structure of the entire tower clearly appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng found the planet boss called Daps at a glance. The main reason is that he is too conspicuous, he is really wearing a red armor. Strange race. At the moment, he was sitting in a very spacious office, talking to his subordinates with a serious face. Lin Feng moved his ears slightly, and the sound of conversation came to his ears. Boss, Mr. Dubra's last payment has not been settled yet, and a collection has been sent. Daps looked impatient. Dubra, you want too much. Are the various income statistics for this period of time available? The statistics have been completed. Here. His subordinates handed over a document, and Daps read it carefully. Lin Feng shook his head and had a boring conversation, but it seemed that the relationship between the two brothers was not very good. The line of sight continued to move downward. The entire tower looks no different from the office building on Blue Star, but there are a lot of weapons stored at the bottom, middle, and top floor. Even in a space on the top floor, a small escape spaceship was placed. Lin Feng searched carefully, but did not see the black robe in the tower. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng looked at the underground of the tower. He didn't know how the weak, ant-like Jolene managed to bypass so many guards and approach the tower, but he didn't care. Lin Feng's expression gradually became serious when his perspective eyes passed through the surface and came to the underground. Underground, there is also an incomparably vast space. In the space, there are a large number of guards, almost in every aisle and room. But this doesn't mean anything. It's normal for Daps to hold a planet in his hands and have some backhands, such as underground space. But in your space, a steel wall with a thickness of half a meter is a bit too much. And not only the walls, Lin Feng also saw a large amount of white ore, piled together in piles. Upon closer inspection, it was a variety that Lin Feng had never seen before. But in the next second, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Look, what do I see? Really let Lin Feng find the black robe. This brings the main course. It's so simple and smooth, it gave Lin Feng a lot of fun. There were a total of 3 black robes, squatting in a room, each holding an instrument in their hands, and they were doing similar inspection work on the white ore that Lin Feng saw just now. How is it? How many of this batch are qualified? One of the black robes asked the other 2 companions in a low voice. The other 2 companions were obviously in a good mood. This time is good, about half of the quality is qualified. You can give that thing to Daps. The voice constantly entered Lin Feng's ears. He sneered. There really was a deal between the black robe and Daps. Do you really want to give it to him? The last black robe said with some hesitation. Even if we don't give it to him, there won't be any problem. To be honest, I'm quite reluctant to part with that stuff. The black robe who asked the question first snorted coldly. Give it, why not give it? In business, you must be honest. The ore he gave meets the standard, then give him what he deserves. This conversation made Lin Feng laugh. The black-robed organization still knows how to be honest? Lin Feng shook his head, and used his ability to lock the positions of several black robes, intending to teleport them directly, grabbing these 3 black robes and interrogating them. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. The black robe who asked the question first wanted to ask something else, but there was a harsh beeping sound from his body. The black robe was startled, and immediately took out something like a siren. The siren had a beam-like device, and it pointed in Lin Feng's direction. No, someone saw us. What? The other 2 black robes were also surprised. Lin Feng, who was about to teleport on the ground, was also shocked. Damn, you won't find yourself, will you? The black robe holding the siren was also decisive enough. Before Lin Feng could react, he quickly pressed the siren. Lin Feng felt that his eyes went dark, and the entire underground space disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a huge void. Lying. Groove? Lin Feng was stunned. He stood there in a daze, and wiped his eyes in disbelief. This shit, ran away? Definitely run away. Still so decisive, so fast? Lin is numb. You guys are a bit too much. Lin Feng stood there numbly, remembering in his mind which link went wrong, and he would be discovered. After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng could only attribute the reason to when he locked the coordinates. It was also because Lin Feng locked the location of the 3 people that the siren started to alarm. And this bullshit siren also has the ability to teleport over a large area? From the looks of it, that kind of white ore should be very important to them, otherwise why would they be equipped with such high-level other things here? While Lin Feng was thinking, because of the disappearance of the underground space, the entire central tower sounded shrill sirens. Lin Feng looked at the ground speechlessly, and chose to use means to turn back time. Run? Can't solve the problem. But soon, Lin Feng became even more numb. He can't move the timeline of the underground area? Lin Feng looked at his hand suspiciously, and pointed it to the ground again. The green time ring was wrapped around his wrist, turning counterclockwise. Time still hasn't flowed back. I'm damn. Lin Feng got angry. What the hell is this? With a sudden handshake, the time circle doubled in size instantly. Lin Feng still doesn't believe it. What can he do with the 3 black robes? But the siren that can teleport objects is obviously more weird than Lin Feng imagined. While Lin Feng is turning more vigorously, time still has no tendency to turn backwards. On the contrary, under this kind of power, the entire transit star began to make an overwhelmed clicking sound. The ground began to shake, and everyone on the planet felt this unusual phenomenon. Rocket, who hadn't returned to his residence, twitched his cheeks, and subconsciously turned his head to look at the central tower in the distance. Didn't Lin Feng say that the planet would not be destroyed? Damn, the planet started to shake before he had gone far? But the shock came and went quickly. In a few seconds, the vibration stopped. Lin Feng's face darkened, and he stopped the method of manipulating time. If he continued to turn, the planet would have to be shattered by him before time turned back. Calm down, the planet cannot be destroyed. Lin Feng muttered, but there was always a feeling of being tricked in his heart, very upset. Lin Feng also encountered a similar situation on that planet of the soul race last time. At that time, he wanted to see the scene of the past, but he couldn't find that timeline. In the end, it was the magical wall that saw it. But this time, Lin Feng wanted to turn back time, just like last time, feeling powerless. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng's figure disappeared in place. He didn't go, but flew towards the top of the tower. The black robe ran away, Daps couldn't run away. At the top, Dapas also received information that the entire underground space had disappeared. He violently swept the things on the table in front of him to the ground. D was tricked. Daps was also out of breath. This white ore is extremely difficult to mine. It was agreed to exchange the ore for something, but after checking the quality, he ran away. Even the guards who watched them disappeared without a trace. Dapas has been in the universe for so many years, and this is the first bastard who dares to play him. What makes him even more angry is that you can't find him yet. Everyone has disappeared. Where can you find him? All the subordinates who reported at the desk were timid and afraid to speak. In this situation, no one dared to go up to the trouble. After sitting on the chair for a long time, Dapas took out the communicator and dialed the special line of his eldest brother Dapa. Hello, brother. The group of shady guys ran away. Yes, ran away with something. No, we were not paid. I didn't trick you, I really ran away. Dapas communicated with his greedy elder brother by pinching his brows. Obviously, the other side is also very angry. It seems that his elder brother is also involved. Okay, I will jointly issue a wanted arrest here. I'll ask someone to send you the process and monitoring of the matter. Contact in time if there is information. After hanging up the phone, Dapas glanced around the office with cold eyes. Get out? What are you doing here? Hoff, go and send the process to my elder brother. Locke, you stay, I have something to say. His subordinates hurriedly left the room as if they had received an amnesty. In the room, only Daps and his right-hand man Locke are left. Locke had been with him since his home planet, and he was one of the few men he could trust. Dapas frowned constantly, trying to calm down the irritability in his heart. After a long time, he was about to open his mouth to explain something, but suddenly his pupils shrank. Bang! The floor-to-ceiling glass of his room was shattered. From outside the tower, a figure floated in. Daps. Lin Feng floated in like a ghost and fell to the ground with a gloomy face. Who are you? Daps' confidant, Locke, immediately took a step forward, reaching for the weapon at his waist with one hand and the communicator with the other, ready to call the guards. I talk to you. Lin Feng waved his hand, as if a storm had blown by. In the next second, Locke was stuck against the wall, unable to move his whole body as if he had been imprisoned by an unknown, unable to even speak, leaving only a pair of eyes exuding a look of horror. Lin Feng is very upset now, to mess with himself now, isn't it life-threatening? Daps stood up from his chair, looking at Lin Feng with trembling eyes. His throat moved up and down, and his body subconsciously took a step back, showing fear everywhere. Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. You know me. Daps nodded defensively. Can you not recognize me? He and his elder brother are life-saving people. Lin Feng killed a lot of bounty hunters in the Centaur galaxy, and then they got this information. In the universe, some people cannot be messed with. The two brothers have always followed this rule, otherwise their heads would have fallen to the ground. The sudden arrival of Lin Feng made him lose his mind, and he was quickly recalling whether there was something that provoked Lin Feng. But after thinking for a long time, I couldn't find it. Lin Feng looked at Dapas. As Yana said, except for the head, the whole body is almost covered with a red hard shell, like a monster. No wonder it is called the knotback shell family. But Lin Feng is not interested in knowing how Dapas knows himself. Since you know me, you should know my ability. Now, tell me, what deal did those three guys in black robes make with you? Also, why do they need that white ore? Lin Feng beckoned, and a luxurious single sofa appeared out of thin air behind him. He sat down on it, waiting for Daps' report. I thought that this Dapas should be more sensible. I am very upset now. Faced with Lin Feng's threatening hints, Daps is indeed very sensible. Those three guys came here 3 years ago and I just made a deal with them. On my planet, there is a kind of ore they need. I help them mine it, and they pay me accordingly. Dapas didn't know why Lin Feng was interested in the black robe, but judging by Lin Feng's face, it's likely that he has a grudge and has not escaped. He couldn't help thinking that the sudden disappearance of the black robe might have something to do with Lin Feng. Well, as long as he doesn't have a feud with Lin Feng. As for the white ore, I don't know where they will use it. That kind of ore, as far as we know, only a very small number of planets have stocks, the output is not much, and the mining conditions are harsh. It takes a lot of manpower and material resources to mine them. Daps explained the ins and outs of the matter sentence by sentence. Lin Feng was expressionless. You really don't know what that ore is used for. It was an emotionless voice, but Daps felt the killing intent in the words. According to the information from Brother Debra, Lin Feng wanted to kill him, which was not much more difficult than crushing an ant. I dare not lie to you, I really don't know. In our line of business, we only value interests and don't ask too much about other people's affairs. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Dapa's forehead, afraid that Lin Feng would be dissatisfied. He also has his own principles in doing business, and he doesn't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. It has to be said that Daps is a villain with an extremely online IQ. I didn't expect such a well-regulated soul to be hidden under such a big and reckless body. Inductive feedback, Dapas is telling the truth. He really doesn't know what that ore is for. It's useless, and I still hope to get some clues from this guy. Lin Feng is even more angry now, sitting in a chair, not speaking. Daps was under more pressure. Lin Feng, my lord, if you have anything else to tell you, just say it, and I will do it if I can do it. Dapas now regretted having anything to do with the black robe. What on earth is this black robe for? How could it provoke such a great god? Now as long as Lin Feng doesn't want his life, he can talk about anything. Although Dapas is greedy for money, he is also very willing, knowing which is more important, life or money. He has always had this concept, what should be spent and what should be given, must be enough to spend and give enough. Otherwise, they would not have paid so much wages to the subordinates at the grassroots level. Lin Feng tilted his head and finally spoke. You are very sensible. Prepare some of these ores for me. Okay sir, a truckload just happened to be mined, and they disappeared before they could be sent underground. I'm going to get people ready. Daps lowered his posture, and at the same time, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When Lin Feng said you are very sensible, Dapas knew that his life was saved. Sure enough, the life-saving law that I summed up is easy to use. Soon, a large cart of packed white ore was brought up. Dapas seemed to be sincere, and did not take this opportunity to mobilize armed forces to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the pile of white ore, and didn't bother to do anything to Daps. It was rare to see such a sensible villain, which relieved Lin Feng's restless mood a little. When you see the black robe in the future, let me know in time. Do you understand? Lin Feng threw out a communicator, which can only communicate with himself remotely. I understand, don't worry. Daps lowered his head and bowed to please. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, turned his head and left. Before leaving, he also intimately put down his dogleg lock. So be it, killing Daps won't change anything, and it will make the entire planet even more chaotic. Although he controls this planet and does everything, most planets in the universe are like this. Even if Lin Feng kills Dapas now, there will still be another force controlling the planet. And in this process, it is inevitable that there will be wars, and the ordinary residents will suffer in the end. Walking on the street, Lin Feng took out a white ore to observe. The hardness is not high, probably an adult can smash it with a hammer, and it does not belong to any metal. But inside, there is a trace of strange energy, very subtle. System, come out to work. Do you know what this is? Lin Feng called the dog system after a long absence. This dog thing has not yet analyzed the magical wall. Analyzing. After the analysis, this is an ore that contains subtle energy. Don't talk nonsense, what's the use of this thing? Hey, according to the system analysis, this ore does have some strange effects. This kind of ore can be purified. After removing most of the impurities, there will be a small ore that contains that trace of energy. Let me see. Well, a ton of ore can probably be extracted into a rough stone full of energy, about 200 grams. 200 grams for 1 ton. Lin Feng smacked his lips and felt the purity of the energy, which was about the same amount in grams. As for the composition of this energy, it's quite amazing. It's somewhat similar to the energy that the system uses to travel through universes of different systems. When the system took the host through the DC universe for the first time, it used a super channel built with similar energy. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Travel through universes of different systems? Indeed, he has also seen black robes in the DC universe. It seems that this thing should be a necessity for the black robe to go to various universes. Lin Feng thought they had some special means to reach other universes, but he didn't expect to use consumables in the end. With a heartbeat, Lin Feng immediately asked, how many of this kind of ore are there in a universe? Are there many? You think a lot. This kind of thing is rare among the rare. Taking the current Marvel universe as an example, the planets with this kind of ore will not exceed double digits. So little. Traveling through universes of different systems is not as simple as traveling through parallel universes. The output of this ore is controlled by the will of the universe. Okay. Lin Feng smacked his lips and put away the ore. It can be regarded as a useful news. It is not unconditional for the black robe to travel through universes of different systems, but the energy required for the transmission is needed from the extract of this ore. This is very interesting. Lin Feng felt that he deliberately made some small moves inside. As for how to do it, you have to think about it. The black robe who escaped earlier has already sent out of the Marvel universe by relying on the siren. Those subordinates belonging to Dapas were all killed by the black robe. Their organization cannot be exposed, it can only be considered that these people are unlucky. After transmitting so many people and things, the light on the siren also dimmed, and finally went out completely. Obviously, the energy is exhausted. That's the whole thing. Hey. One of the black robes sighed. This teleportation, I don't know how much ore will be needed to make up for it. That was Lin Feng just now, wasn't it? Well, that's absolutely right. Master Li said that he is the only one in the Marvel universe who can trigger a red alert. That's good, so Lord Li shouldn't blame us for using teleportation. Coincidentally, these black robes are still subordinates of Lord Li who recruited Lin Feng duplication back then. And the news of the escape of the 3 black robes quickly reached Li Ziqian's ears. Li Ziqian at the moment is located in a living planet. This planet is the property under the influence of the golden silver tree. This is very common in the Black Robe organization. Almost every existence of the first sequence has a galaxy dedicated to its own force. In the galaxy, there is their complete team structure, as well as the treasures accumulated by searching or being rewarded. Among them, the living planet is included. And because Li Ziqian has always been reliable in his work and has repeatedly made meritorious deeds, he got this living planet as a reward. Definitely, this living planet was snatched from another galaxy. Li Ziqian finished listening to the report with a blank face, waved his hands and screened everyone away. He felt sorry for the spent siren. The traversing energy stored in a siren is more precious than the combined lives of the 3 black robes. Fortunately, those 3 black robes knew to send the ore together, otherwise, their heads should be hanging in the execution room by now. As for Lin Feng, he also knew. When he was in the DC universe, his affairs were included in the data. It's just that no one cared at that time, and Li Ziqian naturally didn't care, but no one thought that Lin Feng would be able to reach the level he is today. Even Li Ziqian didn't dare to challenge the old Thanos who possessed the fragment of the heart of the universe, but he didn't expect to be destroyed in Lin Feng's hands. Li Ziqian is very excited about the fragment of the heart of the universe, but not everyone can take it. It's very weird. The Black Robe organization has also searched for information on the fragments of the heart of the universe many times, but they have not found anything. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng could get it. From this, Li Ziqian thought of 2 words. Main character? Possess the existence of great luck. Otherwise, it can't explain why Lin Feng has grown to this point in just a few years. In every world, a person with the aura of the protagonist will be born. And every protagonist is their enemy. After thinking for a long time, Li Ziqian still reported this matter to the adults of the first sequence. As a capable general under the leader of the Golden Silver Tree, Li Ziqian was able to contact the leader directly. With the current strength shown by Lin Feng, the second sequence probably has no way to deal with it. I just hope that I can attract the attention of my adults. Soon, the reply came down. There is only a short line of words, busy, don't disturb, just figure it out. Li Ziqian replied with a headache and turned off the communicator. As he thought, Lin Feng could not attract the leader's attention. Perhaps in their view, Lin Feng was not yet a threat. But in fact, even Li Ziqian didn't know how terrifying Lin Feng was now. Since the leader is not willing to think about this kind of thing, it stands to reason that Li Ziqian should just ignore it. But for some reason, Li Ziqian's heart was always surrounded by a haze. After hesitating for a while, Li Ziqian sent someone to call Shanhai over. Shanhai, since the last time he was brought over, a lot of time has passed. Although he is a bit crazy and his personality is a bit extreme, his strength and IQ are both online. Several missions became more and more important each time, and he did them perfectly. In the eyes of other black-robed subordinates, Shanhai seemed to have become Li Ziqian's celebrity. Coupled with Shanhai originally's strength is strong enough, these black robes have to nod and bow their heads when they see him. As everyone knows, the last black robe who angered Shanhai has disappeared from the world since then. And at the moment Shanhai also happened to be on the planet of life, and there was no task at hand, and it had been idle for a while. After learning that Li Ziqian was looking for him, he rushed over. As soon as he entered the door, Shanhai's iconic crazy laughter rang out. Master Li, why are you looking for me today? Is there another task? As Lin Feng's duplication, Shanhai can be said to have firmly established himself in the black robe. Seeing Shanhai approaching, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Ziqian's face. Shanhai, here we come. Sit, sit. Li Ziqian kindly poured Shanhai a cup of tea. If you have the ability, then you have the corresponding respect. How are you? Shanhai licked his lips, didn't drink tea, just smiled nervously. Hehe, what else can I do? Life without tasks is very boring. Stop talking about this, Master Li. Is there any new task for me to do? Li Ziqian held out a thumb. Shanhai is crazy, but also straight-tempered. Li Ziqian was comfortable with this kind of person. There is indeed a mission, but this mission was not announced on the surface. Moreover, this mission is a long-term mission, and there will be no teammates. You need to complete it by yourself. How about it? Do you have confidence? Shanhai smiled. Interesting. What is the mission? Li Ziqian chuckled, took out a document and handed it to Shanhai. Look. For other people, Li Ziqian is forced to assign tasks, but for Shanhai's personality, he must use the aggressive method. After Shanhai got the information, he opened the cover, his pupils shrank uncontrollably, but they returned to normal in an instant. In my heart, I just screamed. Mission target, Lin Feng. There are also photo stickers attached to the side. Character introduction, suspected traveler of the Marvel Universe, suspected to have the aura of the protagonist. Possesses an ability similar to that of Superman, but its strength is unknown, and it is speculated that it is a multi-universe level. Task content, track Lin Feng's every move and report in real time. Below are some precautions and specific codes of action. After watching it, Shanghai had a strange expression, and wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh. Li Ziqian must have taken the wrong medicine. Is it okay to let yourself have a duplication to investigate your own ontology? To be honest, Shanghai's first thought was that Li Ziqian would not find out that he had a connection with Lin Feng. But looking back, the possibility is almost zero. Li Ziqian drank tea with a smile on his face, asked Shanghai to read the information, and then said, "How is it? Do you have any ideas?" Shanghai smiled and shook his head. "I don't have any ideas, it's just a multi-universe level. Master Li really thinks highly of me." Li Ziqian put down his teacup and patted Shanghai on the shoulder. "Isn't this confidence in you? In our branch, you are the most powerful and the most cautious besides me, so I can rest assured if you go." Shanghai sneered in his heart. "God T, I am the most powerful under you. With the shared channel of the heart of the universe opened by the ontology, you can't stand a heat ray if I T, and you can really boast here with your face licked." But on the face, there was a satisfied look of being appreciated. "Okay, there's no problem with this task, I'll take it." Shanghai accepted the task without any hesitation. "Good guy, it's true that I laughed at myself. I really don't know what kind of expression Li Ziqian should have when he knows the truth." It's okay, Li Ziqian said with a gratified smile. "You just need to track remotely, don't let him find out. These two things are for you to help you complete the task." Li Ziqian took out two things. One is a device to hide your whereabouts. This thing is also a high-level item. Equipped with this thing, even the existence of the first sequence is difficult to detect. There was only one Li Ziqian, and it seemed that he was bleeding for this task. And the other one was the siren that Lin Feng had seen not long ago. However, compared to the three black robes, the shape is smaller and the energy is less, but it is enough to go back and forth across the mountains and seas. This thing is for the mountains and seas to be discovered and used to save their lives. We must always pay attention to his movements. I have a hunch that Lin Feng is definitely not an easy character. He will bring us big trouble," Li Ziqian ordered after laughing. "As long as there is a threat from Lin Feng, he can get the news immediately. And if he stopped the loss caused by Lin Feng in time, it would be a great achievement for him, so there is no need to say more about the reward at that time." This is also the reason why Li Ziqian never gave these two things. Perhaps in the eyes of other black robes, Li Ziqian was making a fuss out of a molehill, and the leader didn't care, but he arranged such a task privately. But Li Ziqian never missed any omissions. "If my feeling is wrong, it is just a waste of manpower and material resources. If my feeling is right, then my right to speak in the gold and silver tree will be even more important." After thinking about it, Li Ziqian added, "If possible, try to find out what level Lin Feng's strength is at. Definitely, don't make a move, just try to create some trouble for him. In the Marvel Universe, there are still many powerful guys." To be honest, Li Ziqian sent Shanghai to carry out the mission, but he was also taking a risk. Shanghai's personality is not stable enough, so it's hard to say what uncertain factors it will bring. But if he let others go, Li Ziqian would be even more worried. And Shanghai is an Oriental person, and he has an Oriental name like him, which is one of the main reasons why Li Ziqian reuses Shanghai. Like that subordinate Mayan who licked after him all day long, he didn't even look straight at him. He even suspected that Mayan was another branch of the Golden Silver Tree, a spy sent by David. Even if it is a faction belonging to the same organization, there are open and secret struggles among them. This mission has very loose restrictions. It mainly collects Lin Feng's personal information and monitors. Remember, be careful in everything. After asking again, Li Ziqian stood up and signaled Shanghai with actions that it's time for you to go. Shanghai raised the document in his hand, and it turned into a pile of powder in the next second. "Okay, I'm going. Wait for my good news." Li Ziqian watched Shanghai go out, and then withdrew his smile. His face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. And the body of Lin Feng in the Marvel Universe has also left the Movemo Transit Star. At the moment, in front of him, there were hundreds of duplications standing. Dividing so much, it wasted a lot of his strength. And with so many duplications, each one has about 30% of Lin Feng's strength. It's not that Lin Feng is unwilling to give more, but his plan doesn't require too much strength. The less power setting is given, the less energy it takes to create and maintain a duplication, and the lower the difficulty. Come, and get 2 coordinates for every 2 people. Lin Feng held a lot of paper slips in his hand, each with a coordinate written on it. This was obtained from Deadpool's ass at the time, and recorded the coordinates of the universe in which the black robe existed that Deadpool had encountered. Remember, 2 people, your task is to prevent the black robes from obtaining that white ore. Also, remember not to use my appearance, change your appearance casually, and don't let people know that I did it. Just kidding, go messing around, definitely can't use your face anymore. This kind of large-scale movement needs to use one's own face, which must be 100% focused on by the black robe. Yes, the main body. Hundreds of duplications answered in unison. Subsequently, their faces and body shapes have undergone drastic changes. There are strong men, there are sunny youths, and there are villains at first sight. What's more, I played S. Needless to say about the characters in the game, even all kinds of strange races are included. And for some reason, she also changed her gender, transforming herself into a young girl. Okay. Lin Feng looked at the changes in the duplications with satisfaction, and thought to himself that it was indeed me. This is what Lin Feng came up with on the spur of the moment, using hundreds of duplications to reach different universes to prevent the Black Robe from obtaining this kind of ore that can travel through universes of different systems. How should I put it? Although it is impossible for all to succeed, adding some obstacles to the Black Robes and making them waste manpower and material resources in the investigation will undoubtedly slow down the progress of the Black Robes' plan to cross the fourth wall. He wasn't sure if this kind of ore would be able to pass through the fourth wall after gathering to a certain extent, but it would be in his own interest to block them. Okay, let's go now. Following Lin Feng's order, dozens of portals leading to the universes of various systems opened in the universe. At first glance, it was quite spectacular. The duplications disappeared into the portal one by one, and went to perform their tasks. In the next time, the Black Robes will probably be harassed to doubt their lives, and they don't know who did it. Thinking about Lin Feng makes me a little excited. Dozens of portals disappeared, and at this moment, a voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ontology, call ontology. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It was mountains and seas. Shanghai, what's the matter? What happened over there in the Black Robe? Lin Feng, who sent away a group of duplications, thought it was Shanghai who came to report the situation of the Black Robe to him. There is indeed movement. I have returned to this universe now. What? Lin Feng was puzzled, and locked the location of duplication Shanghai. Good guy, it's less than a light year away from me. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Shanghai pondered for a moment. Check your memory yourself. I'm not sure. It is good. Lin Feng was also curious about what caused Shanghai to return to the Marvel Universe, so he closed his eyes and started to synchronize his memories without hesitation. The memory begins after Lin Feng left. Shanghai followed Li Ziqian back to the sphere of influence belonging to Jinyanshu. This kind of power group is common in all villain organizations. There is no need to look closely at the others. Lin Feng mainly synchronizes information about the Black Robe organization. Li Ziqian gave Shanghai 5 missions successively, each time with a perfect evaluation, and now he is already a celebrity in front of Li Ziqian. And not only that, Li Ziqian also intentionally handed over some things and main daily work to Shanghai. It's also very smart. Shanghai's strength cannot be underestimated, and his future achievements will definitely be much higher than Li Ziqian. This old boy sees through this and knows to establish a good relationship now. This Lin Feng didn't really care much. He didn't really want to hang out in the Black Robe. In Shanghai's memory, there are also some maps of the Gold and Silver Tree area, and most of the relationship networks below the first sequence of the Black Robe organization. Intricate, organized into a tree diagram. New my duplication. Lin Feng was a little bit surprised. Shanghai did really well in this. It's me who should say or not? Continuing to look down, Lin Feng saw the 3 Black Robes that he had previously met in Mafumo Transit Star. It coincidentally made Lin Feng want to laugh. The 3 Black Robes that were scared away earlier were actually under the jurisdiction of the Jinyanshu. This is really a coincidence and couldn't be more coincidental. What's more coincidental is that the conversation between Shanghai and Li Ziqian was synchronized to Lin Feng's mind as Lin Feng checked it out. This. Now Lin Feng couldn't hold back. He actually laughed out loud. What the hell? Let your duplication investigate yourself. What do you think? This is too dramatic. Why don't you let yourself play Mission Impossible here? I said why Shanghai came back for no reason. I was still thinking about reporting the situation just now and I don't need to come back to this universe. It turns out that this is what happened. Shaking his head, Lin Feng laughed a little. This made such a fuss, it really left me speechless. It's just a duplication to monitor yourself, so that you can pass back wrong information. If it were someone else, Lin Feng might not be easy to handle. This Li Ziqian is really a godly assist, and he took the pole to deliver food to Lin Feng? How about it? Is it interesting? After waiting for Lin Feng to finish synchronizing the memory, duplication Shanghai joked with a smile. Indeed, I didn't expect that Li Ziqian's behavior is wild enough. Since that's the case, you can stay at ease, and take a vacation for yourself by the way to have fun. Duplication also has its own thinking, so it happens to be a holiday for duplication. As for sending back information in stages, Lin Feng has the final say on what to send back when the time comes. It's just a small fight. After arranging the mountains and seas, Lin Feng can be regarded as able to rest. Running for a while is tiring enough. Lin Feng needs a few days of quiet life to recharge his spirit. Next, just wait quietly for the news of duplication. The 4 duplications to get the fragments of the heart of the universe have not been successful, but it is only a matter of time. Lin Feng took the time to look at it, and there was no problem in the process. It just needs to complete the requirements derived from some fragments of the heart of the universe. Lin Feng now has 3 pieces of the heart of the universe on his body. Back to Blue Star, it was around 12 noon. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Although I have seen so many living planets, Blue Star is the most reassuring. He will always be the most special living planet in Lin Feng's heart. Susan, I'm back. Back at the villa, Lin Feng subconsciously said something. It was only later that she realized that Susan usually didn't come back at noon. He was the only one left at home. Never mind. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, picked up Susan's tablet, and searched for the recent events on the Blue Star. He wanted to know if anything interesting happened to Blue Star recently. Blue Star was well protected by Lin Feng, and the timeline was also messed up, but no disaster happened. Strange has now worn the time gem, but Ancient One did not choose to die like in the original. Lin Feng doesn't know if he changed so many plots, will it lead to the modification of the will of the universe? But he doesn't care, as long as he can destroy the universe, he still cares about the will of the universe? If he can create some trouble for himself, he's awesome? What? Lin Feng's hand sliding the tablet paused. Wakanda, Black Panther, dies. These words came into view. T'Challa? The appearance of Black Panther appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He passed away? How did it happen? Continue to scroll down to record the details of Black Panther's death. Lin Feng felt a little touched when he saw it, but he didn't think too much about it. Wakanda is rich in vibranium, but after Lin Feng crossed over, he hardly had any contact with Wakanda or Black Panther. It's just that I watched the movie Black Panther before, which made Lin Feng think a little bit. Throwing the tablet aside, Lin Feng closed his eyes and recharged his batteries. Although he is a silver Superman, his physical and mental strength are almost inexhaustible. But Lin Feng also has times when he is tired, and at this time, he has to go home to replenish his energy. He touched the wristband on his hand. The invisible wristband with the 3 galaxies twisted together is still increasing to the strength of Lin Feng's soul all the time. The thought only trembled slightly, and a transparent smoke floated from Lin Feng's body. The soul is out of the body. The soul of Lin Feng with his eyes closed slowly rose up and floated in midair. Compared to Strange's soul leaving the body, Lin Feng's soul looks more solid. In the soul state, Lin Feng's 5 senses will be strengthened to a certain extent. The galaxy wristband on his wrist also transformed into a small galaxy at this time, surrounding Lin Feng. Under the action of the magnetic field of the Blue Star Life, Lin Feng accelerated to absorb the light spots of the galaxy. This feeling is like soaking in a hot spring, which makes people extremely comfortable. Getting stronger and resting are the same? In this way, Lin Feng gradually entered a state of half asleep and half awake. The sun was shining brightly outside, but the villa was completely dark, with countless stars twinkling. It seems that it is full of mysterious and fantasy colors. Lin Feng remained in this state, and he didn't know how long it had passed, when a scream woke him up. Lin Feng. A sharp female voice sounded, and Lin Feng's soul suddenly opened his eyes. It's Susan, home? Lin Feng floated back to his body unsteadily. Only then did I realize that it was already evening. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Lin Feng's physical sensation only took about 5 minutes. Susan rushed up, grabbed Lin Feng's face and shoulders and pinched her. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lin Feng was stunned. What are you doing? Susan felt the warmth of her flesh and blood before she withdrew her hand, and her panic expression gradually eased. I thought you hung up. Hang up. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, and wanted to laugh, but couldn't. It seems that Susan misunderstood the soul astral earlier. But it's also understandable that anyone who sees someone else's soul astral will think he's dead. Back then, Christine was taken aback by Strange's soul, didn't she? Don't worry, it's just a small skill. Lin Feng shrugged and signaled Susan not to worry. Are you kidding me? Even if his physical body dies, his soul can still pretend. After confirming that Lin Feng was really fine, Susan patted her chest and picked up the thing she just threw on the ground, which was the dinner material she bought. Are things done in the universe? Susan asked. She still remembered what Lin Feng said earlier. Lin Feng nodded. Well, it's over for now, and I will stay in Blue Star for a while. Hearing this, Susan couldn't help showing joy on her face. Then let me make you something delicious. Just bought fresh sea fish tonight. Susan was very happy, and walked towards the kitchen with brisk steps. Lin Feng definitely didn't have any comments, so he smiled and said hello. Both of them like to eat seafood. As for fish, Lin Feng and Susan don't like to eat very much, except sea fish with few spines. In terms of eating preferences, the two are unexpectedly consistent. By the way, what about Wanda? Why didn't you come back with you? Lin Feng closed the door. He hadn't seen Seongda for a while, and he didn't know what Wanda's origin magic power was using now. It has been stocked for such a long time. When I come back this time, I want to check whether the Seongda player has been lazy. Wanda and Pietro are eating out? The siblings seem to have something to talk about. Lin Jilly and Martina are still in the mall, and they will be sent back later. Don't worry about them. Susan added. What Lin Jilly and Martina are giving now is the Lamborghini that Lin Feng bought before. Since being turned into a silicon-based life form by Martina, she has taken on the task of taking the 2 children to and from school every day. Although it was a bit conspicuous, the place where the 2 of them went to school, the luxury cars picked up and dropped off one by one, did not seem very obtrusive. Jilly and Martina are going on vacation soon, how about we hang out then? Susan was handling sea fish in the kitchen, and she didn't forget to talk to Lin Feng. In the words, there is an extremely brisk tone. Okay, I'm fine with that. Where are you going? Are you still going to Made? Lin Feng asked casually. Susan's actions stopped. I didn't think about it, I just said it casually. But let's not go to the beach. Made, Susan has been to several times. Last time, I went there with Lin Feng and Lin Jilly and Martina, and going to the beach is not interesting anymore. Well, you have a lot of time to think about where to go. Lin Feng sat back on the sofa and replied indifferently. He had no idea where to go. After traveling the universe for so long, what scenery has Lin Feng not seen? If you really can't think of it at that time, it is also possible to take everyone to Asgard to play. Among other things, the scenery of Asgard can definitely beat. Presumably old Odin would not refuse his small request. Lin Feng and Susan chatted across the kitchen. Not long after, the two brats came back. One holds a shopping bag in one hand. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, feeling that this scene was a bit familiar. These two brats probably bought some weird clothes again. He hasn't forgotten the luminous suit that the two of them put together last time that surpassed modern aesthetics. But Lin Feng thought too much, the two just bought a lot of snacks. Lin Feng glanced casually and found that they were all sweets. Hi, just don't worry about cavities. The two brats are immersed in their own world and have little interest in Lin Feng. After dinner, the two brats didn't know what to play with. To say that these two children are troublesome is really troublesome, but to say that it is worry-free, it is enough to worry-free. And Lin Feng came to the roof of the house with Susan, and they basked in the moon together. Lin Feng rubbed his stomach and lay down, looking satisfied. Well, have you figured out where to go? Susan looked at the starry sky, her eyes were crescent-shaped. No, why don't you go back and ask the two little guys? Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. Ask them both? If I can tell you a serious place, I will lose. How about going to the east? Lin Feng suggested. There are so many fun and beautiful places in the east. And, there are countless delicacies. Susan shook her head. No, we've all been to the east. Okay. Lin Feng sat up, with a big question mark on his head. When did I go? Why don't I know? Susan threw him a blank stare. You are a busy person. You are busy maintaining the peace of the universe all day long. I can't contact you even if I want to tell you. The last time Gilly and the others were on vacation, I took them and Wanda along. Everyone stayed in the east for the whole vacation, went to many places, and played a lot of things. The scenery there is also very beautiful, and the people are warm. Oh, yes. I also bought a villa there, and I filled it with your name. Definitely, Mr. Stark helped me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to buy it. Susan has no authority to buy a house in the east, but Lin Feng is from the east, and Susan really likes the scenery in the east. So she asked Tony. It's funny to talk about this matter. This matter went round, and finally reached Zhang Xian's place. Yes, that is the director of the Divine Spear Bureau. Hearing that it was Lin Feng's girlfriend who wanted to buy a house, and she bought it in Lin Feng's name, she gave an excellent location without any hesitation. Lin Feng listened and touched his nose in embarrassment. Indeed, he spent far more time in the universe than with Susan. However, my foreign girlfriend bought me a villa in the east. How could there be a feeling of being next to a rich woman, which gave Lin Feng a chill? Have you all been to those places? The scenery and delicacies of the east cannot be visited in one holiday. Lin Feng tactfully changed the topic. The east before Lin Feng traveled is very similar to the east in the Marvel universe. The land is vast, the scenery is beautiful, the food is delicious, the beauties are, ahem. Anyway, in a holiday, the places you can travel are really limited. The last time I went to Suzhou and Hangzhou, I also went to Shanghai, Tianjin, and Susan counted 5 or 6 places on her fingers. What Lin Feng said is indeed correct. The east is so big and has so many scenery, it cannot be seen in one holiday. Even in the few places I have been to, I have seen some iconic buildings or scenery in a hurry, and then returned. But even so, it was a pleasant and fulfilling journey, and everyone was satisfied anyway. Then do you want to go to see other scenery this time? We can go see the ice sculptures in the northeast. Speaking of ice sculptures, Lin Feng himself has never seen them. Before crossing, he was a standard social animal. He was busy with work all day long and planned to see ice sculptures, but he didn't have the time and leisure. More importantly, I always feel a little lonely when I go alone. No, I don't like the cold. Susan shook her head, resolutely refusing. I made an agreement with Gilly and Wanda. Next winter vacation, we will go to a warmer place in the east for the winter. So afraid of the cold? Lin Feng smacked his lips. Well, if you don't go, and you won't be disappointed. Then you really have to think about it slowly. Lin Feng lay back on the roof again, looking at the sky full of stars. If you really can't think of it, it's also a good choice for me to take you to an alien planet. Alien? Is there anything good about it? Susan became interested. I almost forgot. Blue Star has nothing to visit. You can visit alien planets. If others don't have this treatment, how can she not? Are aliens healthy? Lin Feng really has a lot, otherwise I wouldn't be able to recommend it to Tony. Having nothing to do, Lin Feng looked at the starry sky and told Susan about his journey in the universe. It's not that I haven't talked about it before, but Susan doesn't seem to hear enough every time. And when Lin Feng talked about some scenery, he would show Susan some pictures and videos recorded by him, which was more emotional than those sci-fi movies on TV. The two chatted until late at night before returning to the bedroom. What happened next is of course needless to say. The next day, Susan didn't go to work. Lin Feng is back, and she wants to spend more time with Lin Feng. As for money, can't make enough money. Moreover, they don't lack these things now, and Susan also wants to feel happy and fulfilled when she goes to work. At the moment she, Wanda and Lin Feng were enjoying the sun in the yard. S.H.I.L.D didn't harass you and Pietro anymore? Lin Feng asked leisurely, shaking his legs while basking in the sun. Wanda shook her head, even the bear trembled. She was wearing house clothes, imitating Lin Feng and Susan, lying on the rocking chair. In fact, she doesn't like sunbathing very much, and always feels that it will make her skin darken. No, I haven't seen them since you went to find them. Last time Lin Feng almost dismantled the space carrier, Wanda naturally knew that the relationship was deadlocked. But Wanda just doesn't care. What is S.H.I.E.L.D? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it. Wanda is living a good life now, with food, drink and money to spend, and Susan takes care of herself like a sister. This was unthinkable when I was wandering before. Moreover, after Pietro got a job, he became more and more mature. He seems to have talked about a girlfriend recently, but he doesn't seem to want to say anything more. Wanda knew that almost all of the reason for her current life was due to Lin Feng. Thinking back to the mission Hydra gave me back then, it couldn't be called a mission anymore, it was simply a turning point in my happy life. Okay, it's still a bit of a B number. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. S.H.I.E.L.D has almost no contact with Lin Feng now, as long as they don't provoke Lin Feng first. Lin Feng doesn't bother to care about their small troubles in Blue Star. Snapped. Lin Feng snapped his fingers at Wanda. Wanda, let me see how far you have practiced your origin magic power. A few years ago, Lin Feng used infinite gems to bring out the original potential of Wanda and Pietro. In the past few years, I have been running around by myself, not caring about Wanda. Now I have time, and I have given enough time. I hope Wanda can give me a surprise. But hearing what Lin Feng said, Susan panicked at first. She hugged Wanda subconsciously, and looked at Lin Feng warily. What are you doing? You don't want Wanda on the battlefield, do you? No way. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted to check Wanda's strength, Susan's first thought was whether Lin Feng would need manpower to fight in the universe. As for Wanda, she was puzzled at first, and then showed a clear expression. She thought so too. Wanda looked at Susan a little moved, but she didn't expect that Susan's first thought was her own safety. But at the same time, hearing Lin Feng's words, she felt at ease again. For so many years, she ate and drank at Lin Feng's house. At the beginning, Lin Feng said that she would work at home for 2 years before letting herself go. But after recognizing Susan as her older sister, Lin Feng stayed at Lin Feng's house for several years, and Lin Feng didn't say anything. In the past few years, she felt like a rice bug, without the slightest contribution. Now that Lin Feng said that, she suddenly felt at ease. At least Lin Feng had needs for her, then she would feel more at ease. At the same time, she secretly decided that as long as Lin Feng would not let her kill innocent people, she would try her best to meet Lin Feng's request. Susan, don't worry about me. My ability should have been used to help more suffering people. Now there is a need, I must stand up. When Susan heard this, she became even more anxious. Wanda is usually in a daze, and in her heart she is just a little sister who hasn't grown up. Now he is about to be dragged into battle by Lin Feng suddenly? Susan couldn't accept it for a while. But she seems to have no reason to stop Wanda's thoughts and actions. After all, Wanda's previous experience is here, and it is normal for her to want to help people with the same fate as her. For a moment, Susan's eyes were red. In addition to being moved, there are also distressing emotions mixed in. Poor child, he is still so young, he is about to be dragged into battle by Lin Feng? If Wanda heard this distorted inner voice, she would probably be full of question marks. Wanda hugged Susan with her backhand and gave her a comfort. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Besides, there is Lin Feng. He has been in the universe for so long, so he must have rich experience. I will be fine. Having said that, both of them looked at Lin Feng. Then it was discovered that Lin Feng at the moment's expression was extremely weird. How to say? 3 points are puzzled, 3 points are searching, 3 points are inexplicable and confused, and 1 point is unbelievable. It looked very bewildered. The sincere confession of the two sisters directly made Lin Feng numb. I just said something casually, these two people made up something in their brains? The two of them mouth escaped together, expressing their emotions, leaving no room for Lin Feng to intervene. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forcibly held back the desire to laugh. What? I didn't say I was going to drag Wanda into a fight, did you misunderstand something? The two women froze for a moment, then looked at each other. Didn't you say that you want to check Wanda's strength? Yes, but I didn't say that I would drag her into the battlefield. Then why are you checking her strength? Susan asked again, puzzled. Lin Feng sighed. I remember I said that at the time. The strength of origin magic power is far beyond your imagination. If it gets out of control and runs away, it will be a very terrible thing. Wanda must constantly exercise to control the power of origin magic power, and the more familiar she is, the less risk of losing control. Moreover, the more proficient and powerful Wanda's origin magic power is mastered, the safer Blue Star will be. After all, no one can fully predict that it will not be used in the future. Isn't this a rainy day? So, Wanda wasn't put on the battlefield. Lin Feng nodded speechlessly. Susan and Wanda looked at each other, blushed together, and let go of each other. After finishing the calf, I was ashamed and thrown home. This divergent thinking made both of them feel embarrassed. Lin Feng still didn't smile. If he did, Susan might have to scratch him later. Ahem, what? Wanda, show me the origin magic power you have so far. Lin Feng brought the topic back on track. Wanda followed suit, stood up, and came to Lin Feng, but her body was a little tense, like a student being tested by a teacher. Just show off the skills you have mastered first. Lin Feng reminded her, signaling that she doesn't have to be so restrained. Wanda nodded. She picked up the cup that Lin Feng put on the side table for drinking. Holding the cup with one hand, the other hand hangs over the cup, pinching and tugging at the cup from a distance. Red energy spilled from Wanda's fingers and circled. A little bit of golden light appeared on the transparent glass in his hand, and then spread to the entire glass. Originally a transparent glass, at the moment has been transformed into a gold cup with a golden texture. Substance conversion? Lin Feng recognized it immediately. This should be attributed to a kind of material transformation. Lin Feng took the gold cup with a heavy hand. After examining it, it was indeed turned into gold. Is it permanent? Yes. Okay, very nice. Lin Feng praised casually. He can also do this trick, and he calls it the skill of not lacking money. However, converting materials is only the basic usage method. This skill is more awesome than imagined. Even making the body bigger or smaller is possible with a deeper understanding of matter transformation and self-development. There are a lot of complicated principles involved in it. Lin Feng originally has the ability to change from big to small, so he hasn't studied it. Next, Wanda showed Lin Feng several skills she knew like a magic trick. What are creations out of thin air, small-scale modification of physical rules, and reversing time. Finally, Wanda also performed a wave of duplication for Lin Feng. There are many skills, and Lin Feng can tell that Wanda has indeed studied them with great concentration. How much range can these skills of yours affect? Or, to what extent can it be achieved? Lin Feng asked after watching the performance, rubbing his chin. Wanda's ability to learn these abilities did not surprise Lin Feng. As for origin magic power, Lin Feng had also read a series of notes before. Knowing how to use is really awesome. Moreover, Wanda in reality will not be like in the movie, where the strength fluctuates and the plot needs to be taken care of. Well, if the matter is converted, I seem to be able to turn the entire mountain into gold without feeling too much effort. As for going back in time, it's too weird. I haven't done extreme experiments. It's better to say that all my abilities have never been tested to the limit. Even an ordinary person knows that manipulating time can have bad consequences. Naturally, Wanda didn't dare to try it lightly. At most, she just turned back the apple she ate, or turned the water she drank for practice. She understands those abilities herself. If she really wants to use her full strength, if a hole is opened for land seeing, it will be over. Is that so? Lin Feng felt that he was a little negligent. Wanda's ability is indeed not suitable for letting go of experiments on Blue Star. It seems that Wanda should not have fallen behind in the cultivation of origin magic power in the past few years. From the fact that he can easily turn a mountain into gold, something can be seen. It's not easy for Wanda to do this with almost no guidance. Lin Feng is Wanda who asked Ancient One to teach for a while. But where Wanda's current limit is, she probably doesn't have a very clear idea. However, judging from Wanda's current relaxed performance, it is estimated that there is no pressure to beat Wanda during the Avengers Alliance 4 period. In this case, let me take you to find an uninhabited planet in the universe to test it. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, use your ability with all your strength, and see how far you can do it now. Wanda was taken aback and tilted her head. Can this be done? Go to the universe to find a planet to do experiments on, so big? It's just that the fire in Wanda's heart felt like it was being ignited. Since she got the ability, she hasn't made a full shot yet. For a moment, she was a little ready to move. Susan on the side also raised her hand excitedly. I'm going to see it too. Susan is also very interested in knowing how capable Wanda is. She knows Wanda is special. And Wanda, at the beginning, was still practicing ability at home, but later she was afraid of destroying the villa, so every time she practiced, she would find somewhere deep in the mountains and old forests. Sometimes, I can bring some game back to Susan for dinner. Wanda's ability gives her a visual impression of watching a special effects movie. Okay, let's all go. Lin Feng had no objection. Then he produced 2 wands. Well, 1 root per person, the improved upgrade version. With this thing, he doesn't have to protect the second daughter all the time. Wanda relies on origin magic power, and after getting familiar with the cosmic environment, it should be fine. But Susan, if she doesn't use the bracelet that Lin Feng gave her before, she won't be able to withstand it? After explaining how to use the wand to the 2 of them, Lin Feng opened the portal and took the 2 of them to wander in the universe.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.